Welcome to today's audiobook. If you'd like access to full-length audiobooks, early releases, and hundreds of exclusive stories, you can join my Patreon. The link is in the description. Now, let's begin. Chapter 21-40. Chapter 21. You are so beautiful. Only Tsunade can convince Jiraiya in his heart. Even if he is beaten for no reason, he will not raise any thoughts of resistance. Shen Ye, don't tell Tsunade about this. Shen Ye couldn't help laughing, and finally saw Jiraiya's weak side. But in the end, Jiraiya is for the village, and at the same time, it is also to help him clear his suspicions more quickly, although there are some inappropriate behaviors. Don't worry, brother Jiraiya, I'll keep this matter in my heart. Jiraiya nodded. This sentence was said in Shinai's mouth, and he had no doubts. With the crooked moon hanging in the sky, Shen Ye groped towards the house, watching from a distance that the lights in the room were still on. Tsunade was leaning sleepily on the sofa, as if he would close his eyes and fall asleep at any moment. Stinky boy, you're finally back. I don't know what this guy Jiraiya is doing with you. It's getting late, Tsunade sister, you better go to bed, it's been a tiring day. Pushed Tsunade's tired body into her room, then returned to his room and fell asleep. In his sleep, Shen Ye used the stealing skills of the system to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world and became the existence that everyone yearned for. When he opened his eyes again, Shen Ye found that it was noon, and unknowingly he missed the morning class. If Kamaya's memory is correct, 3 generations of Hokage personally came to Ninja Academy to teach him today. It's all Jiraiya's fault for wasting my time in vain. Shen Ye took a deep sigh, and quickly tidied up his clothes and ran to the Ninja Academy. Looking in a hurry, Shen Ye did not find a little girl standing at the entrance of the academy, and there was no doubt that the two collided. Ouch! Painful howls sounded in Shen Ye's ears. Shen Ye hurriedly walked over to help the girl up. After seeing her face clearly, Shen Ye was a little stunned, with piercing eyes under her white face, and a mouth that was just right to highlight her beauty. Shen Ye was a little surprised. In his own impression, she had never appeared in the ninja world. You are so beautiful. Shen Ye blurted out, and he didn't even think of why he would say that. Hello, my name is Nakata Miho. It's my first day at Ninja Academy. Please take care of me. Mei Shang not only did not lose his temper because of Shen Ye's ruthless collision, but instead bowed slightly politely, showing his full humility. For a moment, Shen Ye's heart was like a breeze. I'll take you into the classroom. Shen Ye unconsciously took Mei Shang's hand, and the latter's face turned pale, but Yui did not reject Shen Ye. The two walked into the classroom one after the other, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Among them, Yuexing and Mikato's eyes fell on Shinai tightly. Minato pushed Shikaku, his eyes were very ambiguous. Shen Ye has met a new girl in such a short time, he really deserves his fair face. That guy seems to be our new classmate Nakata Miyoshi. I heard that his life experience is similar to that of Shinai. Minato touched his chin. This very beautiful-looking girl had such a tragic experience. Hand, Shen Ye walked all the way to Namikaze Minato's side. Minato quickly vacated 2 places for him. Yu Xingjiao snorted, and stood up directly in her seat and walked over to Shen Ye. Minato had a lively look on his face. Ready to watch a big show. However, there was no expression on Shen Ye's face, and he didn't take these things seriously at all. Shen Ye, who is this beautiful sister? It's our new classmate. You two are just taking this opportunity to get to know each other. I don't know Mishang well. Students, be quiet, then 3 generations of Hokage will teach you today's lesson. The classroom suddenly fell silent. Although some of these children were usually arrogant, they instantly became obedient after hearing the words 3 generations of Hokage. Hokage, the 3rd generation with a hat, walked towards the front of the classroom in a step-by-step manner, and glanced at everyone. There's already a look of yearning on some of the guys' faces, and the Hokage position is what many are fighting for, as is Minato. Only Shen-Ye had a calm expression on his face, wanting to find out what the purpose of this old man's sudden appearance was. Feeling the fragrance from Mei Shang's body, Shen-Ye seemed to understand something. You are the future of the village. I am already old and can't continue to protect you for a long time, so growing up quickly is what you have to do now. About the teaching of ninjutsu, there will be special teachers to teach. I'm here today to tell you two things. Shen-Ye folded his arms around his chest and looked at the three generations with interest. If these two things were not unexpected, there would be the guy who pretended to be Jiraiya. Sure enough, the eyes of the third generation finally fell on Shen-Ye, and he gently waved his hand to release a burst of chakra. Shen-Ye only felt a warm feeling behind him, and his body stood up unconsciously. This time, all eyes were on Shen-Ye, and the three generations slowly opened their mouths. You have been misunderstanding Shen-Ye before, saying that he was a voyeur in the women's bathhouse that day. I have checked the situation at the time, and now I can confirm that it has nothing to do with Shen-Ye. Kamiya stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with wide eyes. He didn't expect Sandai to defend himself. A trance, a doubt appeared in Mikato's mind. The three generations of Hokage-sama had already said so it could prove that that day was indeed not the night of the gods. However, in order for Mikato to completely dispel her suspicions about Shinai, she needs absolute evidence in front of her. At the same time, Yuexing was even more puzzled, and didn't understand why Hokage-sama wanted to help Shinai to lie. Obviously it was Shinai who was peeping that day. I already said it has nothing to do with me, now you should believe it. There is another important thing. There has been a dangerous guy in the village recently. If you accidentally encounter it, you must choose to escape as soon as possible. After that, Sandai turned around and was about to leave the classroom. Everyone's eyes shifted from Shinai to Sandai, and Shinai sat down again. Minato was the first to react, and hurriedly leaned into Shinai's ear and asked, "Isn't it really you that day? Then the other boys in the class before that hated you should not be right." If you're enjoying this story so far, don't forget that the complete audiobook library is available on Patreon. The link is in the description. Chapter 22 The Akimichi Family. Hokage, I put the skill point to the Akimichi family in Chapter 22 of the main text. That's natural, but I have a lot of adults who don't want to bother with these guys. With the disappearance of the three generations, the noisy voices in the classroom resumed. Some little guys couldn't help but come to Shinai's side to express their apologies, claiming that they should not be hostile because of that incident. Shen-Ye waved his hand carelessly and turned to look at Mei Shang. "You're not a ninja from Konoha village, can you tell me your story?" Through the eyes of the three generations just now, Shen-Ye can be sure that he must have some kind of connection with the girl in front of him, and he can't even tell it casually. "I'm really not a ninja from Konoha village, but from an extremely small country. Because of the war, my family has been destroyed, and I am the only one left. Mice Hang, do you have a place to live now? Why don't you go back to Hyaga's house with me?" Yuexing changed her attitude just now and began to invite Mice Hang kindly, but it didn't seem that anything was wrong. Even Shinai had a thought in her heart to invite her to Tsunade's house, but in the end she had to ask Tsunade's opinion. "Thank you for your kindness, but I already have a place to stay, and the three generations of adults have arranged for me properly." Shen-Ye nodded. His conjecture was not wrong at all. Mei Shang had indeed passed the test of three generations, perhaps the two of them had known each other before. The afternoon passed very quickly, and Shen-Ye ushered in the good news of school in a few days. A few people went to the hamburger restaurant in the village to have dinner together, so the mighty team thought about walking outside the classroom. However, there was a fat guy blocking the door, and one person occupied the seat of three people. "You guys stopped here, how did the others pass here?" The fat guy turned his head, and Kamiya confirmed his identity at once, the little guy of the Akimichi family. "I also want to pass, but I have eaten a lot this afternoon, so it will take some time to pass. Shen Ye patted his forehead, wondering what was going on in this family. Every member of the family has a fat body and is extremely sensitive to food. In just one afternoon, you can make your body grow a few laps by eating. Let me help you, just in time to show the ninjutsu you just learned. Minato took out a shuriken with a mark in his knife pocket and threw it out the door, pressing a hand lightly on Akimichichi's back. Taking a long breath, Minato began to operate the chakra in his body. Since the practice of Hiraishin technique, it is the first time to truly perform it, and it is inevitable that there is tension in my heart. The art of Hiraishin. The surging chakra erupted on Minato's body, which was beyond the reserves he could hold at his age. A bang! Minato and Akimichichi disappeared from sight together, and when they reappeared, Minato was already standing beside the shuriken. However, Akimichichi was stuck in the middle of the door, and 2 deep marks were squeezed out of his plump body. Sorry Akimichi, I didn't expect this to be the case. Kamiya shook his head helplessly. At this age, Namikaze Minato can say that Hiraishin's technique is already the limit, not to mention Akimichi who is much heavier than him. Fantastic power! Without warning, Shen Ye threw a heavy punch towards Akimichi's body, and a huge force fell on Chi's body along the fist. A bang! Chi flew out from the middle of the door and fell heavily on the ground. The 2 girls, Yuexing and Mice Hang, closed their eyes tightly at the same time, not wanting to see the tragic things that happened next. But the sound coming from their ears was enough to form a picture in the minds of the 2 of them, and the expressions on their faces became a little hideous. However, Akimichichi seemed to have nothing happened at this time, got up and patted the dust on his body, and walked towards Shinai with a smile. Brother Shinai, you helped me a lot today, I'll treat you, everyone can eat freely. Shen Yi's eyes lit up, and he was about to eat something. Akimichichi came uninvited, and of course he would not refuse this guy who knew how to eat. Akimichichi's shoulder and walked outside. Minato and the others looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Several people surrounded each other and walked into the store, and the boss quickly appeared to greet them in person. This is the first time I have seen so many people dining here together during the time I have been running the store. Akimichichi, headed by him, knows him. Whether it is this little guy or other members of the family, he is a big customer here. Simple food could not satisfy their appetite at all, and every time the ninjas of the Akimichi family left, the boss would hide behind and count the money quietly. Boss, it's an old rule to have 1 serving of every meal here and put it on the Akimichi family's account. The boss nodded, turned around and went to the back kitchen to prepare food for everyone. Several people found a spacious place to sit down, and Shen Yi's eyes looked outside along the window. System, what skills did you just steal from Akimichichi? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the Akimichichi skill, part of the multiplication technique. Skill cooldown, 3 hours. Shen Ye was secretly satisfied, although the power of this ninjutsu is not strong, but it can be used as Shen Yi's attack ninjutsu at this time. Part of the multiplication technique, combined with the magic power stolen from Tsunade, can produce extraordinary effects. Shen Ye, what are you laughing at here? Yuexing patted Shinai on the shoulder and pulled him back in thought. Facing everyone's doubtful eyes, Shen Ye instantly put on an embarrassed expression and scratched his head lightly. I feel very happy to be able to become good friends with you guys, so I can't help laughing. Shen Ye immediately thanked the teachers in the original world. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't be so calmly talking nonsense. In the previous life, whenever he made a mistake and was asked by the teacher, Shen Ye would think of various reasons to prevaricate the teacher. After a while, the boss pushed the cart slowly towards Shen Ye. There is so much food, can you eat all of this alone, Akimichi? There may be some exaggeration, but these delicacies can be completely wiped out with force. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was the first time they had seen such a ruthless character. Chza could eat other people's food for a week at a time. Chapter 23 Ninjutsu Combination. Chapter 23 Ninjutsu combined with I started. Akimichi Chza folded his hands and looked at the food in front of him reverently, and then turned on the mode of wind and clouds. In just a few breaths, the food on the table was dwindling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Shenya didn't hesitate, just grabbed the chicken leg closest to him and put it in his mouth, for fear that he wouldn't be able to eat it for a while. Shikaku and Minato, only the two girls, Yuexing and Misho, slowly and leisurely picked up some and put them in their mouths to chew. Several children, it's really fateful to meet them here. A ninja with other villages on his forehead appeared in everyone's sight. Shenya raised his head and looked over, and some memories emerged in his mind. He is the ninja of Kumagakure village, and the reason why he is in the memory of Kamiya is because in the original book, it was them who took Uzumaki Kushina away. These guys suddenly appeared here, definitely with impure purposes. We don't know each other, where did the fate come from? Our boss wants to take this Miss Mice Hang for a trip, so you better not stop it. Namikaze Minato frowned and stood up directly between Misho and the Kumagakure ninja. Do you still know that this is the chassis of Konoha village? Dare to speak so arrogantly? What are the little kids chattering about here? It bothers me. Kumagakure stretched out a big hand to push Namikaze Minato aside and grabbed Misho with the other hand. Shenya snorted coldly, and instantly moved his body in front of the Kumagakure village ninja, condensing his own chakra on his fist. Partial doubling technique adds strange power. After several consecutive bangs, Shinai's arm became the thickness of a tree trunk, and at the same time, there was a huge force on it, and it pressed against the stomach of the ninja in Kumagakure village. Boom! That guy was directly bombarded out of the house by the force, and rolled on the ground several times before stopping. The huge movement here immediately attracted the Konoha village ninjas who were patrolling around. 3 or 5 people surrounded the guy, and at the same time, a Konoha village ninja appeared beside Shinai. You beat that guy. Otherwise? You've already seen it and you're still here asking me? The ninja looked up and down at Shinai. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this small body could produce such a huge power. Akimichi Chza, who had chicken legs hanging on his lips, was also shocked. He had not misunderstood the part of the doubling technique just now. It was their family's unique ninjutsu. Before they had time to ask Shenya, everyone was led by the patrolling ninja to Hokage's office. The 3 generations who had just separated recently sat in front of the table and carefully considered the guys in front of them. I couldn't believe that they caused such a big commotion. 3 generations, is it time to explain the situation of Mice Hang to us in detail? That guy will take Mice Hang away when he comes up. Shenya didn't care about the respect for the 3 generations of Hokage, and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with his hands on the table. His aura was not weaker than Hokage at all. Hehe, Mi Shang is a little guy from Kumagakure village, but if you continue there, you will suffer some inhuman experiences. So she will bring it back to the village to protect it. Kamiya thought about it carefully. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words had a deep meaning. On the one hand, it shows that she is protecting Mice Hang, and on the other hand, it is revealed that she has research value, not only for Kumagakure village. As for the final decision of Konoha village, it depends on how Mice Hang develops in the future. Kamiya turned her head to look at Mei Shang. No matter what, she couldn't see the hidden beast or threat under her face. Hopefully the village will really protect her, not a guinea pig in a lab. In the face of Shen Yi's doubts, the 3rd generation did not show any strangeness on his face, but Minato, who was on the side, was anxious and tried to stop Yeshien several times. In any case, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also the 3rd generation of Hokage today, so disrespecting Hokage is not allowed in the whole village. I'm more curious about how the ninjutsu you used today did it. Is it a combination of natural power and the secret techniques of the Akimichi family? Shenya secretly said that it was not good. His unique ninjutsu method was still being targeted. maybe he had not waited to protect Mice Hang, and he became a guinea pig in the laboratory. Rolling his eyes, Shen Ye quickly jumped back 2 steps and landed next to Akim Ichichse. The magic power is the way of chakra that Tsunade's sister taught me. As for part of the multiplication technique, of course, Chze taught me. He spoke. Shen Ye blinked at Chze. Although the latter was usually a little demented, he instantly understood what Shen Ye meant. That's right, I taught ninjutsu to Kamiya when I was at the Ninja Academy, but I didn't expect him to comprehend it in such a short period of time. Third generation of Hokage smiled slightly, but did not expose the lies of these 2 people. It's still thanks to you kids for what happened today, so let's talk about what kind of reward you want. It's what we should do to be able to contribute to the village, and we left first if we had nothing else to do. Minato hurriedly pulled Shinai and the others out of the room, and left the Hokage office without stopping. Third generation of Hokage got up and walked to the window, looking through the window to the little guys running on the ground, his eyes locked tightly on Shinai's body. Until everyone's back disappeared from Sanday's sight, he sat back on the chair again. Not stopping along the way has made Akim Ichichse out of breath. Even if he stopped Minato, he was panting heavily while holding the big tree beside him. Why don't you have a reward? We missed a good opportunity to practice. There will be many opportunities like this in the future, and there is something wrong with the atmosphere in the office today. I feel it too, everyone should be more careful recently. Shen Ye left a piece of advice, turned around and walked in the direction of home. Yu Xing looked at the crowd a few steps to catch up with Shen Ye and prepared to go home with him. Shikaku and Minato, who looked at each other in dismay, shrugged and discussed sending Miss Hang home and then going home, but they were rejected by Miss Hang. You 2 don't mind me, Chze needs you 2 more now, I can do it alone. The group parted, and Shen Ye pushed open the door and lay directly on his bed, closing his eyes slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance in the office today. He intuitively told him that there was a conspiracy waiting for him. Only now did Shen Ye realize that this world is not as simple as he imagined. Chapter 24 Teach Us. Hokage, I pointed the skill to Chapter 24 of the main text to teach us in the early morning. Before Shen Ye opened his eyes, there were bursts of shouts from outside. Shen Ye, the sun is already drying your ass, you haven't gotten up yet. Yet, Shinai, we are all waiting for you alone, hurry up. Shen Ye rubbed his eyes, he was in a bad mood to be interrupted by such an inexplicable dream, but at this time, he was all his good friends outside, and it was not easy to have an attack. After a simple tidying up, Shen Ye got dressed and went outside. What's the matter with you guys running over so early? Ninja Academy is on holiday today, so I want to ask you to go to the training ground to practice together. Shen Ye gave these 2 fellows a helpless glance. I've really convinced you 2. Since you have to be tortured and killed by me, then I'll satisfy you too. Stretching his waist, Shen Ye walked towards the training ground. Shikaku and Minato looked at each other and shrugged, following behind. Before meeting Shen Ye, the 2 of them had already negotiated that no matter what kind of beatings they would face today, they should learn from Shen Ye well. As a good friend, Minato did not hide that Shikaku learned the art of Hiraishin himself. Even the 2 of them have already made an abacus in their hearts, taking advantage of this opportunity to have a good meal at Zaishin Ye and make more progress. After a while, the 3 people walked into the training ground. At this time, the place was overcrowded, and it was very difficult to find a place enough to practice. Shen Ye, this way. Akim Ichichse beckoned from a distance, and around him was a huge clearing next to a forest. It turns out that the 3 of you designed it early in the morning. Hey, such an opportunity is very rare, and of course it needs to be cherished. Minato scratched his head embarrassedly, but he had already tasted the sweetness of ninjutsu, so he cherished it even more. The 3 slowly walked towards Akim Ichichse, and without warning, they threw their fists at Chze's fat stomach. Before the latter could react, the force had already penetrated his body. Although Chza didn't move at all, at this time he was completely unable to use any strength, as if all the meridians in his body were blocked. What happened just now? There was no movement from such a huge force. I now finally know why Shinai can defeat Genin so easily. Shikaku and Minato have longing expressions in their eyes, and they fantasize about when they will be able to reach such a level. A few breaths passed, and Akimichi Chza suddenly found that his body had returned to the way of action. Surprised, he hurriedly moved his arm, and there was something incredible in his eyes. Such a precise control of chakra, even a few guys in the Hyuga family can't do it. It's enough to see how terrifying Shinai's strength is. Since you trust me so much, let me teach you some ninjutsu. Twisted his neck a few steps and walked to Shikaku's side, whispering a few words in his ear. Shikaku's face changed from shock to joy, and then he ignored the others and rushed into the forest to start a day of spiritual practice. Looking at the envious expressions on Akimichi Chza and Namikaze Minato's faces, Shen-ye smiled and came to Akimichi Chza's side. I don't know much about your family's ninjutsu, so I can only let you control your ninjutsu in a more subtle way. That's enough. All kinds of ninjutsu of the Akimichi family stem from the exquisite control of chakra. Shen-ye put his hand on Chza's body, and the subtle flow of chakra shifted to Chza's body. Gradually, Chza noticed the change in his body, and then he sat on the side and continued to feel it all by himself. Shen-ye, is it my turn next? I can't wait. You can forget it, let us practice the technique of Hiraishin first. Minato was a little disappointed, but he still obediently walked into the woods and started a day of spiritual practice. Compared with Ninja Academy, it is more suitable for cultivation, can experience real battles more realistically, and adapt to the battlefield between life and death faster. Looking at these guys who have been exercising indiscriminately around, Shen-ye felt a while of boredom. Just at this time, Jiraiya's figure appeared in front of Shen-ye. Shen-ye rolled his eyes and an interesting plan suddenly appeared in his heart. Brother Jiraiya, shall we play a game? Game? What game? It's just a simple chase game. As long as you can catch me, I'll give you all the money on my body and let you spend the day. Jiraiya, who wanted to reject Shinai, became interested after hearing the words Huatianju Di and nodded again and again. Shen-ye smiled, and turned around and ran out, leaving the stunned Jiraiya standing there. He didn't expect this guy to enter the state instantly, and when he looked at Shinai again, the figure had disappeared from the training ground. This guy runs pretty fast. His muscles and bones twice, Jiraiya slowly chased after him. The chasing game is a long process, and Jiraiya is not in a hurry. Gradually, the scene in Jiraiya's line of sight changed dramatically, and the surrounding houses gradually sparsed, replaced by forests one after another. Standing on the towering tree trunk, Shinai turned his head to look behind him, but did not find Jiraiya. Why is this guy so slow? Doesn't seem to take this chase seriously. Shen-ye, why are you hesitating here? I'm already in front of you. Shen-ye frowned. Jiraiya's voice appeared behind him, but he didn't see him catching up along the way. Even if you win this game, but I don't have a single gold coin on me, so the bet has been completed. And had already figured out all the ways to deal with it the moment he saw Jiraiya. Even if he lost the game, it didn't matter. Jiraiya grinned and could only scold Shen-ye for being shameless in her heart. All of a sudden, there was a turmoil around, and the two looked at each other, and unconsciously moved closer. Such a noise sounds like a tough opponent to mess with. Maybe it's the guy you've been looking for. Do you have the confidence to kill that guy? Don't be a hindrance, kid. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he exerted his strength to break away from the tree trunk, and his body flickered completely hidden in the jungle, leaving Shen-ye standing alone. Chapter 25 Do It! Hokage, I put the skill point to Chapter 25 of the explosion text, and I used Shen-ye to silently release the chakra perception, but I still couldn't find the trace of that guy Jiraiya. It's really a good idea to keep me here as bait. Although Shen Ye sneered at this kind of behavior, there was still no movement on the tree trunk. The surrounding voices became stronger and stronger, and gradually approached Ye Xian. Suddenly, 2 shuriken flew out from the leaves, approaching Shen Yi's face. Shen Ye snorted coldly, twisted his body slightly, and the shuriken pierced through the air with a hurricane toward Shen Yi's face. It really hurts, how much power this guy used. Rubbing his slightly hot face, Shen Ye locked his gaze in one direction in the woods, and he could hear the guy and hide behind him. Come out, the guy who only sneaks up on petty tricks. Has it been discovered by you? It's just a pity that the other guy ran away. Otherwise, if you kill 2 ninjas in Konoha village, you can go back and recover. A sturdy guy slowly showed his figure, wearing a Megakure's forehead guard on his forehead. Shen Ye locks his eyebrows. The guys from Kumagakure village have appeared one after another recently. Could it be that there is going to be some war between these 2 villages? However, according to my understanding of the original work, this is the time when all shinobi villages are ready to go, and no one wants to be the first to break this rule. The other guy is here and it's the worst thing you can do to get away. Jiraiya jumped behind the guy, and the 2 of them surrounded the ninjas of Kumagakure village one after the other. We just have to hold him back for a while, and I've spread the word that reinforcements from the village will appear soon. Kamiya nodded, and he also knew that Jiraiya's words were only for the Kumagakure village ninjas. In this deserted place, with Jiraiya's ability at this time, there is no way to send messages through the air. Kumagakure village pouted coldly, as if he had heard a big joke. He naturally understands Jiraiya's identity, and as one of Sunan, he has a very strong strength. However, he also has self-confidence in himself. Even if he loses to Jiraiya, he can escape safely. As for Shinai, he is not in the eyes of this guy at all. Out of the utmost respect for ninjas, I would like to know what your name is. Me? Can I change my name or my surname? Chunin Buletin Lyoye, Kumagakure village. Shen Ye looked at this guy with a weird expression. Buletin Lyoye's name had no impression in his mind, and he was never mentioned in the original book. It's just an ordinary Chunin, but his formal style is more arrogant than other characters in cage level. Sudan, water style, the art of water jets. Buletin Lyoye's body quickly moved to the side, and at the same time, the chakra in his hands, which was condensed with hand seal, gathered in his mouth little by little. This guy could finish hand seal's action. Shen Ye took the lead and jumped to the side of Buletin Lyoye, and threw his fist to bombard his stomach. The moving body combined with the hand seal action on his hand made Buletin Lyoye lose his ability to dodge for a while, and slammed into Shinai's fist. I thought that Shen Yi's fist was powerless, but I didn't expect a strange force to appear. A mouthful of bitter water surged in Buletin Lyoye's mouth, and his body was pushed out a long distance. Good job Shinai, the next attack will kill him. Hehe, I really underestimate the 2 of you. The children in Konoha village can be so fierce. Buletin Lyoye wiped the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and slowly stood up while supporting the tree trunk beside him, with a hint of madness in his eyes. Shen Ye frowned. The punch just now had brought out all the strength that he could condense in his body, but it did not cause any harm to him. Shen Ye, take a rest and leave it to me. Jiraiya fell directly on the tree trunk, and at the same time there were 2 lily swords in his hands, which fell directly towards Buletin Lyoye's head. Buletin Lyoye slapped the ground with one hand and stood up straight in an extremely irregular posture. You still want to sneak attack on me with your ability? Go back to the village and practice for a few years. Sudan, water style, the technique of water bullets. Ninjutsu appeared in Buletin Lyoye's mouth. A stream of water Jinchuriki/column flew straight into the sky, and Jiraiya was just above the position where the water Jinchuriki/column passed. This guy's reaction is so fast. Shocked, Jiraiya hurriedly adjusted her body, and the water Jinchuriki/column passed by rubbing his shoulders, and his clothes were pierced. Kamiya, who had been watching the battle between the 2, flashed past and appeared behind Jiraiya. Fantastic power! Palm fell on Jiraiya's body, and the force pushed Jiraiya to push towards Bulletin Liu more quickly. With a clanging sound, the shuriken collided together, and Bulletin Liu held a long knife in his hand for some unknown reason, and the flames splashed everywhere. Shen Ye shook his head helplessly. It seems that he can't take this guy down for a while and needs some little help. Jiraiya, I'm here to help you. Shen Ye avoided Bulletin Liu's sight, and lightly placed his palm on his body, while silently muttering about stealing skills in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Bulletin Liu's skill, Suten, Water Style, Water Bullet. Skill cooldown, 3 hours. Finally there is a decent attack ninjutsu, now it's up to you how to defend your own ninjutsu. Learning Suten, Water Style, Ninjutsu, Kamiya has already mastered its highest form, and even the speed of hand seal has increased a lot. The two hands were simply put together, and a water dragon appeared in the sky behind Shen Ye, roaring wildly at Bulletin Liu. Bulletin Liu froze in place for a moment. He had practiced Suten, Water Style, Ninjutsu for more than 10 years, but he was far inferior to the child in front of him. Even after living in the ninja world for so long, it was the first time he had seen ninjutsu at this level. How is it possible? You are just a child, how can you use such ninjutsu? There are many things you haven't seen before, so think slowly in the cage of Konoha village from now on. Taking advantage of Bulletin Liu's shock, Shen Ye and Jiraiya rushed towards him almost at the same time, and threw 2 ropes around him tightly. After realizing it, Bulletin Liu had no time to think about it. He wanted to exercise the chakra in his body, but found that it had no effect at all. The rope tied to himself seems to have some kind of magical ability, blocking the connection between the acupuncture points and preventing the formation of chakra. Shen Ye clapped his hands and nodded towards Jiraiya. Chapter 26 of the main text, I'll leave this matter to you alone. You must tell that old guy from the 3rd generation that it's all due to you alone. Jiraiya was very puzzled, she nodded and agreed. Binding the guy Bulletin Liu fiercely, Jiraiya bit his mouth lightly with one hand, and then hand seal slapped the ground. The art of psychic. The small toad appeared on the ground, opened its mouth and swallowed Bulletin Liu directly. It's not too late, I'm going to hand this guy over to the 3rd generation, and by the way, make sure that the person impersonating me is him. Shen Ye nodded, looked at the sky and walked in the opposite direction of Jiraiya. Even if he couldn't publicize this matter, he still had to let Tsunade know about it so that he could take some actions in the future. There was no stop along the way, Shen Ye shuttled on the roof and stayed directly at the door of his own house. A sneaky figure wandered back and forth at the door. At first, Shen Ye didn't care. After all, there were many people coming and going on the street. Shen Ye, you are finally back. Listening to the familiar voice, it was Uchiha Mikoto that Kamiya didn't want to face. Do you have anything to do with me? There are things I want to get some answers from you, so I've been waiting here for a long time. Shen Ye spread his hands. Although Mikoto looks very sweet, because he has always suspected that he is a voyeur, he doesn't want to pay too much attention to it for the time being. If this misunderstanding is resolved, it will be a completely different state. If you have any questions, just say it, or if others see you, they will say that you are with a voyeur. Shen Ye deliberately teased Mikoto, thinking that there would be a quarrel with Mikoto, but she didn't expect that she would suddenly become silent. I wonder if the sudden increase in ninjutsu between Minato and Shikaku has something to do with you. So what? What about no? The Uchiha family will have a competition in the near future. I want to get a good place in this competition, so I want you to teach me to practice for a while. Shen Ye looked at the time, only about 10 minutes had passed since he used the stealing skill, and there was no way to use it another time. Come here and wait for me tomorrow morning. After leaving a sentence, Shen Ye pushed open the door and went straight back to his home. Tsunade happened to be sorting some documents in the room. Seeing the younger brother he took in came back, Tsunade put down the things in his hands and turned to greet him, opening his hands to give Shenya a huge hug. However, Shenya pushed her away with a blank face, which undoubtedly confused Tsunade very much. On weekdays, Shenya could not wait to hang on her body all the time, but it was the first time that Shenya was hugged and rejected by Shenya. What happened? God night? Today, I met a ninja from Kumagakure village with my brother Jiraiya in the village, but they were caught by the two of us. Tsunade nodded, and touched Shinai's head with a look of relief. He knew about Jiraiya. If he met that guy alone, there was a high possibility of letting him go. It must be Shenya who was by his side and put forward some delicate opinions, so it was so simple to hold the enemy in his hands. It's a good thing for you to go through battles before you're officially a ninja. But I can't tell if that guy is the guy who pretended to be Jiraiya. Are the enemies of Konoha village going to increase again? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, innocently meaning that Shinai's behavior just now was entirely because he was worried about the safety of the village, so he quickly leaned down and hugged Shinai in his arms. Don't worry, no matter how many enemies in the village increase, I will protect you well. Shenya nodded, and leaned on Tsunade's shoulder reluctantly, feeling the warmth from both hands. Next morning, the voice of Uchiha Mikoto came from outside the room, and Shenya woke up instantly from his sleep. It was a beautiful dream, but it almost turned into a nightmare because of Mikoto's voice. This little girl is really punctual, it's better not to make the girl wait for a long time. Although Shenya is usually a ruffian, he is still full of gentleman's demeanor. Our goal today, the training ground. As long as you can get to the training ground one step ahead of me, I will give you a very powerful ninjutsu. Is it true? Mikoto's surprise just showed, only to find that Shenya had already rushed out. For his own practice and good results in future competitions, Mikoto, not to be outdone, followed behind Shinai and rushed to the training ground. But as time went by, the distance between the two became farther and farther. This guy really has a vengeance, but he doesn't seem to understand the structure of the village very well. Mikoto suddenly stopped, turned around and ran to the side, weaving back and forth between the crowded streets, and soon came to the middle of the training ground. Standing at the door of the training ground, Shenya looked at Mikoto in surprise, not understanding how Mikoto caught up with him. You've lost the bet, so you know what to do. Mikoto helplessly raised his head and patted her on the shoulder gently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Uchiha Mikoto skills, Katon, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Skill cooldown, 3 hours. Shenya was still very satisfied with this result. Great Fireball Jutsu has his reputation not only in the Uchiha family, but even in the entire ninja world. Today I will teach you the skills of Katon, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu, but in the end it is up to you to succeed. Mikoto nodded again and again. She knew that it was impossible to turn on Sharingan between games. So Great Fireball Jutsu is now the only way to win. Shenya took Mikoto to the side of the river in the training ground, hands sealed with both hands, and showed her every move. Mikoto stared intently at the movements of Shinai's hands, and wanted to take out a small notebook and write it down. That's all about the hand seal method of the Great Fireball Jutsu. I'm sure you've mastered it, but the ultimate technique is exactly how chakra works. Mikoto nodded again and again. He had tried hand seal, but there were some problems when collecting chakra, which caused the ninjutsu to fail. As long as the chakra problem can be solved, not only Great Fireball Jutsu, any ninjutsu can be easily mastered. This is the difference between a genius and a crane tail. Some ninjas can easily master ninjutsu with only short answers. Chapter 27. To watch the game, and in a blink of an eye, it was time for the Uchiha family game, and Mikoto rushed to the final with the Great Fireball Jutsu all the way. Passed by the Uchiha family and looked in the direction of the door. It was the battle between Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku, At this moment, only the two of them are left to compete for the final winner. Fugaku obviously didn't want to fight against Mikoto, and his actions revealed that he was ready to give up the game, but was killed in the cradle by the eyes of the Uchiha family. Sorry, Mikoto, this game can't let you win. The Uchiha family has always been dominated by men, and today I will let all of you know how powerful female ninjas are. Well said, one should be so arrogant as a man. Shenya walked towards the arena while slapping his hands, and finally stopped at the edge of the arena and watched silently. Fugaku's mouth twitched, and the urge to do something has already risen in his heart, but this is a very important game and can't be messed around. You guys go on, I just want to be a spectator in peace and watch how the genius ninja Uchiha Fugaku was defeated by Mikoto. Uchiha family frowned, but he never said anything. After all, he was a person of status, and it would be very embarrassing to spread the word about a rivalry with a child. Kamaya's appearance didn't disrupt Mikoto's state, but Uchiha Fugaku wasn't so lucky. Whenever chakra is used, the figure of Shenya will appear in his mind, and his voice will ring in his ears. Damn, the appearance of this guy directly disturbed my state. Fugaku, don't be distracted while fighting, Katon, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Mikoto saw the flaw in Fugaku's movements, and the quick hand seal with both hands condensed most of the chakra in his mouth. If this blow is successful, it will end the game directly, and if Fugaku is dodged, Mikoto's remaining chakra is not enough to support her to continue fighting. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Shen Yi's mouth standing below, and the result had already appeared in his mind. Mikoto on weekdays would never be Fugaku's opponent, anyway. The forehead on Fu's forehead shows that he is a genin at this time. How could a little guy who hasn't graduated from Ninja Academy be a genin's opponent? But what happened next shocked everyone, except Shenya, of course. The small flame fell on Fugaku's body at an incredible angle, and even the owner did not expect such an outcome. It seems that today's game has already come to a conclusion, there is no point in continuing to watch it. Shenya shrugged, turned, and walked outside. The reason why I walked in and watched the game at this time was to put some pressure on Fugaku on the one hand, and on the other hand, to see the expressions on the faces of these guys when they saw the result. Shocked and unbelievable were written on everyone's faces. Feeling the dazzling eyes outside, Shenya subconsciously raised his hand to cover his face. Shenya, it turns out that you are also here to observe the Uchiha family's game. It's over, Minato, you're late. Even though I've tried my best to come over, I finally missed it. What's the result of the game? Of course Mikoto wins, you know it was my devil training before again. Minato's face. And the fight between Mikoto and Fugaku sideways mirrors the difference between these little guys and genin today at Ninja Academy. More. Fugaku is not only a genius ninja in the Uchiha family, but also in the whole village. To celebrate the whole ending, let's go eat Ichiraku ramen. Forget the ramen, I still have other things to do, and today's task has not been completed. Mission? What mission? Minato leaned over to Shinai's side, thinking that the village had sent him some important task to complete. Of course, Kamaya wouldn't tell him that he was trying to steal the ninja's skills, so he made up a reason and turned around and left. Looking at his disappearing back, Minato shook his head helplessly. He knew that there must be some secrets in Shenya, but as his good friend, he had to respect it and would not ask casually. With Minato, Kamaya wandered aimlessly on the streets of the village, looking for his goal today. However, looking at the crowds coming and going, Shenya didn't find the candidate worth stealing. Today's ninjas seem to have disappeared collectively in the village, and can only see some ordinary people and children, even using stealing skills will not help. After thinking about it, Shenya determined a goal in his mind. Even if the 3-generation-old man Sarutobi Hiruzen leaves the village, that guy will not leave, but will only stay in his place and spy on the throne of Hokage. Direction of Hokage's office, Shen Ye walked directly into Anbu's location without stopping. Danzo was sleeping late at the moment, looking like he had nothing to do with him, and he was the only one left in Anbu now. Danzo, you are so relaxing here alone. His hazy eyes, Danzo carefully looked at the guy standing in front of him. Shen Ye? You've grown so tall? It's only today that I haven't seen it. Danzo is very surprised. He will reach the height of the next few years in a few days. What kind of monster is Shen Ye, and even his chakra is stronger. I don't know how many times. It was only a brief shock, but Danzo quickly recovered. Why did you come here all of a sudden? You must know that the 3 generations of Hokage will not walk in casually. Danzo's face became more and more hideous, and he was already thinking in his heart that if Shen Ye made a mistake, he would shoot him. No one will know if he dies here. Anbu is the most mysterious organization in the whole village, and neither Tsunade nor 3 generations have the right to interfere in the actions here. Shen Ye sensed the murderous intention, and still approached Danzo slowly and quietly. Did I miss bro Danzo, so I came to see you. As he spoke, Shen Ye put his hand on his shoulder, and Danzo couldn't see any difference at all. Find a suitable reason. Danzo is not easy to attack directly, and accompanies Shen Ye to greet him with a smile. When these words come out of your stinky mouth, it always feels impure. If you have something to say, just say it directly. There is one thing that really needs your help, and there is only fit in the whole village. Danzo glanced at Ye and knew that this guy was not that simple. Chapter 28 Ancient Ninjutsu. Hokage, I put the skill point to the Ancient Ninjutsu Chapter 28 of the main text. Compared to you heard that there is a guy pretending to be Jiraiya in the village. His existence deeply troubles my life. He harassed you. Fuck. Only by catching him can I clear my innocence that I'm not a voyeur, so I want to ask you for help, brother. Jiraiya has been looking for this matter, and I can't help you. Danzo spread his hands helplessly, with an embarrassed expression on his face. In fact, Danzo doesn't want to help Shen Ye at all. If he can't find that guy, he will deeply fall this misunderstanding on Shen Ye. For Danzo, it was a great thing, and he dealt with Shenai invisibly. Shen Ye sighed deeply, pretending to be a pity, shaking his head and thinking of going outside. Danzo leaned on the bed and watched Shen Ye leave quietly, until he disappeared before he put on that hideous face. An immature thought popped into Danzo's mind. Anbu, and if he finds a guy he trusts to frame a wave of Shenai, his reputation will be completely rotten in the village. At that time, Danzo didn't need to do anything to achieve his goals, and it was often more useful to destroy a person than to kill a person. Shen Ye walked back into the light again, and sarcastically looked back at Danzo's direction. If you want to trouble me, I will leave you a little sympathy for the time being, and I will kill you directly next time. Clenching his fist, Shen Ye found that his strength seemed to have increased a little, and even the blood circulation in his body was much stronger. So, Shen Ye hurriedly asked what skills the system had stolen from Danzo. If you guessed correctly, only the first generation of Mokuton, wood style, ninjutsu can possess such a majestic and powerful ninjutsu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the Danzo skill, Mokuton, wood style, buried by roots. Stealing skill cooldown, 3 hours. Shen Ye nodded secretly. This time, he not only managed to steal the attack ninjutsu, but also strengthened his body. For Danzo, who implanted first-generation cells into his body, Kamiya was still very curious about the power of the ninjutsu he stole from him. Looking at the surrounding environment, Shen Ye jumped to the roof with a slight force at his feet, and ran towards the forest in the distance. He couldn't wait to test the power of the genin technique. However, Shen Ye seems to have forgotten that the system ability he possesses can maximize the power of the stolen ninjutsu, and he does not need too much practice at all. No one was around. Shen Ye took a deep breath. Mokuton, wood style, buried by roots. Feeling the flow of chakra, Shen Ye pushed his right arm forward fiercely, and the white arm instantly turned into a thick trunk. Countless plants in front of him were strangled cleanly by this tree trunk. The trunk slowly fell to the ground, and Shen Ye's fair arms reappeared, even more smooth and flawless than before. However, Shen Ye at this time can only use the chakra in the body once, and the remaining chakra cannot be used a second time in a short time. It takes a few hours to release chakra by sage mode, so it seems to be more cautious to use it. Little guy, you can actually use the original Mokuton, wood style, ninjutsu. It seems that Mr. Danzo is right, you will become a scourge sooner or later. A guy with a mask on his face appeared in front of Shen Ye, leaning against a big tree with his arms around his chest. Shen Ye took a closer look. This guy turned out to be the guy who kidnapped Yuexing that day, and sure enough, Danzo's mind has never been pure. As a ninja in Konoha village, did you still decide to work for Danzo? The order given by Lord Danzo is to observe you during this time, but it seems that you can't keep your surname alive now. Since I am a person who is about to die, can I know what your true face is? Wearing a mask nodded, he slowly took off the mask on his face, revealing his true colors. Shen Ye quickly pondered the information about the guy in front of him, trying to find his most direct weakness, and didn't want to waste a little more time with this guy. After Mokuton, wood style, has just been cast, the tree roots exploded. Although it has been fully recovered during this time, it is still not as good as its peak state. Besides Lord Danzo, you are the second person who has seen my true face. You can die in peace. Bai Dun, do you really think I don't know anything about Anbu? Shen Ye smiled, the expression on his face gradually relaxed, and now it was Bai Dun's turn to be nervous. In the whole village, he only has the code name belonging to Anbu, and the name Bai Dun has been sealed since the moment he entered Anbu, and no one has mentioned it. Who the hell are you? How do you know such secrets? Go down and ask the dead ninjas, maybe they'll tell you the answer. Shen Ye took a step back with his right foot, condensed his strength on his left fist, and bombarded it in the direction of Bai Dun. The magic of doubling the part of the strange power. The huge fist stayed in mid-air, and a strong wind had already generated and galloped in the direction of Bai Dun. The blunt white hair was thrown back one after another, and he couldn't help squinting slightly. I have already suffered a loss, will I be frightened by your same ninjutsu a second time? Suten, water style, the art of the wall of water. Bai Dun's hand seal slapped the ground suddenly, forming a towering wall of water in front of him to block all the strong winds. Shen Ye nodded, the last time he was able to scare him away with his sudden sneak attack, and he had been observing him around for a long time. However, after a few breaths, a huge gap appeared on the water wall, and the second attack generated by the strange force had an obvious effect. Bai Dun, who had no time to react, was hit by the force, and his body instantly moved a long distance backwards. In a short period of time, your strength has grown so fast, and you will never be allowed to walk out of this forest alive today. You too, my secret has been discovered by you, so it's better to die obediently. Not ready to give Bai Dun a chance to breathe, Shen Ye rushed forward with a shuriken in his hand, and a clanging voice came out in the air. Kamaya, who hasn't graduated from Ninja Academy, holds a shuriken and can fight back and forth with Chunin Bai Dun. If other ninjas were here, they would definitely not believe that this was an attack that Shinya could complete, and every attack had to make Bai Dun go all out. Chapter 29 of the explosion text, and the strength of Chakra's consumption of white blunt hands suddenly increased, and I used the shuriken to directly push Shinai away. At the same time, he threw the shuriken on the ground, and his hands began to quickly hand seal, and Shen Ye was already unable to see the movements of his hands. The body moved backwards, and Shen Ye had no way to make any unnecessary reactions, and could only stop the chakra operation under his own feet. Feet on, wind style, gale palm. Two whirlwinds that were visible to the eyes appeared in Bai Dun's palm. After leaving the palm, they instantly became incomparably huge, and rushed towards the direction of Shen Yat. This guy can use ninjutsu with 2 different attributes, no wonder he became a member of Anbu. Shen Ye frowned, it seemed that he had always underestimated this guy, and now it seems that he is not fully confident that he can take this guy down. But things have happened, let Baiduan go, and the matter of his master Mokyutan, wood style, will explode in an instant. 3rd generation of Hokage has never known what abacus is in his heart. If he knew it, the name of the laboratory mouse would be directly implemented in his head. Chakra perception. Expanding the range of perception to ultimate, a clear image of tornadoes comes to mind, along with their trajectory. The tornado that broke away from the white blunt palm still exists in the form of chakra, so in the perception of Shinai, you can use the situation to predict the next direction of avoidance. However, there is still no way to keep Baidun behind by blindly dodging, so we still have to find a way to take the initiative to attack. Katon, fire style, great fireball jutsu. The body continuously moved to the side for a certain distance, just passing by the tornado, and at the same time opened his mouth towards Baidun. A huge amount of flame spewed out in the blink of an eye, and there was nothing else in the white dull eyes except the boundless flames. Even the ninjutsu of the Uchiha family can be easily released. Is it a freak or is it deliberately hiding its strength? Baidun quickly stepped back, trying to distance himself from the flames, but he was quickly completely submerged by the flames. The surrounding trees were burning with raging flames, but they stopped at a safe distance, just to surround the white blunt position. Sudden, water style, waterfall art. Suddenly, a huge waterfall fell from the sky, and the water and fire blended into a white mist. The fog shrouded Shen Yat, who lost his sight in front of him, as if he was in a fairyland. Partial doubling technique. With a bang, Shen Yi's arm became huge, and he stirred it back and forth in the air twice, and the strong wind driven by it gradually blew the white mist away. Baidun reappeared in front of Shen Yat, and there were still burning marks on the clothes. It can be seen that at the beginning, Baidun did not avoid the flames, and suffered a heavy blow on his body. Shen Yat, who turned on chakra perception, could clearly see through Baiduan's state. At this time, half of his chakra had disappeared in his body. The other hand, with the continuous absorption of Sage Mode, the chakra consumed by Mokyutan, wood style, ninjutsu has been gradually replenished. Many more chakras of white dullness than Shinai. After all, there is still a big difference between Chunin and children who have not graduated. Persistent consumption is not the solution. This guy has more means than I imagined. If there is a ninjutsu that I can't handle, it will be bad. Shen Ye rolled his eyes, thinking in his heart how he could defeat the enemy with one move and end this endless battle. Baidun grinned, and from the very beginning, being indifferent has changed to being careful, and this guy in front of him deserves to be taken seriously. With a bang, Baidun disappeared in place, and when he appeared again, he was already behind Shen Yat. The light reflected from the shuriken shone on the tree trunk in front of Kamaya's line of sight, and Kamaya wiggled his neck lightly to avoid Baiduan's fatal attack. Afterwards, Shen Ye raised his foot and kicked him fiercely behind him, condensing the strange power on his feet. But I didn't expect that this foot would fall in the air, and the power it drove almost knocked Shen Yi's body down to the ground. Turning around and looking, Baidun had already jumped above the tree trunk at this time, and looked at Shen Ye playfully. "Little brother, I am a ninja who has experienced life and death. You are just a flower in a greenhouse, how can you be my opponent? I am afraid that my experience is something you will never experience in your life, so don't press me with your ignorant experience." Shen Ye lived close to Baidu, and opened and closed his movements, not paying attention to those delicate attacks at all. Before absolute power, all fighting skills are useless. Baidun can only dodge. If he is hit by Shen Yi's punch, he will lose half his life even if he doesn't die. At this time, he finally understood why those guys in the village were so afraid of Tsunade, and no one could withstand such a strange force. Jiraiya, of course. Tsunade when he was the age of Shinai, and his body had already adapted to that kind of power. Continuously waving his fists, countless tree trunks were shattered by Shen Yi's power, but none fell on Bai Dun's body. Does Chunin just keep avoiding? Like a mouse? This sentence undoubtedly evoked Bai Dun's intense fighting, and his body immediately stayed in place, waiting for Shen Yi's fist to fall on his body. Seeing that the fist with the wind was about to hit his stomach, Bai Du crossed the shuriken to block him. With a bang, Bai Duan's body was blasted out directly. I don't know how many trees it hit before it stopped, and the shuriken was already bent out of shape. Cough, the power of this fist is really terrifying. Fortunately, it was blocked by the flow of chakra. I blocked a punch, do you still have a chance to block a second punch? Hehe, I wonder how much chakra you have left in your body? It's been such a long time under such delicate control that Tsunade will be tired here too. Shen Ye nodded secretly. It turns out that this guy has been calculating his chakra all the time. In fact, Bai Dun made the wrong abacus. The moment of Master Shinai's strange power is the peak state. The control of chakra can be said to be very subtle, and there is almost no consumption. Bai Dun's remarks became an opportunity for Shen Ye, ready to pretend to be tired to cause him to attack, so as to kill him directly. Have you seen it all? But do you really think you can beat me or even kill me without chakra? A faint sweat appeared on Shen Yi's forehead. And the exhausted details were made ultimate, just for the white blunt attack. Unexpectedly, he made a very different move. Chapter 30 Still want to run away. Hokage, I set the skill to Chapter 30 and wanted to escape. Feeling the exhaustion of Shen Ye, Bai Dun turned around and ran towards the village, completely giving up the bottom line and dignity of being a member of the public. Shen Ye didn't realize what the hell this guy was doing for a while, and when Bai Duan's figure was about to disappear, Shen Ye finally reacted. Dang Tang Chunin actually said that if he ran away, and he really didn't want to face at all. Shen Ye hurriedly chased after him. If he really let this guy run away, his secrets would not be able to be hidden. Looking at the direction of Bai Dun's escape, Shen Ye threw out 2 shuriken with imprints in a row, and the ha-ha sound came from Bai Dun's ear. This guy's shuriken level is really as clumsy as rumored, no wonder he has become the laughing stock of his classmates. Split Thor's technique. Shen Ye put his hands together on his chest, and operated chakra to teleport directly to the position of the imprinted shuriken. Everything Bai Dun has not yet reacted, Shen Ye has already stood in front of him, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Aren't you going to run away? Why did you run in front of me? Before Bai Dun could open his mouth, Shen Yi's palm became huge and directly pinched him in his palm, and threw it towards the thorny tree trunk in the distance. The appalling picture appeared in Shen Yi's sight, and after taking a deep breath, Shen Ye turned and left the forest. Along the way, Shen Yi's mind was haunted by images of Bai Dun's death. Although he was ready for a life and death battle after crossing here, but if he really killed a ninja with his own hands, Shen Ye would inevitably have some discomfort in his heart. Reluctantly, he returned to his home, and after simply saying hello to Tsunade, he returned to his room and closed the door. Tsunade looked suspiciously at the direction of Shinai's room and shook his head helplessly. What happened to this stinky boy outside? Why is his mood so low all of a sudden? Forget it or ignore it. In the blink of an eye, a few days have passed, and Shinai has recovered from that feeling, as if nothing happened in the classroom of the Ninja Academy. The sunlight outside sprinkled in the classroom, and Shen Ye was already drowsy leaning against the window lazily. Suddenly there was a loud noise outside, and Shen Ye shook his head and looked in the direction of the door. It was a familiar figure. God Knight, you come out for me, don't think I don't know it's your good deeds. Danzo shouted and rushed into the classroom, but was stopped by the teacher in front of him. Although Danzo's strength is very strong, but they perform their duties, the leader of Anvil can't reach out to the Ninja Academy. Shen Ye scratched his head, the matter of Bai Dun's death was still exposed, and Danzo immediately locked the murderer on Shen Yi's body. After all, Bai Dun's task is to hide in the dark and observe Shen Yi, so his death must be inseparable from Bai Dun. Teacher, I just need to go out. Can he kill me in broad daylight? If something happens, run back to the classroom at any time, and I can protect you. Shen Yi nodded and left the classroom in a dashing manner. Others in the classroom looked at Shen Yi, who was gradually disappearing, with incredible eyes. Anbu in the village so angry. Could it be that Shen Yi has made a big mess recently? Shikaku and Minato looked at each other and nodded, ready to rush out at any time. Shen Yi, you are so bold now that you even dared to kill Anbu's members. Now I will arrest you back. Do nt worry, Danzo, what does the death of an Anbu member have to do with me? You. Danzo was at a loss for words, and he couldn't tell the matter of sending Bai Dun to observe secretly. Without the connection, Bai Dun's death has nothing to do with Shen Yi, and there is no way to bring him back. You wait for me. Leaving a cruel word, Danzo left the Ninja Academy directly. Looking at the direction of his actions, it seemed that he went to the Hokage office to find an explanation. Shen Yi was not worried at all about this. The old man from the third generation was very thoughtful, and even if he suspected himself, he would not take any action. After Danzo left, Shen Yi did not choose to return to the classroom. I wanted to take advantage of the sunshine to have a good sleep, but was interrupted by this guy Danzo. Teacher, my mind was a little frightened, can I go home and have a good rest? Shikaku and Minato, the two of you are with Kamiya, and I'm worried that there will be danger on the way. This teacher deeply understands that Danzo is a person who will pay revenge, so he asked Shikaku and Minato to send Shinai home safely. After leaving the academy, Shikaku and Minato couldn't hold back their inner curiosity and kept asking what happened. Shinya told the two people about the death of Anbu members, ignored everything between himself and that guy, and picked up all his relationships. It seems that it was the action of that guy. How can these old stubborn people in the village not understand something that can be easily solved? Yet, the enemy we encountered has not been caught yet, and now even the members of Anbu have been killed. But that's fine, Danzo will join the team looking for him, and there's plenty of time left. Shen Yi nodded symbolically, but he was thinking about another thing in his heart. Who was the guy he met that day? In his impression, he had met that guy more than once. Except for a real friction, that person was very quiet, but his eyes kept falling on him. Could it be that the system in his mind was discovered by that guy? There is no such person in this world. You two should also be careful, that person hasn't been caught yet, so I'll go back first. Kamiya stopped at the door of the house and watched Shikaku and Minato disappear around the corner of the street. Instead of opening the door of the room, he turned and walked towards the forest. Bai Dun's death has already happened, and the three generations have already sent ninjas to look for clues. Shen Yi needs some simple guidance in the past. Sure enough, several ninjas had already surrounded the periphery of the forest, and they all wore masks on their faces, which seemed to be members of Anbu. Looking at it from a distance, Shen Yi did not rashly approach. Under the leadership of Danzo, these guys have regarded Shinai as their number one enemy, and even if they can't shoot casually in the village, they will not be treated well. It seems that we need to think of another way to guide him. I don't know what the 3-generation-old man is doing. Chapter 31 Trace. Hokage, I set the skill point to Chapter 31 of the main text and left the forest. Shen Yi went directly to the office, ready to directly explore the words of the third generation of Hokage. Pushing open the door, Sandai was standing in front of the window quietly looking forward, not knowing what he was thinking about, and did not feel the appearance of Shinai. 3 generations of adults, what are you thinking about? Oh? It's Shinai. The 3 generations turned around with a smile, and there was nothing in his eyes, as if no ninjas were killed in the village. Shen Yi took a few steps forward and sat directly at the table. Danzo suddenly showed up at the academy today and said his ANBU member was killed and put all the incriminating evidence on my head. And such a thing? It seems that I need to find that guy and have a good talk. Don't the 3 generations of adults not know about this matter? I have surrounded the place and are searching for evidence. Have you found anything? The 3-generation-old man looked like he was hesitating to speak, and then shook his head gently. Shen Ye secretly likes it, even if he finds evidence, he will not target his head. After all, the only traces of ninjutsu that can be viewed are mokuton, wood style. However, in the entire ninja world, almost all ninjas who can use mokuton, wood style, ninjutsu are in Anbu, and in the end they only think that there is something wrong inside Anbu. That guy is getting more and more rampant, not only making public appearances, but even starting to assassinate ninjas in the village. The 3rd generation nodded, and now the Anbu member's death can only be counted on the guy who has never been found. Shen Yi's goal has been achieved, and no one except Danzo has suspected him at all. After all, Shen Ye is just a child to everyone. Even if he defeated Uchiha Fu, who is genin in some trainings, it does not mean that he can kill Chunin by leapfrog. No guy in history has ever fought across 2 levels. Jiraiya has stepped up the search and believes that this guy can be arrested in the near future. I hope so, and I hope no one in the village will continue to be in danger. After all, Shen Ye got up and was about to leave the office. He had already achieved his purpose, so there was no need to continue here. Just after leaving the office, a suspicious figure flashed by in front of Shen Ye, looking extremely familiar. This guy is so arrogant that he came here to eavesdrop directly. Is the protection of the village just a decoration? I wanted to catch up and check the situation, but after thinking about it carefully, Shen Ye gave up this plan. Anxious at this time, in Danzo's heart, it was more certain that he was the opponent who killed Bai Dun, and he could only be calm. Shaking his head, Shen Ye walked slowly towards the house, and by coincidence he met Chza on the side of the road. Shen Ye, did Danzo treat you well? Why did you even hear about it? Has it spread in the village? Yes, Anbu's members have come to the family to conduct some investigations, and found some clues of ninjutsu in the forest. Shen Ye waved his hand. He didn't expect Danzo to care so much about the death and injury this time. It seemed that he was determined to do it against himself. However, if it wasn't for the enmity between Danzo and Shinai, he wouldn't have set his sights on the child Shinai at all. That's a dignified Chunin. If I killed it, I wouldn't hide myself at all. Chza touched his chin and fully agreed with Shinai's point of view that Chunin could be killed during the Ninja Academy period, which can be called a genius among geniuses. Village will not go against a genius ninja because of the loss of an Anbu member, this is the cruel ninja world rule. The two walked forward side by side with a common goal in mind, and that was Ichiraku ramen. Chza was worried that Shen Ye would have a psychological burden, so he took the initiative to consume with Shen Ye, and there was nothing in his heart that couldn't be solved by eating. It happened that Shen Ye's stomach was a little hungry, so he silently responded to Chza. Looking at the steaming ramen in front of him, Shen Ye wanted to compete with Chza for speed, but turned his head and found that Chza patted his stomach in satisfaction. Difference in Kamaya's gaze, Chza scratched his head embarrassedly, took the ramen in Ichiraku's hands again and put it down. Don't be surprised by my speed. I usually look like this. I will accompany you slowly in this bowl. It doesn't matter, you can destroy it as quickly as you want, and I'll be fast too. Shen Ye took a deep breath and put all the ramen in his mouth and chewed it carefully. Chza's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up to Shen Ye. It was the first time he had seen someone who could have the same speed as him, and his admiration for Shen Ye increased a bit. The painting style of two people eating ramen is very strange, like a gangster. If it wasn't for Ichiraku's knowledge, he might have regarded these two guys as freaks, the guys who blocked his business here. Chza, have you kept up with your recent practice? Chakra's control cannot be left behind for a day. Don't worry, Shinai, according to what you said, I am practicing hard every day, and the Akimichi family is about to flourish in my hands. Kamiya nodded. In the original book, the Akimichi family's ninjutsu is not very lethal. However, it was only when they really touched it in their hands that they found out that they didn't know enough about their own ninjutsu for a long time. The body doubling technique can achieve unexpected results when it is released just right. And Shen Yat, ready to impart this effect to Akimichi little by little, while growing his family and village, he can also have a capable assistant by his side. 2 children, have we met somewhere? A guy with no ninja logo on his body walked up to Kamiya and Chza and greeted them actively. Chza turned his head slightly to look at Shen Yat, and he had never seen this guy in his mind, so he must be talking to Shen Yat. Shen Yat frowned, although the appearance of this guy in front of him was very unfamiliar, but Shen Yat knew who he was. Appearing with a different face, do you know how much the current village wants to catch you? What are you talking about, kid? I just passed by and saw that the 2 of you are more familiar. Oh? Is that so? But we haven't seen you at all. Shen Ye shrugged indifferently, his eyes fell on him, but he wanted to see how long this guy could hide. Chapter 32 got you. Hokage, I turned the skill point to Chapter 32 and found you. At this time, there are ninjas scattered all over the village, ordinary ninjas and some members of Anbu. On the one hand, it was to capture the enemy who appeared in the village, and on the other hand, it was sent by Danzo to observe Shinai. The guy standing in front of Shen Ye didn't seem to know what happened in the village, and he looked like he was just about to move. Chze, if we start a fight now, will we be caught by the ninjas around? Chze scratched his head and didn't understand why Shen Ye suddenly asked these questions, but nodded subconsciously. Children, are you reminding me when you talk about this all of a sudden? Uncle, thank you for your kindness. The guy patted Shen Yi's head, straightened his body and walked towards the sparsely populated direction, preparing to change into another identity and continue to observe in the village. The expression on Shen Yi's face changed, and he cursed inwardly. If that guy was discovered at this time, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to wash himself off. After all, the action of slapping the head was too intimate. Chza curiously asked what happened to the place. Shen Ye shook his head, and did not want to tell this to pure Chzi. However, Chza unconditionally believed in Shen Ye, and knew in his heart that he would not harm him, so he did not continue to intervene. After instructing Chzi, Shen Ye watched the sky gradually darken and was ready to go home, believing that Tsunade already knew about the death of Anbu members. Sure enough, when he pushed open the door, Tsunade was sitting at the table, flipping through scrolls. Sister Tsunade, Danzo almost took me back today. What? You're not hurt, are you? Tsunade hurriedly got up and walked in front of Kamiya, checking his body up and down. I'm fine, it's just that some of Anbu's people in the village were killed. Are we going to have a war? As he spoke, Shen Yi's body trembled slightly, as if he had remembered something bad. Feeling that she was holding Shen Ye by her side, knowing what the war meant to Shen Ye, now I just want to comfort Shen Ye well. I'm fine, Tsunade sister, I've become very strong now. I believe in you, our Shinai is the strongest person in the world, and my sister will protect you well. Without further discussing about the village, Tsunade carried Kamiya back to the room and kissed him lightly on the forehead. Accompanied by the faint moonlight shining in the room, Shen Ye snored slightly after a while, and the experience of this day was enough for him to digest slowly. A few days passed, the guy finally exposed himself, and the 3 generations sent many ninjas to arrest him. Shen Ye instantly joined the arresting team. As long as he was caught, he could completely offset the village's misunderstanding of him. Shen Ye, Ninja Academy has informed us that we don't need to pass these days, perhaps because we are worried that we will become a drag bottle. It's a good performance opportunity for us. Minato looked at Shinai in a different way, watching him fighting, and seemed to understand something. Shen Ye took Minato directly to Hokage's office. There were already many ninjas gathered in the room, including several familiar faces of Shen Ye. Jiraiya, Tsunade are also among them. That guy is in the forest not far from the village. I now order you to form a temporary ninja coalition and go and bring that guy back. Yes, Lord Hokage. Yes, Lord Hokage. Everyone responded one after another, and left the office by jumping several times in a row, leaving only Shinai and Minato standing there, looking at each other in dismay. 3 generations turned to look at the two of them. What's the matter with the two of you? In such a special period, it's better to go home obediently. How could the battle be without the two of us? Please join us with the consent of Lord Hokage. It's too dangerous. We still don't know what kind of strength that guy has. Being able to hide in the village for so long is definitely not something you two can deal with. Shen Ye spread his hands and knew that this would be the result, all of which were within his own expectations. Bringing Minato here is just to let everyone know that they are involved, and it would be better if they can take down that guy with their own hands. Patting Minato on the shoulder, Kamiya turned and walked outside. Following the traces left by those guys, Shen Ye pulled Minato and chased out of the village, but he didn't expect to be stopped at the door by Yamashiro Aoba. It's dangerous outside, you two don't just leave. Brother Shancheng, other people don't know, do you still want to stop me? Yamashiro Aoba frowned. Before that, he and Jiraiya teamed up to test this night, and Jiraiya had already told himself the final result. Be careful. Yamashiro Aoba thought again and again, but slowly turned his body aside to let Minato and Shinai pass by. Without any pause, the two rushed directly into the depths of the forest, preparing to find the figure of that guy as soon as possible. Shen Ye believed that he would meet the guys in Jiraiya first. After all, he had already felt something, and he always appeared in front of him. There was a murderous intention hidden in the silent forest. Minato and Shinai walked forward without moving an inch, watching the surrounding situation with all their attention. With a bang, a shuriken flew out from the side, and flew straight towards Shen Ye's head. Minato snorted coldly, jumped and kicked the shuriken to the side. The two forces intertwined, and the shuriken plunged deep into the tree trunk. It's coming so soon. Shen Ye stopped and looked quietly at the direction where the shuriken flew out. A figure walked out slowly with gentle steps, but with a mask on his face. It was not clear what kind of face it was. This attire undoubtedly made Minato stunned, and the forehead guard above his forehead indicated that he was a ninja from Konoha village. Anbu in the village? Or is that guy pretending to be? Now I can't take care of so much anymore. Cheer up, otherwise we will not be able to meet in the future. Minato nodded, and while the guy on the other side was still enjoying himself, he rushed out instantly, and threw a few lily swords in a row and flew towards him. Humph, don't bring out the little tricks for shame. That guy didn't move, and the shuriken was stagnant in mid-air, unable to advance a single ounce. Shen Ye frowned and hurriedly reached forward a few times and pulled Minato back. If he continued to walk in, he might have been seriously injured by now. Chapter 33 Identity Confirmation. Hokage, I put the skill point to the 33rd chapter of the explosion text to confirm the identity. What happened? How did it happen? A very powerful chakra magnetic field appeared around the guy, and he was in complete control of his body at this time. If that's the case, don't the two of us have a chance to get close to him at all? Shinai didn't answer Minato's question, but took a few steps forward and stood 1 centimeter in front of the magnetic field, clasping his arms around his chest and quietly looking at the guy in front of him. Now he just wants to determine what the identity of this guy is. If it is an Anbu member, Shen Ye will drag Minato out of here immediately and report the matter to the 3rd generation of Hokage. If it is the guy who has been hiding in the village, the two of them must be ready to go all out. You seem to be watching me all the time, and you appear as soon as you walk into the forest. Of course, in order to complete the task given to me by Danzo, my eyes have never left your body. Shen Ye frowned, and there was still no way to convince him that his feud with Danzo was no longer a secret in the village. Don't you know that your teammates were killed by guys who hide their identities in the village? What's the point of dumping everything on me? Humph, I'm just fulfilling Danzo-sama's orders. What does other people's deaths have to do with me? The corner of Shen Yi's mouth lifted slightly, nodded towards Shen Yi, turned and rushed in the other direction. Minato followed closely even though he didn't know what happened. Anbu froze in place, not understanding why Shen Yi suddenly chose to run away. There was no communication along the way, until the ninja of Konoha village appeared in sight, and the speed of the two slowly slowed down. Shen Yi, what happened? He's Danzo's man, and fighting him will do us no good. It looks like it will take 3 generations to advocate justice for me. Kamiya and Minato quickened their pace and came to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Why are you two little guys here? 3 generations have clearly told you not to get involved in this battle. Sister Tsunade, this battle is not only for the village, but also to help me and brother Jiraiya get their names right, so I will participate no matter what. Tsunade shook his head helplessly. He knew that Shen Yi was very stubborn. Even if he let him go back to the village now, it would not help. On the contrary, the 2 little guys would be even more dangerous if they left the big force in Konoha village. Don't be left behind. Tension during the war. Tsunade said a few words and continued to explore with the team. According to the information, the guy was not far ahead at this time. Time passed little by little, and everyone was tensing their nerves, ready to enter a state of battle at any time. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind around. Tsunade raised his hand to signal the team to stop advancing, and the team dispersed to surround Minato and Kamiya in the middle. Looks like an enchantment, the guy is clearly ready for us. Leave the barrier to me, as long as you find the eye, you can easily crack it. A plain-looking ninja appeared in the crowd. Kamiya had no impression of this guy at all, but the huge package he was carrying caught Kamiya's attention. After 3 or 2 jumps, he appeared on the edge of the barrier, and took out a few small devices in his backpack and placed them neatly. Ninja, the art of destroying the barrier. The silent battle started quietly, and the surrounding air fluctuated. In Shen Yi's perception, the barrier seemed to gradually disappear. Tsunade and Jiraiya were watching the surroundings attentively, and even though the barrier was about to disappear, there was no strangeness on their faces. Is this what a real ninja needs to have? Don't panic. It seems that we still have a lot to learn. This is hardly just when the 2 of us take credit. Learning is the most important thing. Minato nodded. At first he simply thought that Shinai was so eager to prove his innocence. Now it seems that some of my thoughts are too simple, and I can't help but look up at the night. The ninja with the luggage returned to the team, and the surrounding enchantment disappeared completely, and Tsunade organized the team to continue to move forward. According to Shen Yi's understanding of this place, if you continue to move forward, you will soon walk out of the forest and into the sphere of other forces. If it really ran into other forces, the arrest work would undoubtedly increase some difficulties. At the edge of the forest, a man stood quietly waiting in the treetops with his arms around his chest, his eyes fixed on the ninjas of Konoha village. I've been hidden for so long, and finally I'm still waiting for you to discover me. There seems to be no conflict between Konoha village and Iwagakure village. Are you trying to start a war? I have left that useless village, please remember my name, Wu Tian. Tsunade frowned. The final trial of such a defected ninja would not be handed over to Konoha village, but to Iwagakure village for the final sentence. Wu Tian, this ninja had never heard of this before, and his defection was not even announced by the village of Iwagakure. I see, this guy must be an ordinary ninja, so we don't have to worry about anything at all. Jiraiya nodded, agreeing very much with what Kamiya said. The state of underestimating the enemy is not allowed, but it is also not allowed to overestimate the enemy too much. Everything must be done according to the most recent reality. However, in Shen Yi's view, Wu Tian had no chance of winning at all. The face of a team composed of many ninjas, let alone this unnamed ninja, even Tsuchikage has the strength to fight here. Doton, Earth Style, Earth Flow River. Without giving everyone a chance to think, Wu Tian summoned a mud swamp at the feet of Shen Ye with his quick hand seal. Shen Ye instantly felt a sense of weightlessness under his feet, and his body staggered and almost fell over. Fortunately, Minato quickly pulled Shinai's arm, and the two shook their bodies twice to stabilize their bodies. Tsunade and Jiraiya jumped over the tree trunk and looked down at where they had just stopped. The attack is decisive and it looks like we have a tough opponent this time. Have been partners for so long, what kind of opponent has not met before, what is there to worry about? Tsunade rolled his eyes at Jiraiya and rushed towards Wu Tian with a ruthless force under his feet. Chapter 34, Chakra Outbreak, and touched my chin. For the ninjas in Iwagakure village, the forest is not a good place to fight. But this guy Wu Tian chose here, he must have his own reason. We have nothing to do but get in the way, rush. Minato nodded, distanced himself from Shen Ye, and rushed towards Wu Tian's position in the direction of the woods. Left and one right, Tsunade and Minato tightly surrounded the guy in the middle, and if they wanted to escape, they could only run back and forth. Shen Ye squatted on the tree trunk and quietly observed Wu Tian's movements, ready to do anything at any time. Wu Tian shrugged, and his body fell to the ground on a rampage. At the same time, he operated the chakra in his meridians without a single stop. The rumbling sound appeared in Wu Tian's body, and the operation of chakra had reached the peak ultimate. There are some differences in Shen Ye, this guy must have his adventures, otherwise he will never have such a strong chakra. Minato and Tsunade approached Wu Tian almost at the same time, and thumped their fists straight at the top of his head. Wu Tian grinned, suddenly raised his head to look at Shen Ye, his lips moved without making a sound, and the whole person suddenly disappeared in place. He actually told me it was up to him? What did he mean? Shen Ye understood Wu Tian's lips, but at this time Minato and Tsunade's fists were about to fall together. Sister Tsunade, hurry up and put away your strength, or Minato will be knocked away by you. Got it. The nick of time, Tsunade contracted the muscles above his fist and sealed the chakra on his arm. The fists collided without making a sound. Minato took a deep breath and looked like he was the rest of his life. If Tsunade really hit him with all his strength, Minato would have already flown into the air by now, and half of his body would have been shattered. Hair boy! Master Tsunade, now is not the time to talk about this. The most important thing right now is to kill that guy. Shinai and I will help you well. Don't be a disservice, we don't have time to protect you two little guys. An untimely voice came out from the crowd, and Shen Ye looked at the source of the voice, a member of Anbu. He couldn't help shaking his head. It seemed that Bai Dun's death completely connected himself and Anbu. Even if it was finally confirmed that Bai Dun was killed by Wu Tian, there was no way to ease the relationship. As long as Danzhou survives, Shen Yi's reputation will be bad throughout Anbu. Then you're going to bring that guy back, shouting here. Tsunade rolled his eyes at the guy, turned and plunged into the forest. Although being an Anbu member can ignore some of the rules in the village, the principle that Tsunade can't mess with also applies to Anbu, and he doesn't dare to say a word. Kamiya pursed his lips and followed Tsunade, chasing towards the depths of the forest. After passing through the tree trunks, Shen Ye saw Wu Tian's figure again. At this time, light blue light was burning all over his body, which looked very strange. Could it be that he used some extraordinary means? Why did this guy suddenly look like this, as if it would explode in the next second? The chakra in his body is very chaotic at this time. He must have used some forbidden technique, which can improve his ability in a short period of time. Shen Ye nodded and looked at Wu Tian silently in a fighting stance. Minato stood not far from Shinai and threw out two shuriken with imprints, but Wu Tian easily avoided it and plunged into the tree trunk behind. Fantastic power! Shen Ye rushed towards Wu Tian with fierce force at his feet. Tsunade wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Shen Ye landed in front of Wu Tian in the blink of an eye. Waving his fist towards Wu Tian's chest, Wu Tian snorted and did not move, letting his fist fall on his body. Force as strong as Tsunade fell on the blue light, but found that there was no wave at all. An attractive force appeared on Shenai's fist, and he tried to withdraw his arm, but found that it was useless no matter what. Tsunade quickly jumped to Wu Tian's side and attacked him in the same way, trying to break Wu Tian's attention. Minato took the opportunity to run behind Shenai and pulled Shenai out of the predicament with all his strength. Shen Ye squatted on the spot and recovered his body, but the chakra in the body was absorbed a lot in just a moment, and the body became weaker. Fortunately, Sage Mode has been absorbing the natural power of the air to restore chakra back and forth. Watching Tsunade and Wu Tian fighting together, Shen Ye finally knew how terrifying the powerful ninja was at this moment. If he encounters Wu Tian alone, once that guy is motivated to kill, there is no way for him to escape now. It seems that you need to find the right opportunity to make a move, otherwise it's really easy to lose your heart and die in his hands. There are only the three of us here at this time, and the ninja troops from Konoha village have not yet come in reinforcements, so it will be a little harder. Whoever said we weren't here, we'll leave it to us here. Jiraiya stood on the top of the tree with a huge scroll on her back, and folded her arms around her chest, quietly watching Wu Tian and Tsunade who were fighting. Shen Ye glanced at Jiraiya, and since he had already appeared here, he didn't rush into the battle, just looking at being handsome. I said bro Jiraiya, big sister Tsunade can't resist. Jiraiya scratched his head, his body suddenly swooped down above the treetops, and fell between Wu Tian and Tsunade in the blink of an eye. Tsunade glowed with the bluish light burning around him, and Jiraiya knew it was a tough fight, and there was no way to end the fight anytime soon. After another, more and more ninjas from Konoha village joined the battle, and more than a dozen ninjas surrounded Wu Tian in the middle. Kamiya and Minato looked at each other and sat down on the wooden stake beside them, admiring the splendid battle, while recording these fighting skills in their hearts. Suddenly, Wu Tian broke through the circle formed by Tsunade Jiraiya and rushed towards Shen Ye and Minato. Be careful, Shen Ye, this guy rushed in the direction of the two of you. Let him come, the two of us are people who can be caught so easily, the art of Hiraishin. Kamiya grabbed Minato's shoulder with one hand, performed the Hiraishin technique directly, and disappeared in place with a bang. Not only Wu Tian, but even Tsunade froze in place. Chapter 35 of the main text. I have never seen Shenai use such ninjutsu before. In Tsunade's memory, only the second-generation Hokage can master. People in later generations have also read the ancient books and learned some cultivation techniques about the Hiraishin technique, but no one has been able to truly succeed. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Straight through space? Am I right? One after another, questions appeared in the Konoha village ninja team, but they were quickly broken by a roar from Wu Tian. I only know the two wastes who escaped. I know that I can't escape today, and I have to pull two pads on my back. Wu Tian stretched out his right foot and tapped lightly on the ground. After turning his body in a circle in mid-air, he continued to chase in the direction where Shen Ye appeared. Tsunade and Jiraiya have been given enough opportunities to react, and he will not be allowed to get close to Shenai and Minato at all. Once again surrounded by ninjas from Konoha village, Wu Tian obviously couldn't handle it, and burning chakra for a long time had already made him a little powerless. Doton, Earth Style, Rock Lodging Destruction. Wu Tian quickly hand seal with both hands, the surrounding ground began to move faintly, and the huge stone suddenly broke off the ground and smashed towards every ninja in Konoha village. Sin/Sage Art, thousands of hairpins. Jiraiya instantly became huge, protecting all the Konoha village ninjas below, as did Minato and Kamiya. The stone fell on the strong iron-like hair and was shattered as much as possible, turning into small stones and rolling down to the ground. Wu Tian took this opportunity to turn around and rush in the direction of Shen Ye, never letting go of the urge to kill these two little guys. Shen Ye, who had been holding his breath, looked at Wu Tian, who was approaching, and suddenly burst into anger. I really think I'm easy to bully, and then I'll let you feel the anger of a king. Minato felt Shen Yi's mood, and the battle was instantly ignited. He took out a few lily swords in his pocket and threw them at Wu Tian, fighting for a short time. Katon, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Shen Ye condensed all the chakra in his body in his mouth, took a deep breath and spit out a huge flame, which exploded when he was about to touch Wu Tian. The sky was suddenly lit up a little, the flames were burning, Wu Tian supported the blue light and marched out of the flame little by little. Jiraiya quickly exhaled at the flame, and the strong wind cooperated with the flame to completely drown Wu Tian in it. Doton, earth style, no dungeon. Intermittent stones fell from the sky and fell into the flames, and all the stones gathered together to form a protective shell that enveloped Wu Tian. Shen Ye frowned. After the burst of chakra, this guy can actually perform ninjutsu that is several times stronger than himself. He must find an opportunity to steal it into his own hands. At this time seemed to stand still, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the flames until the flames slowly dissipated. Wu Tian jumped and broke through his protective shell, possessed himself and rushed towards Shen Ye. The magic of doubling the part of the strange power. Shen Yi's fist became huge in the blink of an eye, and it bombarded Wu Tian in the sky. With the strange force, it even bit the air and made bursts of noise. Tsunade stared blankly at Shinai, not expecting that the younger brother he had always wanted to protect had grown to such a degree. Takes a long time to become a true master even for the Akimichi family's ninjas, but Shinai has been able to use them skillfully. Wu Tian, who was in mid-air, had no way to avoid the huge fist, and his body was sturdy. Successful, I hope this can hit Wu Tian hard. It's best to solve this trouble at once. You are too naive to think, and I was easily defeated by you like this. Didn't I hide in the village for so long in vain? Wu Tian's remarks aroused deep doubts in Shen Yi's heart. Since he has defected from Iwagakure village and became missing nin, what is the purpose of lurking in Konoha village? If it wasn't for the purpose of passing the news back to the village, there would be no need to endure the humiliation here. Jiraiya and Tsunade also posted this question, and they both put away the movements in their hands and looked at Wu Tian in front of them calmly. It's been missing nin, so what do you want in Konoha village? What's here worth lurking for so long? It's my secret, telling you guys, I'm afraid every guy here will betray the village of Konoha and find that truth. The truth? What truth? Find it yourself, ha ha ha. Wu Tian's attitude is very tough, and he doesn't want to reveal his purpose at all. Ibiki has a lot of ways to pry his mouth open as soon as he gets caught, and that's when all the questions about him will be known. Just come. Kamiya Minato, the two of you are always ready to give him the most fatal blow. Good. Yes. Tsunade and Jiraiya stayed close to Wu Tian at the same time, and the other Konoha village ninjas performed their duties and prepared for the net closing operation. Having been entangled for so long, Wu Tian's body was already on the verge of collapse, struggling forcibly with a breath in his heart. Shen Ye expanded Chakra's perception, and everyone's figures appeared in his mind. Every action was slowed down several times, and it was easy to analyze what the next action was. Tsunade took the lead in fighting with Wu Tian once again, pushing Wu Tian to the ground bit by bit. Jiraiya cooperated with Tsunade to slowly send Wu Tian into the prepared trap. Although Wu Tian didn't want to follow the hearts of these two guys, he found that he had lost control of the battle. Shen Ye, it's now. Partial doubling technique. Shen Yi's arm suddenly became incomparably huge, grabbing Wu Tian, who was about to fall to the ground, in his own hands. At this time, the blue light on Wu Tian's body was close to being exhausted, and he couldn't hold Shen Yi's huge palm at all, so he could only struggle indiscriminately. Well done, I can finally bring this guy back. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya had relaxed smiles on their faces. Minato took a deep breath and was ready to go home and rest for a few days to digest everything he had seen and heard during the battle. Jiraiya flattened the huge scroll behind her on the ground, bit her finger lightly and slapped it on the scroll. The art of sealing. A burst of suction came out from the scroll. Wu Tian shouted that his body was twisted and absorbed into the scroll, and then Jiraiya closed it again and put it on his back. Chapter 36 Wrong Person. Hokage, I put the skill point to the 36th chapter of the explosion text to admit the wrong person. You can go back to the 3 generations of adults, you 2 little guys are the main contributors. Shen Ye nodded, this time it was about his own reputation, and he would definitely not give up the title of the main hero. Returned the same way in the direction of travel, and directly fell back to the Hokage office and handed the scroll to the hands of the 3rd generation of Hokage. The hidden dangers in the village have finally been resolved. You all contributed to this time. If you have any rewards you want, feel free to bring them up. Several Jonin's, including Jiraiya and Tsunade, all shook their heads and turned to leave, leaving behind Minato, Kamiya, and Sandai Hokage. Minato tugged at the corner of Shinai's clothes and wanted to leave. As for the reward, forget it. However, Shen Ye has already thought about what kind of rewards to get, and it will never be too much for the 3rd generation. Then I'm welcome. I hope that the 3rd generation of adults can give me a chance to contact Wu Tian alone. 3rd generation of Hokage frowned, wondering why Shen Ye wanted such a reward. For others, it was not a reward at all. All kinds of guesses appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, but they didn't show on his face. It can satisfy you, Minato, what reward do you want? I'll answer you for Minato, those ninjutsu banned by the original Hokage, it's time for Minato to appreciate it. 3rd generation hesitated for a moment. He knew in his heart how talented Minato was. Perhaps those seemingly dangerous ninjutsu could really be inherited by him. I promise the 2 of you, but it can only be done after the village has to deal with some things. Although Shen Ye really wanted to see Wu Tian alone before the village trial began, it seemed that the 3rd generation would never give him such a chance, and it would even cause some doubts. Leaving Hokage's office, Minato and Shen Ye went back to their home directly, leaving Shen Ye to wander aimlessly on the street alone. Ninja Academy has suspended learning because of what happened in the village these days, and I don't know when it will be able to start again. After Wu Tian was caught, the name of Shen Ye Voyeur was completely eliminated. The female ninja in the women's bath that day was full of guilt towards Shen Ye. Back at the door of the house, Shen Ye found countless food and small gifts piled up by the window, each with a note expressing his apology. When I had nothing to do, I read all the notes, and Shinai found that there was no letter of apology from Uchiha Mikoto. What's going on with this guy? He taught her to practice ninjutsu for nothing, and won the 1st place in the family competition and even forgot about me. Shen Ye pouted but didn't take it to heart. After all, the guy who pretended to be Jiraiya had already caught it, and the fake became the real thing. Just as he was about to open the door and walk into the house, Shen Ye found a familiar figure standing not far away, with his arms clasped together and leaning against the street lamp on the street. Uchiha Mikoto, what are you doing here? Shen Ye, you are finally back, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Is something wrong? I was wrong that day. I recognized the wrong person. You shouldn't always suspect that you are the guy who peeped at us. It's been such a long time, so don't bring it up again. Besides, I didn't blame you at all, otherwise I wouldn't teach you to practice. Mikoto nodded fiercely, the stone hanging in his heart finally fell, and looked at Shinai innocently. If you have nothing else to do, just go home. The village hasn't completely recovered. Mikoto waved his hand towards Kamiya, and walked towards the Uchiha family in a jogging manner. Looking at her cheerful back, Shen Ye shook his head helplessly, and his reputation was finally completely corrected. Back home, Shen Ye leaned comfortably on the sofa, thinking about Wu Tian in his heart. A few days later, Shen Ye got the latest news from Tsunade's mouth, and Wu Tian had already admitted everything. Not only did he pretend to be Jiraiya to peep that day, but even the killing of EPUB members was on his own head. In this regard, Shen Ye did not understand very much. This guy obviously did not do these things, but he still admitted it. By the way, Shen Ye, the third generation of adults asked you to find a time to see him recently, perhaps to ask you something about Wu Tian. I'll go right now. Shen Ye jumped up and jumped directly on the bed, opened the window and walked over to the side of the street, walking leisurely towards Hokage's office. Tsunade shook his head helplessly. Watching Shen Ye approaching the office little by little, there was no expression on Sande's face, and his body disappeared into the office in a flash. Shen Ye, over here. The voice of the third generation appeared in the sky above Shanai, and Shanai looked around and found that he was standing on the shadow rock of Konoha village at this time, with his own nose under his feet. Shen Ye sighed softly and jumped to Sande's side in 3 or 2 times. The nose of the 3 generations of statues, Sarutobi Hiruzen took Kamiya into the eyes. At this moment, Shen Ye discovered that Yinjian had hidden secrets. The eyes of each statue were a separate secret room. Perhaps important enemies were also imprisoned in other secret rooms. Walking through the dark corridor, Shen Ye saw Wu Tian in the dim light. His hands were controlled by iron chains, and only his body could move easily. Looking at the injuries on his body, it was obvious that he had undergone severe torture. The 3 generations made a look at Shen Ye, turned around and left here, guarding the eyes to prevent Wu Tian from escaping. It's a pity that you didn't kill this little guy. I gave you the opportunity to humiliate me here. I have a few questions that I'm very confused about, and I hope I can get some answers from you. Hee hee. The mocking laughter came out of Wu Tian's mouth, but Shen Ye didn't show anything about it. Those things are obviously not yours to do, why admit it? I had to be convinced by the methods of Konoha village. I never thought about this kind of torture before this. I didn't do it for you. Shen Ye frowned. This guy really knew that all those things were done by himself, but he clenched Kaibaguan himself under these punishments. If it was just 3 generations of Hokage, Wu Tian might not have been hurt so badly. Must be that Danzo wants to get the information he wants from his mouth, so he uses Anbu's right to coerce a confession. In Shanai's knowledge, one of Danzo's subordinates is very good at these methods, and can explode the mentality of a captured ninja tortured. Chapter 37 Forbidden Technique. Hokage, I put the skills in the 37th chapter of the text, Forbidden Technique. Anyway, thank you for helping me get rid of the suspicion. If there is a chance in the future, I will rescue you. Shen Ye took a few steps forward, raised his hand and gently placed it on Wu Tian's shoulder, silently activating the system stealing skills in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Wu Tian's skills. Chakra is in turmoil. Steal cooldown, 3 hours. Hearing the system prompt sound, Shen Ye couldn't help but raise a smile at the corner of his mouth. The chakra turmoil used by Wu Tian has a congenital defect, that is, it will increase the consumption of the body and can only last for a short time. However, after the system steals, all the side effects disappear, and almost no consumption of chakra can be achieved when performing ninjutsu. With Sage Mode, Shen Ye is confident that he can kill Bai Dun again in an extremely short period of time without leaving a trace. After getting what he wanted, Shen Ye turned around and prepared to leave the cave. The dim environment inside made Shen Ye a little breathless. Watching the back of Shen Ye disappear into the light and shadow little by little, Wu Tian moved the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow I will be sent back to the village of Uegakuer. It's better to save me. If you have a conscience, burn some little secrets for me. Shen Ye waved his hand slyly. Since he had promised to rescue him, he would fulfill his promise no matter where he was. What's more, Shanai's heart is not only in Konoha village, it is just a stepping stone to a higher level for him, and one day he will gallop in the entire ninja world. Looking at Shen Ye's high-spirited appearance, the third generation knew that he was getting a lot of benefits here. Naihe's identity is Hokage, the supreme commander of the entire village, and he asks a child to verify what is detrimental to his status and image. Leaving the site of the 3 generations of Hokage, Shen Ye can't wait to try the power of chakra turmoil. Unlike Wu Tian, Shen Yi's body didn't change at all, but he felt a big change in his body. The flow of chakra increased a lot, stimulating every meridian in the body. Sure enough, it's an amazing ninjutsu, and the strange power that emerges at this time may have surpassed Tsunade. Bumping his fist, he could feel the majestic energy contained in it, but there was nowhere to vent while looking at the streets around him. The benefits that I want to get are already in my mind, and I don't know how the situation on Minato's side is. Putting away all the ninjutsu and releasing, Kamayu rushed towards Minato's house and knocked on the door several times without getting any response. This guy won't be bewitched by the forbidden technique. Worrying about Minato's safety, Shinai kicked the door hard and opened the door, only to find that Minato was watching the scroll in his hand intently. Even if the broken door shards flew to his face, there was no reaction, and Shen Ye couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. Minato, do you guys have to be so fascinated? There is still a lot of time to study in the future. It's Shen Ye, I was so fascinated by it that I didn't realize you were coming. The scroll has been handed over to you, don't rush to practice for a while. Go eat a bowl of steaming ramen to relieve the pressure in your heart. Shen Ye could clearly feel the temperament that Minato exudes at this time, and at the same time, he could feel the exhaustion in his eyes. Maybe he kept it that way last night, and it's still the same to this day. After stretching his waist, Minato hid the scroll in the corner of the house and prepared to leave with Shinai. But just after a few steps, Minato ran home again and took out the scroll. Standing in the room, Minato looked hesitant. For fear that someone will play the idea of scrolls, even if it is carried on his body, he is not at ease. Kamayu sighed and snatched the scroll from Minato's hands. You should rest assured that the scroll is with me. How can you become a Hokage in the future when you look suspicious? You're right, and since that's the case, put it on the table in an upright manner. Shen Ye grinned, is this guy's brain circuit abnormal? Put it on the table with great fanfare, and it is strange that it is still on the table after eating ramen. Forbidden technique created by the 2nd generation of Hokage is the yearning of many ninjas, but it is just love. After deliberating in the room for a while, Shinai took it with him in the end and took the initiative to find Shinya when Minato was preparing to practice in the future. Ichiraku ramen can't satisfy today's results, let's get Chza together. It's a good idea, let's call everyone together on the way, it's been a while since we got together. Why don't we divide our troops in 2 ways? The 2 hit it off, and Shinai took the 2 girls to the bridge. Minato, on the other hand, brought Shikaku and Chza together, and the group finally discussed and decided what to eat to relax themselves. Following the path that he was familiar with, Shen Ye went straight over the wall and walked into the Hyoga family's house, just as Yuexing was practicing in the open space. Yuexing, take you out to play. It just so happens that Mei Shang is here, let's go together. Shen Ye nodded, just to save himself a lot of energy, the 3 of them left Hyaga's house and walked straight to the bridge. But I found that the 3 or 2 guys had already been waiting. You are a little slow, the 3 of us have been waiting here for a long time. Looking at the snack bags littering the floor, I already knew that. Chza scratched his head embarrassedly, and in just a few minutes, he ate all the snacks he was carrying. A group of people walked slowly along the streets of the village, their eyes scanning back and forth in the shops on both sides. Octopus balls. Shall we go here? Seeing the propaganda poster by the window, Mai Shang's eyes began to radiate a gleam of light, and saliva unconsciously stayed down the corner of her mouth. Shen Ye smiled secretly, unexpectedly. Mei Shang looked quiet on the surface, but deep down she was still a full-fledged foodie. Before Shen Ye could answer, Yu Xing raised his hand and jumped up. For a moment, Shen Ye even suspected that these 2 guys had colluded with everything in advance. Several people walked into the store mightily, looking at the boss and the proprietress. Shen Ye felt a familiar feeling for a while. Children, Chza is here, old rules. Apparently Chza is a regular here and has known the owner for a long time. It's going to double in a few days, and I'm very hungry right now. The boss then led a few people into a small comfortable room, just enough to accommodate a few people. Chapter 38. It's them. Hokage, I put the skills to the 38th chapter of the explosion text. Only Shinai and his party were left in their room, and the door was closed. Chze, it looks like you know this place very well. Its nature, not only here, but every food in the village has traces of me. Shenye subconsciously gave Chze a thumbs up, and sure enough, the Akimichi family has a great love for food. The bosses here look familiar, do you know anything about them? It looks familiar, the two of them belong to the Uchiha family, but there is no way to practice ninjutsu, so I opened octopus meatballs here. Shenye suddenly realized, no wonder he saw an unusual temperament in the two of them. Even if he can't practice ninjutsu, he can still tell the difference between the Uchiha family and ordinary people at a glance. Minato looked absent-minded, thinking about the forbidden technique on the scroll all the time. The temporary crisis in the village has been lifted. What we are about to face is the graduation of the Ninja Academy. Everyone must work hard. Don't worry, Shenye, with your help, we are bound to graduate. Just as several people were talking enthusiastically, the boss gently opened the door and walked in with a cart full of food. The eyes of Mishang and Yuexing fell on the little octopus in the car, and they couldn't move away from the little octopus. Before the little octopus could settle down on the table, the two were caught in their bowls. Chza's eyes also radiate brilliance, and anything that can be eaten into his mouth is very important to him. The simple gathering continued until night came, and everyone patted their stomachs contentedly. Many people have been reduced on the street, and only a few hurrying ninjas are on their way. The huge team on Shinai's side is undoubtedly the existence that attracts the target on the street. It's them. A small sound came from a corner in the dark, completely unnoticed by Shenye and the others. What should we do, or should we rush up at this time? The scroll on Minato's body is now priceless. Are you crazy? There are two guys from the Hyuga family and the Akimichi family, and Kamiya is not a vegetarian. We may not have a chance of winning against Namikaze Minato alone, let us save it. The three hesitated and finally disappeared into the darkness, ready to look for an opportunity to snatch the forbidden technique scroll in Minato's hands in the future. At this time, Minato didn't know that he had been targeted, but the scrolls would be in Shinai's hands except when they were practicing, so there was nothing to worry about. The moon gradually replaced the position of the sun, and Shenye sent the two girls back to their respective homes. Suddenly, three masked guys appeared in front of him, blocking Shinai's way, and all three held a shuriken in their hands. Hand over the forbidden technique scroll if you want to go, or you'll want to look good. How good looking, if it can't attract the attention of all the girls in the village? I don't agree. Shen Yi's answer made the three of them speechless for a while, not knowing what to say. In fact, Shen Ye saw through the identities of these three guys at a glance, and they were little guys studying in the same classroom. It was just that he was fascinated by forbidden technique for a while, and Shen Ye didn't want to do anything. Just teach him a simple lesson. Katon, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Suddenly, UIS flames appeared dazzlingly in the night sky. The three masked guys had never seen such a battle before, and they froze in place. The flame disappeared just a few centimeters away from them, and the scorching heat had already made the three guys sweat. In the future, I will practice down to earth. Forbidden technique is not something you can touch if you want to. After all, Shen Ye jumped into the night and disappeared into the night, jumping back and forth between the roofs and returning home. Forbidden technique scrolls are hard to come by. With the blessing of the system, Shen Ye slowly opened the scrolls and laid them on the ground without hesitation. It seems to have opened the door to a new world. Many of the ninjutsu created by the second generation Hokage are all recorded, and Shinai remembers them one by one in his mind. A long time passed unknowingly, and the sky turned white. Shen Ye stretched his waist and slowly recovered from the scroll. The amazing thing was that he didn't even feel the slightest tiredness. The sage mode is turned on automatically, and the constant force of nature relieves the fatigue of the body. It really is a good ninjutsu. What are you talking to yourself about? Forgot what days are? Today? Bad. Shen Ye hurriedly put the scroll in his pocket, dressed casually and ran over the window to the Ninja Academy. The comfortable and warm vacation is over, and the next thing to face is the boring college life. Without any stops along the way, Shen Ye ran to the gate of the academy in one breath, just in time for the bell to ring a second before. Shen Ye, you are also late. Uchiha Mikoto appeared slowly beside Shinai, as if he didn't care about being late at all. Why are you so calm? Aren't you afraid that today's teacher will suddenly add new items for those who are late? I have already asked, and today's teacher is also a late king, so there is no need to worry at all. Shen Ye twitched the corners of his mouth twice, and sure enough, everyone from the big family would get news that they were one step ahead of the others when they went to school at the Ninja Academy. However, I am very curious about who the teacher will be today, known as the late king. The two walked into the classroom side by side, and a murderous look instantly fell on Shen Ye. Distance, Uchiha Fugaku saw the two people walking with him, and his heart was filled with anger. Minato raised his hand and greeted Shinai to sit down. Shen Ye, this way. Here comes. With Uchiha Mikoto, Kamiya walked over to Shikaku and Minato. The two were equally curious about today's teachers. I heard that today's teacher is quite special and is a ninja that we are very familiar with. It seems that the title of the late king is about to be confirmed, and it has not appeared at this time. Shen Ye spread out his hands and lay directly on the table. Although sage mode had been all the while relieving his body's fatigue, he still couldn't help wanting to sleep. In a trance, Shen Ye fell asleep. Suddenly, Shen Ye noticed that someone was shaking his arm frantically, so he slowly opened his hazy eyes. Minato looked forward with a surprised expression on his face, the strength in his hands only increased. Stop shaking, I've woken up. Look at Shinai. It really is the ninja we are very familiar with, but I didn't expect it to be him. Chapter 39 Teach. Hokage, I set the skill point to chapter 39 of the main text, and Shen Ye raised his head and looked at the podium. I didn't expect it to be Jiraiya. How could it be this guy? Are we going to teach us how to peep at girls taking a bath today? Jiraiya-sama is one of the best ninjas in the village no matter what, and he will definitely teach me a very powerful ninjutsu. Kamiya turned his head to look at Minato with a difference, and fought together after that time. Minato seems to have started to worship Jiraiya in his heart, with a faint urge to become his apprentice. Original work, Namikaze Minato became Jiraiya's apprentice after graduating from Ninja Academy, and it seems that nothing will change because of the appearance of Shinai. In just a few minutes, Shen Ye has completely recovered. Since it's brother Jiraiya, then listen carefully to what will be taught to us. Minato nodded again and again, then looked forward intently, waiting for Jiraiya to speak. Jiraiya stood on the podium with a smile, glanced around the classroom, and finally landed on Shinai. Hello, classmates, the third generation of adults ordered me to teach you today, but I need the cooperation of a classmate for a few days. Shen Ye secretly said that it was not good, and his purpose was already written in Jiraiya's eyes. Nothing else, this lucky classmate is himself, but Shen Ye really doesn't want to cooperate with Jiraiya. However, countless students around were looking forward to it, and Shen Ye had to resign. Minato cast an envious look at Shinai and said in his heart, it would be great if I would cooperate with Lord Jiraiya, but Shinai is not bad either. Not letting Shen Ye down, Jiraiya walked to his side in a few steps. I am amazed at the skeleton of this classmate. It is a good material for cultivation. Shen Ye smiled awkwardly, walked behind Jiraiya to the podium, and waved to the others in the classroom. The two exchanged their eyes briefly, and Shenya knew that what happened next would not be very smooth. Brother Jiraiya, I advise you to be kind. If Tsunade's sister knows that you are bullying me, you should know what will happen. Don't worry, today is definitely a very big gain for you. I hope so. Jiraiya tapped her head twice, waved her hand, took out a few unknown small things from her pocket, and threw them all over the classroom. Enchantment, get up! With the movements of Jiraiya's hands, every little thing glowed purple. When all the rays of light were connected together, the classroom was already enveloped by a layer of enchantment. Looking at the classroom from the outside at this time, there was nothing at all except a purple mist. At the same time, a light blue barrier also appeared around Jiraiya and Shinai, and in the barrier were two people, Jiraiya and Shinai. Lord Jiraiya, why are there so many enchantments here all of a sudden? Yuexing was a little worried about Shinai's safety, so she gathered up her courage and stood up to ask Jiraiya what was going on. Jiraiya raised a finger and waved it in front of everyone to signal that everyone should not have any psychological burden. Today is a special lesson for you, so the ninjas outside the enchantment will not see what happened here, and it can be regarded as the harvest of protecting you. Then the barrier between the two of us is unnecessary, right? Do you want to be rough with me to prevent accidental injury to other people? Congratulations, Shenya, you are absolutely right. Shenya twitched the corners of his mouth twice, and he was able to say so calmly about hurting himself. As expected, he was a shameless guy. The real book of intimacy in paradise came from Jiraiya's hands, and Shinai was finally able to understand why. Even if the two people didn't control their own voices, because of Jiraiya's control, the guys outside couldn't hear the conversation between the two people at all. The only thing I could see was the movement of the lips. Cough, as a ninja, the most important thing is the control of chakra, then you should take good care of it. Jiraiya's voice echoed in all directions of the classroom, as if he was present in everyone's ears. Shenya folded his arms around his chest and looked at Jiraiya quietly, wanting to see what kind of tricks he could come up with. Whether it is true preaching or karma or preparing to take revenge on himself, Shenya has already figured out how to teach Jiraiya a lesson after the end. Natural Face is not a vegetarian, and she can successfully subvert Jiraiya's image by acting like a spoiled child in front of Tsunade. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiraiya, looking forward to his next move. Raise Nan. Suddenly, a swirling blue chakra appeared in Jiraiya's hand. Shen Yi's eyes widened and he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Jiraiya actually used such a powerful ninjutsu to deal with him. Anyway, he was still a child at this time, and he had some things that went too far. Dig the grass, Jiraiya brother, are you a little too much? This ball is rubbed on me, and half my life is gone. Hey, I'll be good at master. Kamaya felt the malicious smile on Jiraiya's face, swallowed her saliva, and quickly assumed a fighting stance. Chakra perception is flooded in the entire enchantment, but Shenya found that there is no chakra fluctuation on the blue ball, just a blue ball with a surface. Come on bro, I'll cooperate with you properly. Shenya opened his arms and slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the Raise Nan in Jiraiya's hands to fall on him. Jiraiya pushed Raise Nan forward with an expression on his face, and pushed it directly on Kamaya's chest. Yuexing screamed and closed her eyes. Everyone broke into a cold sweat for Shenya, worried that something might really go wrong. But there was no sound, and Raise Nan gradually disappeared from Shinai's chest. Don't panic everyone, I won't hurt you, I just want to tell you the importance of controlling chakra. Yes, I feel a lot from the personal teaching of Lord Jiraiya, no matter any ninjutsu needs more subtle control of chakra. Jiraiya quietly gave a thumbs up to Shinai, and he has always been worried that Shinai will not cooperate with him well. Even all the bad situations have been likened and fully prepared. Jiraiya folded her hands on her chest, and whispered in a low voice, close. The barrier on the edge of the classroom and the barrier around the two gradually disappeared, and then turned around and nodded towards Shen Ye. Thank you very much for the cooperation of this classmate. This is the end of the few days of teaching. I look forward to the day when you graduate from the Ninja Academy. Chapter 40 Create Your Own Ninjutsu. Hokage, I put the skill point to the 40th chapter of the explosion text self-created ninjutsu. What? Is that just the end of it? Yeah, I haven't seen what's going on. The one who feels the most clearly right now is Shen Ye. It seems that we need to ask him properly. I think it's better. It seems that Lord Jiraiya's purpose has always been Shinai, and we are just a foil. All the gossip around him fell into Shen Yi's mind, and Shen Ye shook his head helplessly. This guy Jiraiya is really going to cause trouble for himself. He just corrected his image and collapsed at this moment. This is not only the male ninja who will be full of hostility towards Shinai, but even some female ninjas are also very bad at Shinai. Only a few close people around Shen Ye know that what Jiraiya taught today is far inferior to what Shen Ye taught in person. Amid the chattering and arguing, the day passed quickly. Shen Ye, should we go out to eat something after school? No, I still have some things to do. Without waiting for the bell to ring, Shen Ye jumped straight over the window and landed steadily on the ground. Raised his head and waved to Minato and the others before strutting away. There was a frenzy in the classroom again, and the word Shen Ye was instantly pushed to the forefront. This guy must have a very important gain and didn't want to share it with us, so he ran away. Some guys started to move around and wanted to leave with Shinai, but were scared off by the staring eyes of the teacher standing nearby. After leaving the academy, Shen Ye chose a direction and ran quickly. According to what he knew about Jiraiya, he would definitely be able to find him there at this time, and ask him what happened to Rei's Nan. In the original work, the ninjutsu of Rei's Nan was created by Namikaze Minato after 3 years, but was learned by Jiraiya in just a few days. However, at this time, Namikaze Minato did not even become a genin, nor did he have too much contact with Jiraiya. Following the familiar route, Shen Ye appeared near the bathhouse where he landed. Walking around the bathhouse, I happened to see Jiraiya's own guy leaning on a wall with his butt pouted and peeking at him, and from time to time he gave a subtle smile. I knew you must be here. Shen Ye silently stood behind Jiraiya. Because she was very ninja observing, Jiraiya didn't feel someone approaching behind her at all, and she was still watching intently. Monster force condensed. Mobilized the chakra in his body to quickly gather on his right foot, and landed directly on Jiraiya's butt without a pause. Ouch, who kicked me? Jiraiya jumped up while covering her butt, and the people in the bathhouse quickly put on their clothes when they heard the sound outside. There are perverts peeping, sisters rush out for me. The fat bathhouse owner ran out with a broom in his hand, and Jiraiya didn't have time to react and hurried away. Shen Ye covered his mouth and smiled, letting this guy play a little trick on himself in the Ninja Academy, taking this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Hey, little guy, did you see who was peeking here? The guy ran over there and didn't look like a ninja from Konoha village. Chased in the direction that Shinai pointed, and Jiraiya leaned against the big tree and let out a long sigh, and finally escaped the disaster. Seeing that the surroundings were completely quiet, Jiraiya jumped down the tree and fell to Shinai's side. Little brother Shinai thanked you just now. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to get out of my body right now. Humph, I just have something very important to ask you. Let's find a place to sit quietly for a while. Jiraiya nodded, looking at the serious expression on Shen Yi's face. She knew that it was not an easy matter, and she had to answer carefully and seriously. Silence. No one broke this silent scene until it fell into a hidden corner. How did you learn the ninjutsu Rei's Nan? Oh? You mean the little blue ball? It was available a long time ago. Jiraiya shrugged, not expecting that Shen Ye was so serious about such a thing. When he was on a mission, Jiraiya suddenly had some ideas in his mind, so he quickly implemented Rei's Nan. Shen Ye frowned and said, Is it because my appearance has changed some rules and things in this world? I can't figure it out. Jiraiya carefully recalled the process of creating ninjutsu, and found clues about Shinai. It's a coincidence that it happened to be the day you appeared in the village, and such a mysterious thought appeared in my mind. Could it be that you are my lucky star? Shenya gave Jiraiya a stern look, completely losing interest in continuing to talk with this guy. However, Jiraiya's remarks just proved Shinai's conjecture, and it was indeed his appearance that changed some ninja worlds. Towards Jiraiya, Shenya got up and was about to leave. Jiraiya scratched his head inexplicably. Until now, he has not figured out why Shenya suddenly asked these questions. Does he want to learn? After leaving Jiraiya, Shenya walked slowly to his home. Shenya, what are you thinking about? You look absent-minded. At this time, the Ninja Academy just ended, and the two girls, Yuexing and Mice Hang, went home together, but they saw Shinai on the way. Shenya calmed down and raised his head to find that there was a street lamp just a few centimeters away from him. If there was no Moonstar's voice, he would have hit it. Is it out of school? Yeah, you were about to hit a street light just now. Fortunately, I woke you up in time. Are you thinking about Jiraiya-sama? Kamiya smiled and shook his head. In fact, all the things that flashed in his mind just now were all about Namikaze Minato. By the way, how are those guys? I've been clamoring and wanting to find you all the time, and in your mouth, I have received today's teaching from Jiraiya-sama. Shenya let out a long sigh and patted his forehead. At that time, I kept thinking about Rei's Nan, and I forgot that Jiraiya had brought so much trouble to him, otherwise, he would never have helped him escape from the women's bathhouse. Now that he met two girls, Shinai played a gentlemanly manner and sent the two back to their own homes. The sky has gradually darkened, and Shenya suddenly felt uneasy, so he hurriedly ran to the house. Hokage I put the skill to burst. Chapter 41. The lights in the room were flickering brightly. Shenya frowned and silently pushed open the door of the room, and crept in. Tsunade in the place where the light was shining, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, Shenya still felt that something was wrong. If Tsunade had returned home early, he would never have entered his room. Slowly approaching his room, Shenya could clearly hear someone rummaging inside. Damn, where did that guy hide him? Is it possible that I will carry it with me all the time? Maybe there will be something to gain from Namikaze Minato. No, I've been observing for a few days. After the Ninja Academy parted, the scrolls have always been here in Shinai. Shenya touched his chin. It turned out to be the three guys who surrounded himself and wanted to get the Forbidden Technique scroll not long ago. It's really three stupid thieves, they don't even know that one person is left standing at the door to let the wind out. These three guys, Shenya, have almost determined who they are. They are all children in the same classroom, and it's enough to teach them a simple lesson. Cough cough. After pretending to cough twice, there was a sound of turmoil in the room, and the three guys hurriedly opened the window and climbed out. But because he was too anxious to land firmly on the ground, the three painful wailing stopped abruptly. Shenya smiled helplessly. It must be very painful to fall, but he did not dare to make a sound for fear that Shenya would find out. Pushing the door open, he found that his room was already dilapidated, with clothes and messy quilts left in the corners, and half-covered cabinets. No matter where it is revealed that it has been looted, Shenya can't feel a trace of anger. If you stop at this point, you can consider letting it go. Otherwise, it's not something the three of them can bear to get angry. While tidying up the room, he set the rules for himself, so he couldn't be provoked again and again. Suddenly, the corner of the room emitted a brief light, but it was still captured by Shenyi's sight. He walked over frowning, and under the suppression of countless clothes, a scroll appeared impressively. He picked up the scroll and flipped it back and forth in his palm a few times, but couldn't see what scroll it was about. I wanted to call, but with Shenyi's current ability, I couldn't break the seal above, so I had to temporarily put it in my ninja pocket, and look for opportunities to find out in the future. The scroll that suddenly appeared in the room may have been accidentally dropped by those three guys, or three habitual criminals, and I don't know which family's little guy they are. Shen Ye shook his head helplessly and continued to tidy up the mess in the room. After a while, there was a sound of pushing the door outside the room, and Tsunade slowly walked into the room. Is there a thief in the house? It looks so messy. Sister Tsunade, this is your home. How dare a guy without eyes come to your home to steal something? What do you mean, kid? Are you talking about the violence of your sister? Tsunade shook his fist, the expression on his face tightening. It seemed that the next second to meet Shen Ye was a violent storm, and Shen Ye swallowed his saliva and shook his head quickly. Just kidding, even being played twice by Tsunade in the name of love is not something that Shen Ye can bear. Not hurting but suffering pain. In terms of chakra control, no one in the village can be compared with Tsunade, and Shenai also dare not try it easily. Okay, leave it to me to clean up the room, you are a stupid boy. Gang took down the movements of Shen Yi's hands. Kamaya opened his arms around Tsunade's neck and kissed Tsunade's forehead lightly. Sister Tsunade is the best for me. Is Shen Ye at home? Are you Shen Ye? Suddenly there was a hurried knock on the door outside. Shen Ye frowned and quickened his pace to the door. Opened the door, he found Shikaku standing outside the door. The sound of rapid breathing indicated that he came here in a hurry, and he was out of breath when he spoke. To drag Shikaku into the room, but was rejected by Shikaku's actions. The third generation of adults temporarily dispatched us a mission, and Minato is already waiting for us at the entrance of the village. Kamaya nodded, turned around and responded with Tsunade, and followed behind Shikaku in the direction of the village entrance. The chakra perception spreads out silently, and it can clearly feel that the chakra in Shikaku's body is very disordered. It seems that it is due to the long journey. As a ninja, I was out of breath after just rushing for a while, and I will suffer a lot in battle in the future. It's not because the notice from the third generation is too sudden, and all the chakras have just been practiced at home. After a while, the three of them gathered at the entrance of the village, and Minato looked at Shikaku and Kamaya anxiously. However, Shen Ye didn't have much yearning for this action. After all, for the three generations, everyone was just a kid who had not graduated yet. Therefore, it will not arrange very difficult tasks, but it is more anxious. You two have finally arrived, let's go quickly. What's the hurry? Shikaku's current state needs to be restored well, otherwise it will be very disadvantageous in battle. But there is not much time left for us, and the third generation is very anxious. What is the mission? Just reconnaissance. In a desolate place not far from the village, the ninjas of Konoha village found the appearance of some humans, and it has been determined that there are no ninjas there. So the three generations wanted the three of Shinai to go over and check them thoroughly, and bring those people back to the village before dawn to wait for their fate. After hearing all the content, Kamaya turned to look at Shikaku, but such a task does not require restoring complete physical condition. Then the mission this time should be completely under my command. We don't know if there will be any unexpected situations. Minato and Shikaku have no objection to this. The two of them have long regarded Shinya as the leader, and they are also the target they will pursue in the future. After making full preparations, the three of them ran towards their destination, jumping between the trees in a row. In order to save time on the road, Minato did not hesitate to spend chakra to cast the Hire Shin technique, and the three of them were getting farther and farther away from the village. As everyone knows, there are still a lot of variables waiting in that unknown place, and only in battle can we grow better. Feeling the change of chakra in Minato's body, Shinai hurriedly stopped Minato from continuing to perform Hire Shin's art. Try to restore the chakra in the body for the rest of the journey. Chapter 42 of the main text. Just bring those people back to the village, and leave the chakra on the road. Things are far from being as simple as you think. What you two have to do now is to follow my instructions. Have you forgotten how you promised me when you left the village? The expression on Kamaya's face was serious, and at this moment it was like a majestic King Kun, who couldn't tolerate Minato and Shikaku's rebuttal. The two also knew that this was for their own good, so they responded again and again. The speed of the three of them gradually slowed down, and at the same time, Kamaya launched Sage Mode, touching the power of nature in the surrounding air, not only pouring into his own body, but also accompanied by Shikaku and Minato's bodies. After several hours of traveling, the three finally arrived at their destination. Shikaku and Minato also recovered most of their chakras with the help of Kamaya, and they can cope even if there is a sudden turmoil. In a large forest, there is only one log cabin surrounded by clustered tree trunks. Shenya hid in the woods to observe for a while, but did not find chakra appearing between the wooden houses. Go! With an order, Shikaku and Minato jumped off the tree trunk at the same time and landed next to the log cabin, while Kamaya landed directly on top of the log cabin. The three exchanged their eyes briefly, and moved at almost the same time. Minato pushed open the window and jumped directly into the room, Shikaku pushed the door and entered, and Shinai used his magic power to penetrate the roof and fall into the room. There was no one in the small wooden house, only Shen Yi's three people's eyes wandered around, looking for the existence of people. There is no one here, and looking at the dust on the table, no one has come in for a few years. Could it be that the news from the ninjas in the village is false? The 3 generations of adults will not lie to us, right? No, we've all been tricked by the guys here. Shen Ye squatted down slowly, and found that there was an untimely stone in the middle of the ground. Such a stone never existed in the entire forest. Shikaku and Minato looked at each other and shook their heads, not understanding why Kamaya was so sure. At this time, Shen Ye finally understood why he couldn't feel the flow of chakra at all, and why the dust here was so dense that no one appeared for several years. The crux of the problem is that on this small stone, Shen Ye is very sure that this stone contains the power of the seal. Take this stone with you and hand it over to the 3 generations after returning to the village, maybe all this will be solved. Doesn't there be no one here? That means our mission failed, our first mission. Shen Ye shook his head. In fact, the mission has only just begun. After leaving the wooden house, Shinai rushed towards the forest in one direction. Although Shikaku and Minato couldn't understand what was going on, they still followed behind Shinai. Not as Shinai expected, there were other houses nearby, and people could be seen from a distance. This is where we're looking, it's just a blindfold. It doesn't look like they're easy to mess with. The guys who went in and out of the house were typical burly men, none of them looked thin. Even if you can't practice ninjutsu and use chakra, the power contained in it still looks very powerful. And it is not something that Shinai can deal with. Shikaku, it's up to you next. Shikaku nodded, and after just a short period of contact, everyone had some tacit understanding. Shadow binding technique. Shikaku climbed over several tree trunks and stayed very close, extending the shadow under his feet and directly controlling the 2 outermost guys. Minato and Kamaya looked at each other and landed on the edge of the house, tapped their feet lightly on the ground and rushed into the house. Before the big men in the room could react, Shen Ye burst out with his own strange power to entangle several people together. Minato pulled ropes from his pockets to tie everyone together. 3 people surrounded these guys in the middle. How many of you are there? Everyone has been caught here by you, who are you? What do you want to do? We should ask you, what is the purpose of suddenly appearing within the confines of Konoha village? Hearing the 3 words of Konoha village, the eyes of the big man at the head changed obviously, and returned to normal in an instant. We don't know where this place belongs, we are just being hunted by others, so we are hiding here. If you have anything to say, let's talk to those guys after returning to the village. We are just a few children. The corners of Shen Yi's mouth rose slightly, and he took the initiative to emphasize the fact that he was a child. On the one hand, it lowered the defense of the other party. On the other hand, these guys will definitely look for opportunities to escape, and they can see the ambition in their eyes at a glance, even though they have been very well disguised. However, new problems followed, and the 5 big men didn't seem ready to cooperate, so there was no way to bring them back to the village. Minato, leave Hirashin's mark on them, the 2 of us take turns teleporting, and Chikako takes care of it. Minato nodded, took out the shuriken, hung it on the rope, and threw another shuriken fiercely in the direction of Konoha village. The art of Hirashin. A few people disappeared into the house, and when they reappeared, it was already a few miles away in the woods, with the shuriken thrown by Minato stuck in the trunk. Without too many stops, Shenya and Minato performed the Hirashin technique one after another, and several people got closer and closer to the village. Suddenly, the big man at the head let out a roar, and a huge force burst out of his body to break free from the rope, and the 5 people ran away in different directions. Minato and Chikako tried to chase but were stopped by Kamiya. Go back to the village, there are 5 of them, and there are only 3 of us who can't catch them all in one go. But the ninjas in the village will take care of it. We are just students who haven't graduated yet. We haven't become real genin yet. No one will blame us. Minato hesitated for a moment, but still obeyed Shinai's arrangement. He knew that Shinai would not deceive himself, and he would not harm himself. By the way, did you bring back the pebbles there? It's always in my pocket. Let's hand it over to the 3 generations now, and we will get the results before dawn, just stay in the office. Without the 5 burly men, Shenya and the others traveled very fast, returning to the village in just a few minutes. At this time, the village was completely dark. And there was not a single person walking on the street. Chapter 43 of the explosion text, rushed into Hokage's office. At this time, the 3 generations were looking out the window anxiously. Pushing the door open, the 3 generations looked forward to Shenya and the others, only to find that the 3 little guys had empty hands. Didn't you bring those people back? Fleeing by those burly men, but we have other gains. Oh. The eyes of the 3 generations showing differences are just ordinary people who are not recorded in the book, and there will be unexpected gains. From this point of view, the news that the ninjas had sent back was not very accurate, and there were even many situations that were not understood. Kamiya nodded at Chikaku, who took it out from his pocket and disappeared and placed it on the table. The eyes of the 3 generations were instantly attracted by the small stone, and frowned from time to time, not knowing what to think. There is a very powerful sealing force on this, which is definitely not something that ordinary people can accomplish. It was because I saw something wrong with it that I brought it back to you. Go back and rest first. It seems that this task requires Chunin in the village to complete it, and there will be some difficulties. Originally planned to wait here for the final result, but Shenya suddenly changed his mind and turned around and walked outside. Minato and Chikako listened to Sandei's words and knew that this matter was not something they could get involved in, so they simply left with Kamiya. At least a few people today have not won the title of mission failure, and everything needs to be considered in the long run. The 3 people went home in different directions, so they made a distinction at the foot of Yinjian Mountain. A few hours passed, and the next morning arrived as scheduled. Shenya supported his lazy arms. Shenya, you woke up, someone is looking for you outside. Tsunade appeared in front of Kamiya with a smirk, and the expression on his face was very ambiguous. Shenya scratched his head in confusion. Someone was looking for him to make Tsunade's expression so sacred. What is it? After finishing his clothes, Shenya walked out of his room in a few steps. A familiar and pretty voice in the living room sat on the sofa and waited. It's Mikoto, what's the matter with coming to see me so early? Can we go out and have a chat? Mikoto pointed cautiously in the direction of the door, his eyes full of anticipation. This time, Shenya was even more puzzled. How could Uchiha Mikoto, who is usually arrogant and domineering, seem to have changed a person, and was so timid? Kamiya nodded, pulled Mikoto out of the room, and didn't stop until he reached a hidden corner. Mikoto lowered his head slightly and stared at his toes, grabbing his hands on the corners of his clothes and slowly twisting his body, looking very twisted. There is something to say now, there is no one else around. I'm sorry Shinai, I have always blamed you. Didn't I already say modesty? And I've never blamed you. But... Mikoto's expression suddenly changed and Ui became moisturized, buried his head deeper, not daring to raise his head and look at Shinai. Shen-ye shook his head helplessly, not knowing what was going on. Don't continue, but if you have something to say, just say it directly, otherwise I'll have to go back. Don't tell me the mark on my ass. It's a secret I've always kept. Shen-ye twitched the corners of his mouth twice, thinking it was something important. Even if Mikoto didn't take the initiative to find himself, he wouldn't advertise such a thing. Gentlemanship is the principle that Shinai has always implemented to the end, not to mention Uchiha Mikoto is also a good friend in this world. Betrayal of friends is definitely not something that Shen-ye can do. I promise you. Thank you Shinai, will I treat you to Ichiraku ramen tonight? Shen-ye nodded, knowing that Mikoto still has a very important practice, so he didn't hold back. Looking at Mikoto's jumping back, he knew that Mikoto had completely opened a knot in his heart. Neither of them noticed that there was a small guy hiding on the edge of the corner, and he heard all the conversations between the two of them. Choosing the opposite direction to Mikoto, Kamiya walked towards Hokage's office. Although the third generation has ordered more advanced ninjas to carry out the task, Shinai is very curious about that little stone. Staying below and looking at the window of the office, it just collided with Sanday's line of sight. Sanday smiled, raised his hand and gently pushed open the window, then turned his body sideways and walked over to the table. Shen-ye arched his body slightly, condensed chakra at his feet, and landed by the window of the office after several jumps in a row. At this time, there were only 3 generations in the office, and the small stone was still placed on the table. Have you found anything in the pebbles? The third generation shook his head. There is indeed a strong seal on the stone, but it is still an ordinary stone after being untied. Perhaps even such a seal is just a trick. We have been deceived too much. What the hell is going on? It takes further observation to be able to conclude that ninjas have been sent to track down those guys. Shen-ye nodded, picked up the stone and put it in the palm of his hand and looked at it carefully, but he really couldn't see anything special. I thought there would be a world in a small stone, but that's all. Even the first generation dare not say that this can be done easily. The guy who eavesdropped on Kamiya and Mikoto's conversation quickly ran to the Uchiha family, pacing back and forth at the door and waiting anxiously. A while, Fugaku slowly walked out the door wearing a light cloth clothes. Fugaku-sama, you finally came out. I just overheard the damned Kamiya talking to Mikoto, and he actually knew the mark on Miss Mikoto's ass. Fugaku frowned, even he didn't know such a thing. If the guy in front of him hadn't said it at this time, Fugaku would have no idea that Mikoto's ass still has this natural mark on it. Fugaku, who had no affection for Shinai, suddenly changed the expression on his face and clenched his fists with both hands. The guy who made the small report was shivering and didn't dare to say more, for fear that Fugaku would attack him in a fit of anger. Trying to calm down his emotions, Fugaku took a deep breath. It's still thanks to you, this is a reward for you. Fugaku took out a small grey pill from his pocket and handed it to the guy in front of him, whose eyes suddenly glowed. Chapter 44 of the Explosion Text. Hitaki Sakumo went back to his home, and Fugaku got more and more angry the more he thought about it. The girl I had always liked was actually seen by this guy Shen-ye, and I couldn't swallow this bad breath no matter what. However, at this time, the children in the Ninja Academy are the key protection targets of Konoha village. In Fugaku's mind, even if Kamiya is involved in capturing the enemy, he is still a piece of trash. Let you be arrogant for a while first, and I will teach you a good lesson when you graduate from the Ninja Academy, and even let you die because of your mistakes." Uchiha Fugaku's face became more and more hideous, and he seemed to have seen the situation where Shinya fell to the ground and couldn't move. Then Shinya didn't know anything about it, and he didn't know that he had been targeted. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed, and there was still no news of the arrest of the 5 big men in the village, and Shinya gradually forgot about this task. One day, a brand new face appeared in the Ninja Academy, with particularly dazzling white hair. This new guy doesn't look very messy and has never heard of this guy before. Shinya folded his arms around his chest and quietly listened to the discussions of several people around him. In fact, he already knew who that guy was. Even though he is young, he can still tell his identity from the edges and corners of his face. Hotaki Sakumo, the ninja who would later be known as the Konoha White Fang, ended up being sullen by his duties in the village after giving up his mission to save his comrades. Minato, although this guy looks very cold, he is definitely the same guy as you. I can't tell that there will be a close side. Shinya lightly shook his head and didn't explain anything, just stood up and walked a few steps to Hotaki Sakumo's side, and took the initiative to stretch out his palm. "Hello, my name is Shinai." "Hello, I'm Hotaki Sakumo, in preparation for being the Hokage man." "What? You want to take my Hokage position? I won't promise you." Minato rushed up instantly, waved his fist in mid-air, and looked at Hotaki Sakumo with a defiant expression. For those who want to compete for the Hokage position, in Minato's heart, they are rivals, but fortunately, Kamiya and Shikako have no such thoughts. Joined his team with Hotaki Sakumo and sat not far from the window. The appearance of the teacher interrupted the discussion in the classroom, gave a brief introduction to Hotaki Sakumo, and started a new day of teaching. However, neither Shinai nor Minato had any thoughts in the classroom, and they were already looking at the window not far away and began to move. "Are you guys going to escape from the classroom? Would you like to join us, since you've seen through our minds?" Hotaki Sakumo touched his chin, thought for a while, and then nodded solemnly. The heart of Shinai, Hotaki Sakumo has a little more affection, and I was able to join the team of truancy on the first day of entering the Ninja Academy. Minato and Shikako both gave Hotaki Sakumo a thumbs up, and as Kamiya said, he is not an honest guy. At the moment when the teacher turned around and didn't pay attention, the 4 of them jumped over the window and landed on the playground. However, Hotaki Sakumo's movements were a lot more unfamiliar than the others. And he staggered a few times and almost fell over. "Looks like you still need some practice, it happens almost every day. I'm curious how your ninjutsu has improved without the academy's teaching." Shikako and Minato set their eyes on Kamiya with a look you know. Hotaki Sakumo still shook his head incomprehensibly, but he was not worried at all about escaping from the academy and not getting the education he deserved. "You will understand this matter later. We have a very important task to carry out today. Remember the 5 big men who escaped?" "Of course I remember, I always wanted to get them back. There has been no news for such a long time. It seems that the village has slowly forgotten about this matter, and now it is up to us to attack." Several people hit it off and ran quickly along the street out of the village. Hotaki followed behind the 3 people suspiciously. Although he didn't know what made these guys so anxious, he still followed behind. After all, when he first saw Shinya, he felt very familiar from the bottom of his heart. At that time, if Shinai hadn't actively appeared in front of him, maybe Hotaki Sakumo would have walked to Shinai's side and sat down next second. After a while, the 4 of them came to the woods outside the village. "It's been such a long time, it's impossible to find a trace, and it's just a matter of going back there and observing." Minato nodded, took the initiative to lead the way, and quickly jumped forward along the route in his mind. Looking at the surrounding woods, Shinya noticed something was wrong. It was dark at that time, so the observation was not as careful as it is now, and the trees along the way were more or less damaged to varying degrees. And these destructions are just following this route, which is the destination that he is about to reach. Shen Ye was very puzzled, and it was like some kind of signal guiding people to go there. We slowed down a little bit and it didn't look like the road ahead was going to be easy. Minato nodded, stayed on top of the tree trunk, looked left and right to make sure there was no danger, and continued to move forward slowly. Along the damaged road, several people finally reached the house located in the woods, but there was no one inside. Those burly men did not come back here. There is no one here at all. We have already discovered them. Those guys shouldn't come back here again. Watch carefully, there may be some unexpected gains. This matter is left to Hokage Sakumo. Hokage Sakumo nodded, attached himself to the ground and slowly started looking for clues. The mission here was heard before he entered the Ninja Academy, but he didn't really take it to heart. I can't think of a day when I will be concerned about it, and I can't help but feel more curious about Shen Ye. Although everyone is a student at the Ninja Academy, what Shen Ye has shown has far exceeded the thinking that should be expected at this age. Walking into the house, Mao Shuo saw at a glance that there had been a brief dispute here, but it was unilaterally crushed, and there was no resistance. Chapter 45 of the text. Who are you? Just when everyone's eyes were focused on this house, a mysterious figure in the distance hid in the dark and quietly watched these little guys. The guy with short eyes came here again, sabotaged my plan and almost took my Matsuri away. These words seem to be squeezed out of this guy's Kaiba seam, and he can clearly feel the deep hatred. The unknowing Shinai and his party expanded the scope of the search and decided to observe the surroundings. Shen Ye, I have a new discovery here. Minato leaped up the treetops and waved in all directions. Minato's call, the others turned and ran over there, reuniting after a while. Matsuri altar surrounded by countless bushes, Kamiya frowned. Matsuri altar would never have been discovered, which is enough to show how secretive it is. Since it's hidden here, it means that the guy who made him doesn't want to be discovered. Maybe those 5 guys are just tool people. I have some research on the Matsuri altar, let me take a closer look. Hokage Sakumo squatted down slowly, gathered the chakra in his body little by little and gathered it on the palm of his hand, and patted it lightly on the Matsuri altar. Matsuri altar radiated a faint light, and a burst of suction appeared in the middle of the Matsuri altar. Minato and Shikaku staggered and were almost sucked in. However, Shen Ye didn't feel the slightest bit, just a burst of prestige blowing down his ears. Hokage Sakumo quickly stopped the movement of his hands and turned to look at Kamiya. Looking at the expression on his face, Shen Ye knew that there would be trouble, and the Matsuri altar was far beyond what everyone could understand. You need 5 Matsuri items to increase your strength. Such Matsuri altars are not allowed in Konoha village, and even condemned in the entire ninja world. Let's hurry back to the village and report this matter to the 3rd generation of adults. We can't handle it with our current abilities. I'm afraid you have no chance to leave here. Since you have discovered this secret, it is better to stay as a Matsuri product. The 4 little guys can accept it reluctantly. The guy who had been hiding in the dark found that his Matsuri altar was exposed and couldn't bear it anymore. He walked out of the darkness and appeared in front of everyone. Shen Ye shook his head helplessly. After all, he still had to go through a battle. Sure enough, this task was not that simple. It depends on your strength to stay with us. You only have 1 person, but we are 4. 4 little guys who aren't even genin want to fight me. Did I hear some big joke? Shen Ye folded his arms around his chest, not knowing what was on his mind. Minato stepped forward to confront that guy, but was dragged behind him by Kamiya. A few steps, Shen Ye walked in front of everyone, raised his head and looked at the guy in front of him and moved his lips. Who are you? Who am I? I'm the enemy of Konoha village, the killer who will end your lives today, little ones. I'm asking for your name, so that I can leave a grave for you when you die. Greek then. Shen Ye scratched his head, but he had no impression of the name at all. Whether in the original book or after he came here, the name of Greece was a strange existence in his mind. For the enemy he didn't understand, Shenya didn't choose to launch his own attack directly. After all, he didn't know how strong this guy was, so he needed to test it out slowly. But Greece was very anxious, and his body stepped on the ground and suddenly rushed towards Shinai. God beware! Minato rushed towards Shinai, but he was still a step behind, and Greece was already stopped in front of Shinai. The palm of the hand is like a pair of pliers to grab the neck of Shenya, ready to make a move to defeat the enemy, but he did not expect that Shenya would simply turn his head and hide. There are some differences in Greece then, it is just a child who has such a reaction speed. At this time, Minato had come to the back of Shinai, clenching his fists with both hands and waving continuously towards Greaseaby. In desperation, Grease had no choice but to back away from Minato's attack. Kamiya patted Minato on the shoulder and gave Shikaku and Hataki a look. Although it was not long after joining the team, Hataki Sakumo could fully understand Kamiya's intentions, so he distanced himself from Shikaku and surrounded Grease. 4 people surrounded Grease, which made Grease even happier. If these 4 little guys are close together, it may be difficult to take all of them, but they can be broken one by one if they are scattered. Doton, Earth Style, the art of landslide. Greep stood in place and started hand seal with both hands. The surrounding ground began to sway faintly, and suddenly a huge hole opened in the ground. The ground beneath the feet of Shenya and several people slowly rose into the air, with a tendency to move closer together. Fantastic power! Shenya smashed his fist directly on the soil under his feet, and the huge force spread slowly along the place where the fist touched the ground. With the rumbling sound, the stones were scattered into countless pebbles, and Shenya jumped a few times and fell to the ground. The other 3 people did not have the ability to control power as delicately as Shenya, and they also chose to jump out of the range of the stone. Humph! Greek then coldly snorted, and quickened the movements of his hands. The stones finally collided together, but there was no loud sound as imagined, but a larger stone was formed and smashed towards Shinai. In his secret observation, it has been determined that Shenya is the leader of these guys, as the so-called catch the thief first catch the king. Shenya pouted, it turned out that this guy's goal has always been himself, and all the actions just now are just foreshadowing. Such a huge stone, even with the use of strange power and some doubling techniques, can't be resolved, and can only temporarily avoid the edge. Minato. Understood. Minato responded and threw the chakra with the imprint in a random direction. The art of Hiraishin. Before the shuriken could stop, the figure of Kamiya disappeared in place and appeared in mid-air. One hand grabbed the shuriken thrown by Minato and fell to the ground. The huge stone hit the ground, and the surrounding ground shook. I didn't expect you to run away so fast, but I won't let such good luck escape. My Matsuri was robbed by you, right? Chapter 46 of the explosion text. Yes, it's just the few of us, so what? Shinai looked at Greek Bai with his hands on his waist. Although this guy seemed very strong at this time, he still had the possibility of defeating him. It looks like we need a different approach. Minato nodded, and he really couldn't handle this guy with ordinary fighting methods. The magic of doubling the part of the strange power. Shenya jumped into the air, and the entire right arm instantly became huge, and fell directly towards Grease. Tips for carving bugs. Greek then completely underestimated the power of Shinai, and did not dodge, but directly greeted him. When a small fist met a fist with an incomparable distance, Grease was bombarded with power in an instant, and bounced back to the ground like a bullet. With a rumbling sound, a huge gully appeared on the ground, and Grease was lying motionless in the gully. It won't end so easily, it's too boring. Shinai stood on the edge of the gully and looked into the depths, and Grease Bai twisted his body twice and slowly stood up. His eyes were full of anger. He didn't expect that this small body could burst out with such a powerful force, causing him to collapse. There was a hint of unbelief in the anger. It seems that you need to be more serious about you, but such a powerful force can burst out. Millennium Kill. Hotake Sakumo took this opportunity to quietly appear behind Greek Bai, his hands together, leaving only 2 fingers outside. In an instant, Grease's expression tightened. In the sight of Shen Yat, the Greek Bai at this time seemed to be standing in a frying pan, and Yui's complexion would explode at any time. Ah! Exclamations appeared in his mouth, and Grease flew back to the ground. In the gully, only Hotake Sakumo with a cheap face remained, and he still maintained the heroic killing of 1,000 years in a half-squatting posture. Greeby was pacing back and forth clutching his buttocks, only to feel the pain in the chrysanthemum, and the tears in the corners of his eyes were ready to stay. "You're finished. How dare you humiliate me like this? It's your honor to make you feel the highest profound meaning of taijutsu. It's the first time you've used it in actual combat. The effect is very good. Although everyone's common enemy is grease, but Shen Ye and several people still feel a chill in the chrysanthemum, and subconsciously hide their butts behind Hotake Sakumo." Shen Ye grinned, not expecting that Hotake Sakumo would use Millennium Kill at this time. "Hotake, well done. Small idea, it seems even more unacceptable to defeat him directly if he doesn't like it." Minato and Shikako couldn't help but give Hotake Sakumo a thumbs up, their hearts already full of admiration. At the same time, the 2 people warned themselves in their hearts, don't provoke Hotake Sakumo at any time, after all, chrysanthemums are very fragile. After an unknown amount of time, Grebe finally recovered, rubbed his ass and raised his finger to Hotake Sakumo. "Boy, you managed to get my attention. Wanted to capture the thief first, but Hotake Sakumo's humiliation made him have to change his target. Suten, water style, the art of water jets. Grease is more than the hand seal with both hands, and the chakra condensed in the body gathers into his mouth. Looking at this moment, Grease is rather awkward than hand seal's movements for some reason, with her legs tightly closed together, more like a woman." Suddenly, a stream of water Jinchuriki/column appeared from his mouth and charged towards Hotake Sakumo in the ravine. The speed is very fast, Hotake Sakumo is too late to avoid, only the rushing water Jinchuriki/column is left in his eyes. Doton, Earth style, Earth Shore returns. Hotake Sakumo squatted down and slapped his hands on the ground. The ground in front of him began to move, and a wall several centimeters thick was erected. The water Jinchuriki/column hit the dirt wall, and the huge impact almost smashed through the wall, but was finally blocked. "There are 2 more strokes, but then there will be less luck. That's exactly what we're going to tell you." Shinai and Minato looked at each other and nodded, rushing towards Greek Bai in 2 different directions, and they came to him with a few breaths. Almost at the same time, the 2 of them threw out their fists and slammed Greek Bai's head. Greasabi snorted coldly, and his body suddenly stepped back to avoid the attack, and at the same time took advantage of the opportunity to open his palms to grab the arms of the 2 people. Feeling the power from his arm, Shen Ye knew that if he couldn't break free quickly, he would probably be crushed by this guy. At this time, the 3 formed a triangle and stayed in place. Only the power from their hands proved that the battle was still going on. "Boy, if you don't want to die, then obediently become my Matsuri. It's much better to live than to die." Naive. Shen Ye firmly grasped the ground with one foot, and kicked the belly of Grebe with the other foot along the air. In the end, it was still 2 fists that were invincible with 4 hands. After a few rounds, the Greeks found out that it was still him who continued to suffer, so he decided to distance himself from the fight. Taking advantage of the opportunity to punch, Grease stepped back than the whole person, not knowing that the trap was already waiting for him. Shadowbinding technique. Shikaku is always looking for an opportunity to perform ninjutsu, and there is only one chance to succeed. Otherwise, if this guy is vigilant, it will be difficult to control it again. The shadow under his feet dashed towards Greeby's feet along the ground, and the black shadow wrapped around his body along Grease's hands. "Damn it, I'm not reconciled to being calculated by you two little guys. What can you do if you are not reconciled? Are you going to break free and continue to fight with us? Give it up. With the perfect cooperation, you will only be injured. Shen Ye knocked on the head of Grekabi with a mocking expression on his face. After all, the guy in front of him seemed to have more than Chunin strength, but he was easily captured by four little guys who had not graduated from the ninja academy. Greeby rolled his eyes and suddenly changed his attitude. I know now that you guys are very powerful. You have such strength at such a young age and have a bright future. Muppy, are you trying to trick us into letting you go and teach us how to use the Matsuri altar? How do you know? Grease's face instantly brightened, thinking that he had hope of regaining his freedom. At that time, as long as you simply say things about the Matsuri altar, you can still quietly let them become Matsuri products. And eventually you get the benefits. However, what greeted the Greek Bai was indeed a shock from the Night of the Gods, and the sound resounded throughout the forest. Chapter 47 Escorted back to the village. Hokage, I set the skill point to Chapter 47 of the explosion text and escorted me back to the village. I think you're thinking about shit, and you want to seduce us with this crooked way. A crooked way? Do you know how much strength you will gain by absorbing the power in the Matsuri altar? I can be promoted to Jainin in an instant, do you understand? Shen Ye pouted, a ninja who needs to rely on the power of Matsuri altar to advance to Jainin is really garbage. The strength of Grease then in this lifetime will be stagnant, and it will not give him another chance to open the Matsuri altar. The escape of the 5 burly men might be a good thing, otherwise, they might have already become the souls of Matsuri. Okay, take him back to the village and wait for the fate of the 3 generations. This approach has angered the bottom line of the ninja, and it is enough to execute him 10,000 times. Shen Ye deliberately frightened Grease, but in fact he didn't know what the 3 generations would do with this guy. Perhaps after getting the desired information from his mouth, Greeb was completely useless and was thrown into a cage in the village of Konoha to spend his life. But how are we going to bring him back? None of us can use the seal technique to restrain his chakra. Yet, you can't use shadow binding to pester him all the time, you still need some other methods. Shen Ye touched his chin, but he didn't even think about such a thing before. It seemed that he needed to think of a surefire way. After thinking about it, Shen Ye decided to use the most primitive and violent method to prevent the urge to escape from Grease. Seeing Shen Ye approaching him with a wicked smile, Grease Bai swallowed, faintly aware that something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, Shen Ye raised his fist high, and subtly controlled the chakra above the fist to increase his strength, and landed directly on the head of Greek Bai. With a bang, Grease Bai twisted his body and slowly leaned on the shadow bound to his body. You can put away your ninjutsu. I believe this guy won't wake up until Hokage's office. The strange force is really good ninjutsu. Shen Ye shook his fist, admiring it contentedly. Minato was a little overwhelmed. At this time, both Kamiya and Hotaki Sakumo looked very scary, not someone who could be easily provoked. Fortunately, I and these 2 terrible guys are teammates. If they are enemies, they will die very miserably. Go. There are still some things to do before leaving, you can't leave that Matsuri altar. Minato nodded his head, jumped to the Matsuri altar 3 or 2 times, looked at the faintly shining Matsuri altar and fell into contemplation, not knowing what to do for a while. Hotaki Sakumo, I'll leave this matter to you, I have no experience. Hotaki Sakumo rolled his eyes at Minato, picked up a stone under his feet, and threw it directly into the Matsuri altar. The stone fell right in the middle of the Matsuri altar. Was a rumbling sound, the light in the Matsuri altar stopped abruptly, and the cracks visible to the naked eye spread to the outside along the center point. Hands, Hotaki Sakumo turned around and walked back to the village behind Shinai. Minato spread his hands and followed behind. Walking a long distance, a loud explosion sounded suddenly from the direction of the Matsuri altar. And the corner of Hotaki Sakumo's mouth lifted slightly. Real men never look back at explosions, so now you must admire me a lot. Shen Ye twitched the corners of his mouth twice, confirming that he had not mistaken Hokage Sakumo at the time, and once he got acquainted, he would become like Namikaze Minato. However, the atmosphere at this time was indeed much more relaxed, and the task that had been pressing on everyone's hearts had been completely over, and it was still done by himself. Looking at the Greek ratio on Shikaku's shoulder, Shen Ye couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart, and at this time he had truly integrated into this world. After a long journey, several people finally returned to the village. Yamashiro Aoba stood at the entrance of the village and looked at the little guys who suddenly appeared with different eyes. After all, there was a strange guy on Minato's shoulders. You little guys are not in the ninja academy, what did you leave the village for? Big brother Yamashiro, don't you understand the guy Minato is carrying? We helped the village complete a very important task. Yamashiro Aoba nodded, looking up and down at the Greek ratio. He found that there was a very obvious mark of beating on his head, and he couldn't help showing a different look. Without wasting too much time here, Shen Ye and several people rushed directly to the Hokage office, preparing to hand over the Greek ratio to the third generation. At this time, several ninjas from the village gathered in the office, and it seemed that the three generations gathered a few people to come to a meeting. Pushing the door open, everyone's eyes were focused on Shen Ye, who scratched his head awkwardly and turned away. Today's protagonist is not me, you should keep your eyes on this guy. Minato put the unconscious Greek on the ground to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and it was a waste of energy to carry this guy all the way back. What's the matter? Who is this guy? The 5 big guys who ran away before this was because of this guy, and they were Matsuri of this guy. Matsuri. Third generation frowned. He didn't expect the matter to be so serious. It was no longer something that the ninja world could tolerate when it came to Matsuri. Shen Ye nodded and explained the whole process. Everyone in the room raised their thumbs and looked at the little guys in front of them with relief. This is the future of Konoha village. At a young age, he can already work together to subdue enemies who are several times stronger than himself, and his future prospects are limitless. However, there was no expression on Sanday's face, and there was even a trace of blame in his eyes. Do you know how dangerous it is to do this? If you encounter a more powerful enemy, you may not be able to return to the village today, do you know? Don't worry, 3 generations, we are measured, and it is our honor to be able to contribute to the village. This guy is handed over to us. Although this kind of behavior is very risky, I will reward you for completing the task perfectly. Minato's eyes suddenly radiated light. He had already tasted the sweetness once, and he didn't hesitate this time. He had already thought about what kind of reward he would get. However, Sandy just took out 4 scrolls in the corner of the room and handed them over to Kamaya. There are 4 tailor-made ninjutsus for you. It can be regarded as a reward for this operation. In the future, there is no order from the village not to take such an adventure, you know? Chapter 48. Known long time ago. Hokage, I put the skill point to chapter 48 of the main text, and I already knew that knowing the 3 generations of adults, we will definitely obey the village's orders in the future. After the little guys left, bursts of laughter broke out in the room, and the expressions on Sanday's faces relaxed in an instant. These guys really didn't let me down. 3 generations of Hideaki, it seems that you have already thought about arranging Hokage Sakumo to the Ninja Academy. The 3rd generation nodded undeniably, and then put his eyes on Greek Bai. His eyes were full of contempt. At this moment, Shen Ye didn't know that this action had already been carried out under the watchful eyes of many people. If there were some accidents during the battle with Greece at that time, the ninjas of Konoha village would appear to save them at the first time. Standing on a street corner, the 4 people separated in different directions, and each person left in a different route. Back home, Tsunade had already prepared a table of sumptuous food waiting for him. Come back, Shinai, did you gain anything today? Shen Ye patted his forehead suddenly, and put all the scrolls given to him by the 3 generations into his pocket, and forgot to share them with everyone when they parted. However, they have already returned to their homes, so it is better to wait until the next time they meet. The harvest is still a little bit, but it's not clear what kind of ninjutsu the scroll handed to us by the 3 generations of adults. Don't worry, it must have been tailor-made for you, suitable for everyone's practice. Shen Ye nodded, and after a busy day, his stomach had already felt hungry, and he quickly began to eat. Looking at Shen Ye's gobbling action, Tsunade was suddenly absorbed in his thoughts, and his younger brother appeared in his mind unconsciously. After thinking about it, there were some tears in the corners of his eyes, and even Tsunade didn't realize that his emotions were out of control. Shen Ye slowly raised his head and noticed Tsunade's strangeness, and quickly stepped forward to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Did Tsunade's sister think of something bad? Don't be sad when I'm with you. No, I'm just happy to see you. Time passed quickly, and the sky outside gradually darkened. Shen Ye pushed open the door and walked directly into the bed, closing his eyes. After a while, a slight snoring sound came from the room. Early the next morning, Hotaki Sakumo half squatted in front of the window of Shinai's room and knocked on the window lightly. Shen Ye, it's time to go to school. His hazy eyes, Shen Ye found the figure in front of the window instantly refreshed, and shook his head helplessly when he found out that it was Hotaki Sakumo. This is the first time I have seen such a strange wake-up call, and I am afraid that only Hotaki Sakumo would choose such a method. Thinking about Hotaki Sakumo's vigorous movement, an idea suddenly popped up in Shen Ye's mind, which could perfectly fit the original work. Hotaki Sakumo, the talented ninja in the village, successfully promoted Jainin to become the squad leader of the Anbu members at a young age, and performed countless missions. However, he has now been placed in the Ninja Academy by 3 generations, limiting his growth and play. On the way to the Ninja Academy, Kamiya decided to test Hotaki Sakumo's idea. If he is determined to follow him to graduate from the Ninja Academy, there is no way. What are your plans for the future? Do you step by step to become a Hokage? Being Hokage is my dream, but I know it won't be me in the end. It's a better place than me. Minato nodded, and it seemed that Hotaki Sakumo knew very well that he was not that material, and had no intention of competing with Minato for Hokage's position. With your ability, you can have a better development after leaving the Ninja Academy. Don't you have any curiosity about the mysterious organization in the village? Oh, you mean Anbu? Shen Ye nodded. In fact, he was also selfish. Hotaki Sakumo joined Anbu to restrict some of Danzo's actions towards him, although he was not afraid of them. Hotaki Sakumo suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of Hokage's office. Not only Hokage was there, but Anbu's base was also there. It's not up to me to decide whether to stay or not. Even coming to the Ninja Academy is the arrangement of 3 generations of adults. 3 generations? Kamiya frowned. This was the first time he heard Hotaki Sakumo mention this. That's right, everyone has already known about the existence of Greek Bai, so I sent me to the Ninja Academy to be close to you to carry out the mission. Shen Ye was even more puzzled. The old guy from the 3rd generation had clearly said that the task was not something he could do, and he needed to send a more advanced ninja to perform it. He was doing these little things in secret, but thinking about it carefully, all the actions ultimately benefited his own group. Some Shen Ye can't understand the 3 generations. It turns out that everyone already knew it, and so did you. Hotaki Sakumo nodded without any concealment, thinking that this was just a task assigned to him by the 3 generations. But during this period of contact, Hotaki Sakumo has deeply regarded these people as his closest friends. The reason why she appeared in front of the window of Shinai in the early morning was to walk the road of Jainin Academy with Shinai alone. Even if Shen Ye didn't ask about his plans for the future, Hotaki Sakumo would still reveal everything, and he didn't want to hide anything from Shen Ye. It has been a pleasure working with you during this time, perhaps this will be our last cooperative action. Shen Ye couldn't help but rolled his eyes at this guy. In his heart, Shen Ye also regarded him as a friend in this world, otherwise he would never go on a mission with him. What are you talking about? If you are a good friend, don't say such depressing words. You should also explain this news to Minato and Shikaku in person. Kamiya put an arm around Hatake Sakumo's shoulders and thumped him lightly with his fists a few times. Hatake Sakumo felt his heart warm, and finally found the feeling of being valued. As soon as he entered the gate of the academy, he saw Minato and Shikaku beckoning from a distance. The two looked at each other and quickened their pace to walk over there. Gathered together, Shen Ye took out the scrolls presented by the 3 generations and spread them on the ground. I haven't read these scrolls yet. Everyone chooses the ninjutsu you think is suitable to bring back. You choose first. Then I'm welcome. Minato flipped through it a few times and chose one and put it in his pocket. Shikaku and Hatake Sakumo also chose the ninjutsu scrolls they thought were suitable and put them in their pockets. Chapter 49 Newcomer. Hokage I added the skill to the 49th chapter of the main text. A newcomer, Hatake Sakumo, told Minato and Shikaku about his plans to leave the academy. The latter expresses great reluctance, but cannot interfere with the fate of another person because of one person's reasons. I wanted to spend the last day together with peace of mind, but I didn't expect to find another strange guy among the teachers. When Hatake Sakumo saw him at first glance, he couldn't take his eyes off it, and Shen Ye could clearly feel the surging chakra in his body. There is a possibility of an outbreak at any time, and Kamiya is very curious about what kind of guy would make Hatake Sakumo have such a big reaction. Looking over there, a guy in green clothes was standing at the door of the classroom with blank eyes, looking into the classroom with a hint of hesitation. This is Might Do? Shen Ye, do you know him too? We are very good friends. Shen Ye twitched the corners of his mouth twice, Hatake Sakumo biting kaiba and gnashing his teeth. He couldn't tell that the two were very good friends. It is said that Shen Ye, the enemy of his life, will believe it, but Shen Ye still knows the situation of the two of them very well, and it has been explained very clearly in the original work. Shen Ye could react. Hatake Sakumo rushed up and scuffled with Might Do in an instant. Shen Ye quietly watched the two fists face each other, and only then did he realize how strong Hatake Sakumo was, and could be on par with Might Do, who specialized in physique. Just as the two were fighting fiercely, a masked ninja jumped into the middle of the two and directly separated the two. Don't be ridiculous, Lord Danzo is going to order me to take you back, the mission in the Ninja Academy has been completed. Hatake Sakumo looked at Kamiya reluctantly and left the Ninja Academy behind Anbu's members. Might Do was stunned for a while, not understanding what happened, why he was suddenly taken away by others. Shen Ye shook his head slightly and took a few steps to Might Do's side. The two of you are good friends, so from now on you are also our good friends. It's no big deal that you can't practice ninjutsu. Do you know me? Might Do pointed to his nose in shock, he had never seen this guy before. Of course, you will be a very good ninja in the future. Actually, I'm just the tail of a crane. I can't practice ninjutsu, so I was forced to leave the Ninja Academy. I only came back for graduation. But your strength has far surpassed many of us who are still in the Ninja Academy, so be confident in yourself. Might Do nodded again and again, and he knew very well in his heart what was the difference between him and others. Since you can't practice ninjutsu, you should work hard on taijutsu to prove that you can become an excellent ninja by relying on simple taijutsu. Minato and Shikaku had already entered the classroom at this time, unaware that new members had joined the team. Shen Ye patted Might Do's shoulder, his eyes gestured, and the two of them walked towards the classroom. At the same time, Shen Ye silently activated the system stealing skills in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the Might Do skill, the technique of the 8 inner gates. Stealing skill cooldown, 3 hours. It was still 3 long hours. And Shen Ye couldn't help asking the system in his heart when this time could be shortened. But there was no response, and the problem seemed to sink into the sea. The boring classroom life started. Only Might Do listened to the teacher's explanation seriously, and recorded something on paper from time to time. The eyes of the 3 Shen Ye have been watching the scenery outside the window, and in their hearts, they can't help but want to rush out to play. However, at this moment, 3 pieces of chalk flew over and landed on everyone's forehead accurately, leaving a light white mark. You 3 guys, be honest with me, don't think I don't know your little mind. It's impossible to leave in my class. Don't worry, teacher, we won't leave. Shen Ye raised his hand to assure, but his eyes still fell outside the window, thinking about when he would be able to graduate from here and leave. You become a real genin, you will have countless tasks waiting for you, and then you will be absolutely free. Shen Ye, I think it's better for us to be more serious today. Maybe we can leave the academy unscrupulously from today. Oh? Why so sure? Minato's face. Before that, he had already inquired about what he was learning today, which was the technique of shadow clone. If you can easily and skillfully use the technique of shadow clone, you can create shadow clone to come to school, and the body can play unscrupulously outside, so why not do it? Shen Ye patted his forehead. Why didn't he think of this ninjutsu earlier? However, I have just used the stealing skills of the system, and I still need to wait for a while before I can continue to use them. There is a chance to steal the shadow clone technique. There is not much time left until you graduate. As the only assessment content is to be able to perform a complete shadow clone technique, I will give this ninjutsu to you today. The teacher stood in front of the podium and taught everything about shadow clone. Might Do swallowed his saliva and felt that it was very difficult. He had no talent for activating ninjutsu at all. The technique of shadow clone was extremely difficult for him, and it could even be said to be impossible. It turned out to be the technique of shadow clone. Can't I become a genin in my life? God is unfair. I'll help you solve this problem. That kind of ninjutsu is simply not enough to be a criterion for judging a person's strength. Shen Ye stood up with a dignified expression and walked towards the podium. On weekdays, Might Do suffered a lot of byakugan and ridicule because he couldn't use ninjutsu. Shen Ye didn't want to let such things continue to happen. So he chose to come to the teacher's side and tell the story in a low voice to avoid the ruthless ridicule of others. Shenai classmate, if you have any questions, you can just stand in the seat and say it, you don't need to come to my side. This matter must be said in your ear, otherwise I'm worried that I won't be able to control my temper. Although there was a slight smile on his face, everyone could feel that Shen Ye's words were full of unquestionableness. The teacher sighed lightly and said nothing, waiting for Shen Ye to come to his side, and was very curious about what would be explained to him. Chapter 50. What a coincidence! Hokage, it's too coincidental that I put the skill point to Chapter 50 of the main text. Do you know Might Do, teacher? Shen Ye spoke softly in the teacher's ear with a very subtle voice. In the silence of the classroom, you could even hear a needle falling to the ground, but the others could only watch Shen Ye's lips move, not knowing what to say. The teacher's eyes changed, and he unconsciously looked at the guy in the green battlesuit over there. The technique of shadow clone will not be the only proof, and there will be many methods to verify in the end, so you don't need to worry about anything at all. Shen Ye nodded reassuringly, so he didn't need to worry about Might Do's graduation. After all, his strength could easily become a genin. The day passed quickly. Shen Ye shook his head, and some felt tired. Jingle bell. When the school bell rang, Minato and Shikaku rushed out of the classroom like wild horses, standing on the playground and waiting for a while, but they still did not see Kamiya appear. The two of them couldn't help being very curious, and on weekdays it was Shen Ye who rushed out first. What happened to this guy Shenai today? It's like he's changed a person. Let's go back and see. Maybe waiting for Might Do, this guy didn't come out either. Along the route they left, the two went through the layers of people to return to the village, and found that Shen Ye was leaning on the chair with his eyes closed. Might Do on the side lowered his head, not knowing what he was looking at, and looked very serious. Walking a few steps, Minato finally heard a slight snoring coming from Shen Ye's mouth, and unexpectedly fell asleep in a short period of time. Might Do, what are you looking at here? I still have a lot of things I don't understand about what the teacher said today. I want to ask Shen Ye for advice, but he is already asleep. Where you don't understand, I'll answer it for you. Although I didn't listen very carefully, I already understood the content of today. Might Do nodded and handed Minato what he had recorded, having circled everything he didn't understand. Minato looked at the content above, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I thought it was just some esoteric questions, but I didn't expect Might Do to draw all the content in the middle with a big circle. I really don't understand why Might Do is so ignorant of ninjutsu. However, as his good friend, Minato is still careful to answer Might Do one by one, and he is not impatient at all. The sky gradually darkened, and the three people's stomachs made a cooing sound. Might Guy rubbed his stomach lightly. Some are hungry. Do you want to wake up Shinai to eat something? This guy is really, he has only slept in this position for so long. Minato shook his head helplessly and pushed Shen Ye a few times. Opening his eyes, Shen Ye looked at the few people in front of him with different eyes, but he didn't expect that he would fall asleep here. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Solved some learning problems for Might Do, and just called you after everyone was hungry. Standing up and stretching their waists, the group walked towards the direction of the Ichiraku Ramen. Soon as he walked out of the academy, Might Do jumped on the roof, flipped a few somersaults in a row, and stood with his fingers on the roof. I can't miss a little training time. Let's meet at Ichiraku Ramen. Today's handstand still has 5,000 people to complete the task. Shen Ye knew Might Do's hard work, and didn't say anything and stepped forward, but Minato and Shikako looked at Might Do with admiration. Both of them secretly asked themselves whether they could achieve such a level. The answer is absolutely yes, not as self-disciplined as Might Do, not even with hard work. With laughter and laughter, the figures of several people gradually disappeared into the dark street. The next morning, Shen Ye was awakened by a sudden knock on the door, opened the door and saw Hotaki Sakumo standing at the door, gasping for breath. What's so urgent? Could it be that someone was bullied in Anbu? Shen Ye rolled up his sleeves, with a very clear intention to fight for Hotaki Sakumo. It's not what you think it is. It's just that there is a very urgent mission that needs your help. As a member of Anbu, I need Danzo's order to be dispatched. Kamiya nodded, understood Hotaki Sakumo's intentions, and left the house after asking about the specifics of the mission. In fact, this task is not Anbu's task nor a task sent by the three generations, but Hotaki Sakumo accidentally came into contact with. As a quest reward, it is a ninjutsu that has never been heard of, at least in Hotaki Sakumo's cognition. Directly gathered Minato and Shikako together, and the three appeared together at Might Do's house, only to find that the room was empty. At this time, the sun in the sky had just appeared, and if it wasn't for Shen Ye looking for it, Minato and Shikako would still have not woken up from their sleep. Has Might Do gone out to practice? With such perseverance, he will definitely become a very powerful ninja in the future. Let's find him quickly, otherwise, if the task is preempted, you won't be rewarded. The three nodded to each other and left, looking for Might Do's figure in three different directions. Compared with boring practice, real battles can make people grow faster, which is why Shen Ye insists on bringing Might Do with him. Might Do was still not found, and the three of them reunited. Whether it's the roof or the training ground, I've searched for him, but I still haven't seen him. I don't know where this guy has gone. Suddenly, a dark green figure in the distance slowly appeared in the sight of the three people shaking his body. Treading through the iron shoes, there is nowhere to look. It's really easy to find him, and he just appeared out of nowhere. Minato is also very different. The reverse has been searched by himself, and he has not found any trace of him. Minato, have you checked the Ninja Academy? Why do you feel that this guy came out of the Ninja Academy, and the way he walks is obviously a collision of knowledge? Minato shook his head, naturally ignoring the Ninja Academy in the process of searching. No one would go to that kind of place early in the morning. The three of them couldn't help but sigh that Might Dua is a strange person, and at the same time became more curious about him. It's Shen Yat, you guys, it's such a coincidence that everyone here can meet you. Chapter 51, The Blood God of Youth. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, his hands clenched together and gently collided, and slowly walked towards Might Dua. At this time, Might Dua didn't know what happened, so he quickly accelerated his pace and stepped forward to meet Shen Yat, but he didn't expect to receive a blow from Shen Yat. With a thud, Minato and Shikaku watched Might Dua get beaten, and subconsciously raised their hands to cover their heads. You guy went to the Ninja Academy early in the morning. I don't know whether to praise you for your progress or call you stupid. Might Dua scratched his head and didn't understand why he was beaten. Obviously he just met today, and he didn't provoke these guys. Seeing the innocent expression on his face, Minato couldn't help but step up and explain. Really? The opportunity to sway my youthful blood is just around the corner, but I go to the classroom alone to study stupidly. It's sad. With Might Dua's body movements, Shen Ye couldn't help laughing, but of course it wasn't a mockery. Okay, since that's the case, let's hurry up and get to our destination before it gets dark. Everyone, hold on to me, I have already left traces of Hiraishin outside the village, which can be teleported a long distance between them. Shen Yuchao gave Minato a thumbs up. With such foresight, it is not uncommon to be able to become the fourth generation of Hokage in the future. What's more, Namikaze Minato is very suitable regardless of identity or status. The art of Hiraishin. Directly performed the Hiraishin technique and left the village, and once again revealed that his body was already in the forest outside the village. However, this place is still unfamiliar to Yeshyen. It was the first time he came to the woods here after he traveled to this world. You are more familiar with the terrain of the ninja world than I am, so it's up to you to lead the way. Minato nodded, took out a map from the luggage behind him and laid it on the ground to observe carefully, confirming where he was at this time. Then marked the place to be reached this time on the map and start to move in one direction. After a day, the four finally came to a completely unfamiliar place, which Shen Ye had never seen in the original work. On the huge stone gate is written the three words Xiaoshan Village, which looks crooked and has experienced many wind and frost baptisms. Walking into the small village, the people coming and going added some lively atmosphere, and the mood of Shen Ye and several people couldn't help but feel better. After all, they have been on the road all day, and have never seen other people. Even Shen Ye and a few people have not communicated too much, and they are all saving their physical strength to drive on the road. Instead of rushing to find the person who initiated the commission, he wandered around the village to find a place to solve the problem of food and clothing. We are looking for a place with fewer people, after all, it is not our home stadium, or it is better to be low-key. Shikaku nodded very much what our colleague Minato thought. Who knows if there are some unreasonable and arrogant guys in this humble little village. A place with more people is better. We have enough self-protection ability now. At this time, it is the most important to investigate the situation here. Shen Ye had already spotted a spot, and with full leadership. He raised his foot and walked over there. Minato had no choice but to walk over there, thinking about it and finding out that what Shen Ye said was indeed reasonable, and it was better to be high profile. The attire of the few people did not look very different from here, and there was no Konoha village forehead on their foreheads, so it did not attract the attention of others. One of the signature dishes here, there are 4 of us. Although there are many people eating here in the house, the boss served the food very fast. The 4 people who had been hungry for a day started to eat and drink, and in just a few minutes, they ate everything like a storm. I don't know if you have heard, but some weird things have happened in Xiaoshan village recently. Yes, it is said that some inexplicable sounds will be heard at Shijiao's house at the edge of the village at night, but after several checks, there is no result. Don't say it anymore. If those strange guys come to your house at night, wouldn't they be able to laugh? Going must be going to your home, what does it have to do with me? Shanai and Minato looked at each other. Shijiao was the one who initiated the commission to Konoha village. It seems that this strange thing needs several people to deal with. Let's go, it's getting late, so I can take this opportunity to check it out. The four of them left the place directly after putting down the gold coins, and walked to the depths along the path of the village. Shen Ye planned to visit Shijiao again the next morning, and guarded the village at night to check the situation first. The sky that was clear and cloudless just now suddenly darkened, and the crowd on the street walked in a hurry, as if something big was about to happen. Why do you have a feeling that we have been tricked, or we should just look for Shijiao? Rest assured, I've gotten to know the place a little bit, and the night was unremarkable. As for Shanai's words, Minato and Shikaku completely chose to believe unconditionally. As for might do, they have no idea, as long as they can sway the blood of their youth. Suddenly, bursts of raindrops fell from the sky, and Shen Ye and several people accelerated their pace and rushed towards the village. There was a place to hide from the rain just at the edge of the village, and the four of them rushed over without a doubt and watched the village gradually become silent. The heavy rain is coming, and the village is completely invisible except for a few people in Shen Ye. This village looks so strange, it's just a normal rain that can bring everyone back home. Shen Ye shook his head and didn't understand what was going on. Maybe all the problems could be solved after this night. Suddenly, the rain accelerated its descent, and a thumping sound appeared in the ears of several people. The little brothers aren't the villagers of this village, aren't they? The window not far away was pushed open, and a bearded man stuck his head out and asked. Because of the raised rock above the window, no rain fell on the guy's head. Uncle, how do you know that we are not from this village? When you see that it is raining, there are not many people on the street. Only people who don't know the place will choose to take shelter from the rain outside. Very serious things will happen. Chapter 52 Weirdo Happen. Hokage, I set the skill to the 52nd chapter of the explosion text, the occurrence of weird people. Uncle, can we go to your room to take shelter from the rain? The first time I came here, I didn't know what was going on. The bearded uncle nodded and opened the room gently. Shen Ye nodded to each other and rushed into the room, shaking the remaining water on his head. How could a few little brothers suddenly appear here? In the entire ninja world, this is a very inconspicuous small village, and even if someone passes by, it will not stay here. To tell you the truth, I came here to perform a mission because I accepted a commission, and the uncle doesn't look like someone from the village. The bearded uncle laughed out loud, and the expression on his face suddenly turned cold, staring intently at Shen Ye. How do you see that I'm not a native here? Temperament, no matter how a person hides, he will hide his innate temperament, so I conclude that you are not from here. Beard patted Shen Ye on the shoulder. He couldn't tell whether it was admiration or disgust, but after all, he still didn't choose to do something to the children in front of him. On the one hand, it is because the children who can accept the entrustment will not be ordinary people, and even if they make a move, they may not end up well. On the other hand, Beard has been living in seclusion here for many years, and he doesn't want to expose himself for this. After all, the purpose of Shen Ye and several people is not him. The sound of rain rumbled outside the room, and Shen Ye looked out through the vague window and found that this small village did not seem to be as simple as he imagined. Since this has been discovered by you, let me tell you my story. Kamaye nodded and pricked up his ears and listened quietly, as did Minato and Shikaku. But at this time, an untimely sound appeared, and Might Du's stomach growled. Might Du scratched his head embarrassedly, looked at the bearded uncle with an apologetic face, and shook his head helplessly, got up and rummaged for some food and handed it to Maitu. I came to this place more than 10 years ago when I was as old as you, and I have always settled here. But I'm very curious, what's so strange about this village and why you choose to stay here? I was chased and killed, and those people didn't want to enter the village, so I stayed here to avoid it. Shen Ye touched his chin, and suddenly became more curious about this village, and at the same time wanted to know what would happen next. The copyright of the resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel is written by Embarrassed. The first release of more exciting FALU novels is in the hands of the group owner. Welcome everyone to join the group. Group owner made FALU novel group, attached. This work is from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading. It shall not be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy the genuine book. Thank you for your support to the author. Focus. I hope that you can keep this paragraph when reprinting. Sorting it out is a little hard, and keeping it is a virtue. Equals 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 equals. Text. The text is for personal study and trial reading only. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. Group owner self-made philo novel group. The sound of the rain outside the house gradually subsided, and the village fell into silence after the torrential rain. The rain has stopped outside, but I still advise you to take shelter here. The night in the village is not so easy to spend. In order to complete the entrusted task, we still have to leave. Shen Ye got up and clasped his fists towards the bearded uncle, turned and walked out of the room. Stepping on the pattering rainwater, the four of them ran in the direction indicated by the bearded uncle, which was the home of Grandma Shijiao. Leaning against the corner, the four people hid in the dark corner, quietly waiting for the strange sound to appear. Oh, night is coming. Are my furry children already asleep? A tall figure gradually appeared in the sight of Shen Ye and several people, shaking his body and walking towards Grandma Shijiao's house. Kamaya and Minato looked at each other, disappeared instantly, and when they reappeared, they were already behind the guy. He didn't seem to feel the presence of Shinai and Minato, and the tall guy was still shaking his body and walking forward. It looks like we can't wait until tomorrow morning, we need to do it now. Minato nodded. His body suddenly rushed over, and he took out a shuriken from the ninja pocket behind his back and held it in his hand. Without any obstruction, the shuriken plunged directly into the guy's back, but not a single bit of blood seeped out. Shen Ye, there's something wrong with this guy. I've already found out, it's just a puppet, kill him first and then go to Grandma Shijiao's house to find out the situation. Minato nodded, jumped straight from the guy's back to his front, and looked at the puppet. This guy is really ugly. Don't think so much, just kill him. Minato nodded, waved the shuriken in his hand again, and plunged straight into the guy's head. A rumbling sound appeared in the guy's body, and the huge body instantly collapsed on the wet ground, leaving only a piece of spell floating in the air. There was a light blue light on the charm, the same color as chakra. Would you like to keep this thing? Let it go, there must be someone behind it to control its actions, so as not to startle the snake. The four of them watched the spell slowly flutter away from the small mountain village, followed the path beside the street, and knocked on Grandma Shijiao's door without any hesitation. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. In the room, Grandma Shijiao opened her hazy eyes, got up and opened the door of the room. When she saw that it was four unfamiliar faces, she suddenly became more energetic. Why are you four little fellows still wandering outside the village so late? Hurry in and take cover. Shenya and several other people looked at each other and walked directly into the room, looking around at the decorations in the room. It seems that only Grandma Shijiao lives here alone. And there is no novelty in the simple and plain room. Grandma Shijiao, we are ninjas from Konoha village. We arrived here overnight after receiving your request. It turned out to be you. You must be very tired after such a long journey. Nothing unexpected happened tonight, so you can have a good rest. Shenya nodded and did not continue to refuse. After all, the old lady might spend the next few days here. Shijiao stood up slowly, and at this time Shenya realized that her back was slightly hunched, and the traces of age were vividly reflected on her body. After finishing the bed, Shenya lay directly on it and closed his eyes, and after a while, he let out a cry. Let's go to sleep separately. We don't know what will be waiting for us tomorrow, so keep your spirits up. I haven't finished my task today, leave me alone. Might Do twisted his arms and waist and walked straight out of the room, looking for an empty street corner to start the once-a-day devil training. 1, 2, 3, 4. 171. Chapter 53 Puppet Master. The night time passed quickly. Shenya opened his eyes and the sky was already very bright. Looking at the position of the sun, it seemed that it was already noon. The other three were not in the room, and Shenya rubbed his sullen eyes and walked out of the room. Found that Minato and Shikaku were helping Grandma Shijiao sort out the weeds in the yard, and Mito was missing. Shenya, you woke up. Why didn't you call me and let me fall asleep alone in the room? We can do this little thing well. What else do I ask you to do? Shenya shook his head helplessly, and took the initiative to join Minato and Shikaku, quietly helping Grandma Shijiao to clean up the weeds. After a while, Mito walked into the yard with buckets filled with water in both hands, and walked straight towards the huge water tank. A heavy rain last night has polluted the water tank, so I helped Grandma Shijiao to replace it with fresh and clean water, just to take the opportunity to practice. Looking at the busy figure in the yard and the Grandma Shijiao who was leaning on the rocking chair and enjoying the sun quietly, Shenya was in a trance for a moment. Such a wonderful life is not exactly what I longed for before I crossed. I didn't expect the time limit at this moment. However, such a beautiful moment will not exist for a long time. After all, the world of ninjas is still a world of fighting and killing, and fighting can be seen everywhere. After a while, Grandma Shijiao stood up on crutches and walked into the house. In just a few minutes, a scent drifted down the window into the yard, and Shenya couldn't help but sniff it fiercely. The children have dinner, and I will take you to play around the village in the afternoon. Received. Shinai put down the tool in his hand and rushed into the room first, followed by Minato and Shikaku, and pitiful Mito was still on his way back from carrying water. Just as he was about to start feasting, he was hit by the cane in Grandma Shijiao's hand and made a pop. Shenya looked aggrievedly at Grandma Shijiao, who had no expression on her face, but her expression was full of doubts. There's another kid who hasn't come back. You have to wait for him before you can do it. Shenya shrugged, and was indeed attracted by the deliciousness and threw Mito behind his head, so he had to wait quietly on the table with his hands on his cheeks. Why hasn't Mito come back? I'll miss these scents later, and it's starting to fade away now. Yeah, can't wait to try Grandma's craft. Look at how anxious you little guys are, and silently count the time to 3 in your heart, and the little guy will appear. Shenya slowly closed his eyes, and began to count 1, 2, 3 silently in his heart. Sure enough, Mito's voice came from the yard. What's so delicious? The originally steady pace was quickened a lot in an instant, and the water in the bucket was quickly poured into the outline of the outline, and the force rushed into the room. A few breaths, Mito sat in front of Shenya, and was about to pick up the chopsticks and put the food on the table into his mouth, but found that others looked at him with strange eyes. What happened? Why are you looking at me like that? Ignore what happens, let's start. Grandma Shijiao slowly removed the cane from Shanai's hand. And a few people could finally start tasting the delicious food on a table. I didn't waste too much time, even in the feeling of Grandma Shijiao, I just blinked a few times, and the table was empty. It's so satisfying, you can't get such delicious food in Konoha village. Minato patted his slightly propped stomach, leaned back on the chair with a loose face, and slowly closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Shikaku and Might-do, only Shanai stared straight ahead with clear eyes, and seemed to be waiting for something without saying a word. After a long while, there were bursts of snoring in the room, and the corner of Shen Yi's mouth lifted slightly to look at Grandma Shijiao. Now it's time to talk about what's going on. Several of them have already fallen under your sweat medicine. Why don't you have anything, little guy? I've always been on guard against you, I don't believe you at all, even if you entrust us to come here to carry out the mission. Grandma Shijiao shook her head helplessly. She had worked so hard to make an abacus, but Shen Ye saw it through at this time. It was inevitable that she would feel some unwillingness in her heart. In fact, before that, Granny Shijiao had already seen the guy who manipulated that huge monster, and she was terrified at that time. However, the puppet master offered a very attractive condition, which was to let her deliver several children in the village to the puppet master. As a slowdown, the puppet master will no longer disturb everything in the small mountain village from now on. All the children in this village are regarded by Grandma Shijiao as her own grandchildren, and they are naturally very reluctant to give up. Simply sent the entrustment to Konoha village, ready to rely on the orthodox ninja power to defeat him, and give Xiaoshan village a peaceful scene. The appearance of several little guys in Shanai broke all the plans of Grandma Shijiao, and decided to use these children in exchange for the quietness of the small mountain village. Although Grandma is very heartbroken, but for the sake of the village, I have no choice but to grieve the few of you. It's not as simple as being wronged, maybe it's life that is lost. Shijiao shrugged, things have developed to such a point that there is no room for easing, so he can only bite the bullet and continue. But how can an old man who is already old be an opponent of Shanai? Shen Ye slowly stood up and looked at Shijiao intently. I don't blame you for this matter, you are also thinking of the village, give me the antidote, and we will destroy him for you, the puppet master. It's absolutely impossible with your little children's abilities, not to mention that you're not even a ninja now. Shen Ye showed a sarcastic smile. Although he did not graduate from the Ninja Academy, the old man in front of him did not understand the strength of himself and his teammates. Even if the person standing in front of him is a very strong guy, he will be completely defeated with the cooperation of everyone. After all, he had already had combat experience before, although there were many people watching around at that time, and he would take action at any time when the situation was not good. Don't worry, leave it to us, I know you are a very kind grandmother. Shijiao sighed deeply, he had no choice but to choose the fair-skinned boy in front of him. He would never use his old bones to kidnap Shen Ye. Chapter 54 of the main text. Even if I do it, I will not succeed in catching Shanai in my palm. Maybe this old bone will be hurt a little. Back in the depths of the room, Grandma Shijiao handed the antidote to Shanai, then leaned on the bench and slowly closed her eyes, preparing to leave everything to Shanai to handle. Returning to the table in 3 or 2 steps, Shen Ye put the antidote into the water to dissolve, and poured it down for 3 people one by one. Cough, cough, cough. The 3 opened their eyes one after another, only to feel very uncomfortable in their throats. What happened? Why did you suddenly fall asleep? Nothing happened. You were so tired that you fell asleep accidentally. Grandma Shijiao has to take us around the village. Shen Ye didn't tell the truth of the matter, worried that these 3 guys would have some strange thoughts in the future, and they were full of opinions on Grandma Shijiao in the bottom of their hearts. Stretching his waist, Might-do got up and walked outside. Today's practice task has not been completed yet, you should go for a walk. Shen Ye shook his head helplessly, turned and walked into the room, ready to call Grandma Shijiao to go together, but found that she had fallen asleep leaning on the bench. Minato tugged at the corner of Shinai's clothes and gestured toward the window. "Let's take a walk alone to find out the situation, don't disturb Grandma Shijiao's rest." The three walked out of Grandma Shijiao's yard and walked towards the center of the village, just past the door of the bearded uncle's house. At this time, the bearded uncle was shaking his body gently in front of the door, his eyes closed slightly enjoying the sunlight, and he looked very enjoyable. Shen Ye didn't say hello to this guy, he knew that he couldn't get the information he wanted from the bearded uncle. "In order to escape, I chose to settle here. Except for the aborigines in this village, I will have a certain degree of precaution against anyone." The small mountain village looked peaceful during the day, and it was impossible to see such a strange person appearing at night. It's very strange that there are no strange things and strange noises on a rainy night like yesterday. Yet, the rainy night is obviously the time when that monster moves closely, but the unhurried pedestrians on the street were talking, and they were very curious about the quietness of the night. After a short journey, Shen Ye has learned a lot of things. Minato killed last night, many people in the village had seen, but no one had ever been attacked by him. After wandering around in the village, Shen Ye decided to return to Grandma Shijiao's house, quietly waiting for the appearance of the night, and following the spell to find the guy who controlled him. Time passed little by little, the sky slowly dimmed, and the clear sky was once again covered with dark clouds. "Grandma Shijiao, does it rain here every night?" "It's always cloudy at this time. I don't know why it's only very frequent these 2 days, it hasn't rained for months before that." Shen Ye touched his chin, it wouldn't be because of the presence of his group that the raindrops were frequent, there was still something magical about this small mountain village. With the rumbling of thunder, raindrops fell. "It's time to go, Might Du is staying to protect Grandma Shijiao." Might Du nodded. Took a few steps closer to Grandma Shijiao, and started some physical training in place with nothing to do. Just after walking out of the yard, Shen Ye and a few people saw the familiar guy, still a huge body shaking his body and slowly leaning towards this side. However, Shen Ye was clearly in that guy's line of sight, but he didn't cause any reaction from him, and he was still moving forward on his own. This guy seems to be just a controlled mindless machine with no mind or sight at all. "Kill him first." Minato and Shikaku nodded and charged directly with the shuriken in their hands. Having already experienced a battle, Minato dropped the shuriken directly into the chest of the huge body without any hesitation. Shikaku rolled over, jumped, and landed on his back, also stabbing the shuriken into it. As the sound of the rain faded away, the huge body scattered on the ground leaving a light blue spell floating in the air. Following him will be able to find out who the manipulator behind it is, and then you can complete the entrusted task logically. The three quietly followed behind the charm and walked out of the village. Even though the rain was still dripping, the charm still radiated a shallow light. "We're going out of the village soon, we keep a little distance from the spell, otherwise it's very easy for this guy to find our tracks." Invariably, the speed slowed down a little, and the spell only fluttered at the edge of the line of sight. Slowly, Shen Ye discovered something was wrong. He had left the village so far away, but he still had no intention of stopping. The rain in the sky has stopped, and the night is extraordinarily quiet at this time, and there is a strange atmosphere watching the floating spell. Where the hell is this guy hiding? It hasn't stopped at this time. I think soon enough, I've felt that guy's presence, right in the cave ahead. Shen Ye released the chakra perception to the maximum range early in the morning, always paying attention to the surrounding situation, and finally found something wrong in the cave ahead. Minato and Shikaku cheered up in an instant, and their steps quickened a bit. After a while, the three of them had surpassed the spell and leaned on the edge of the cave to wait quietly. At the moment when the spell floated into the cave, Shen Ye and a few people would rush in and try to subdue the guy directly, saving unnecessary trouble. It came back so quickly. When did someone in Xiaoshan village appear who could destroy Daz Wang? It seems that we should talk to that old guy. Along with the spell, Shen Ye took the lead in rushing into the cave, but was shocked by the sight in front of him and was speechless. I thought it was a dark and humid environment, but I didn't expect that there was a cave in it, and there was a sense of clarity in front of me. When Minato and Shikaku walked in, their faces were also full of surprise. The walls of the cave were full of decorations, and there was no cave at all. Minato, this is better than your house. Yet, I have never seen such a luxurious decoration in Konoha village, and some are reluctant to destroy it. Seduce that guy out and fight again. I believe he feels the same way, even more reluctant than us. Chapter 55 of the main text and reached a consensus in an instant when I met the three of them, and continued to walk towards the depths of the cave. Who? How dare you find this cave? The person who took your life. We have accepted the entrustment to protect Grandma Shijiao, so you should be obedient and capture it. That old guy still doesn't believe me, but you little guys just stay with me. Suddenly, a huge suction force appeared in the cave, and the bodies of the three Shenye floated into the cave without their control, like a light blue spell. Kamaya nodded towards Minato, and instantly assumed a fighting stance, ready to meet what happened next. Approaching the depths of the cave, Shen Ye finally saw the guy who had been threatening Grandma Shijiao. Long medium blue hair, a fair face, and looking like Jiraiya sh, he couldn't tell that the disgusting behemoth came from his hands. There are no children in the village to accompany me, so you stay and play with me. The puppet master had a smile on his face, but his words were full of unquestionableness, as if the next fate of Shen Ye and several people had been determined. Shen Ye shook his head helplessly. How to make this guy understand that he was daydreaming? Go! Following Kamaya's order, Minato and Shikaku simultaneously threw out the shuriken in their hands and flew straight towards the puppet master's face. The latter frowned and did not expect the attack to appear so quickly, and it was too late for his body to react. Suddenly, a figure rushed over from the side, blocked the shuriken with his body, and fell heavily to the ground. Afei, don't scare me, Afei. The puppet master held the puppet that fell to the ground in his arms with a sad face, and put his eyes on the puppet tightly. Shen Ye couldn't help but glanced at the corner of his mouth. This guy who didn't seem to be very old was so strange, and the disappearance of a puppet turned out to be a shock. Obviously, he can resume the action of the puppet in the next second, but he has to make a big fuss. Sure enough, in the next second, the voice of the puppet master stopped abruptly, and he put on a fake smile and looked at Chennai again. You broke my toy, so you guys have to stay and play with me. You want to be beautiful. Shen Ye gave a cold snort, and his body suddenly took a few steps forward, concentrating on his own fists and hitting the air. Due to the strange force, circular waves formed in the air and rushed towards the puppet master. The puppet master stood up straight for a moment, his feet landed on the ground fiercely, and at the same time he beckoned and summoned a puppet in front of him to block him. With a bang, the puppet was attacked by the air wave and fell into pieces and fell to the ground, leaving a small spell floating in the air. Shen Ye couldn't help but start to think, how many spells does this guy in front of him have? The puppet is just a carrier, and the real trouble is these spells. Minato, who was on the side, also discovered the truth, and threw the shuriken with the imprint to the puppet master. After being defeated by two puppets in a row, he chose to avoid its edge and sideways to avoid the shuriken's attack. With a bang, the shuriken hit the wall behind the puppet master and instantly bounced off. Minato didn't expect such a result. There was a wall that the shuriken couldn't penetrate. And it was just an inconspicuous little cave. This place must have been processed by him layer by layer. There may be no way to leave a trace with ordinary power, but this is enough. Corner of Shinai's mouth lifted slightly. Minato threw the shuriken to leave a mark that could be teleported. Then it's up to the two of you. Minato and Shikaku nodded, and they both ran towards the puppet master at the same time. Shadow binding technique. The long and narrow shadow twisted and twisted in the direction of the puppet master along Shikaku's feet. Puppet Master didn't understand Shikaku's ninjutsu at all, he didn't care about the shadow approaching him at all, and even the corners of his eyes were full of sarcasm. You want to control me with these shadows? You are really whimsical. The Puppet Master stepped directly on the shadow, and didn't care what unnecessary trouble the shadow would bring you. Prepare for our trial, there is no way you can escape now. Shikaku's shadow climbed up along the Puppet Master's body, and within a short time it completely wrapped around the Puppet Master, unable to move a bit. Minato took the opportunity to rush to the Puppet Master's side and threw his fist into his face fiercely. Big Chuang! The Puppet Master suddenly shouted loudly, and the fragmented puppets reintegrated and flew over to tightly surround the Puppet Master in the middle. Shen Ye could feel the huge amount of chakra fluctuations being transmitted back and forth between the puppet and the manipulator, and could not help frowning. Be careful, don't know what kind of trick this guy is going to pull up. Escape. The ethereal voice of the Puppet Master was transmitted around, and then it was seen that Dazhuang and the Puppet Master had switched positions. The giant puppet Dazhuang, who was bound by Shikaku, and the Puppet Master had broken free as if he was nothing. There is no ninjutsu that can trap me in the entire ninja world. You guys should stop fighting fearlessly, and just stay and play with me. Shen Ye carefully scrutinized the words of the Puppet Master, and he has been repeating a few words with him all the time. And those puppets didn't have the ability to attack people. It seemed that they were just created to accompany him. Besides, Dazhuang had not hurt anyone in the small mountain village for so long. The magic of doubling the part of the strange power. Shen Ye enlarges his right fist, transmits the strange force to the fist continuously, and slams it towards the Puppet Master. A blue talisman instantly flew in front of the Puppet Master, and Ziobai reappeared to block Shen Ye's punching attack, and fell down. This guy seems to be a little different from the guys we've met before, and the purpose is not to kill the enemy in front of him. I feel the same way, it looks like he needs company more than anything. There was a trick in Shen Ye's heart, but it was denied by himself in an instant. The various performances of the Puppet Master showed that he needed a playmate like a child. Grandma Shijiao is already old and can't stand the toss of the Puppet Master at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have threatened Grandma Shijiao to steal the children from the village and give them to him, but just to be able to play together. Chapter 56 Proposal. Hokage, I put the skill point to Chapter 56 of the explosion text and suggested I have a proposal that can avoid our next fight. I know what you're thinking, but Xiaoshan village doesn't seem to be able to accept outsiders. I just don't know how the bearded uncle entered the village at that time. Shen Ye rubbed his chin and thought carefully. Sending the Puppet Master to a small mountain village was not a reliable way. After all, the villagers had already cast an inner shadow on this guy. Maybe he wouldn't have survived the first night at all if they knew the strange thing about the night was coming from this guy. Watching Shen Ye stop moving, the Puppet Master also calmed down and quietly looked at the three people in front of him, his eyes full of curiosity. It looks like a child who has just come into contact with the world. What's your name? My name is One. Do you really want to find a partner to play with you? Yi nodded again and again. He had lived in this cave for an unknown amount of time, and he was always accompanied by two puppets. But these two puppets will not take the initiative to hurt people, and they will not even make aggressive actions against people under the orders of one of them. Until recently, one of them discovered a small mountain village nearby, where there were many children who were similar to him, and wanted them to come here to play with him. However, when everyone saw them, they would scream and run into the distance in fear, and only Grandma Shijiao would comfort her. The idea of using puppets to create panic and forcing Shijiao Nanny to hand over some children appeared in one's heart little by little. Unexpectedly, not only did it fail, but it even attracted the hatred of Grandma Shijiao, and she has never been seen since then. Just listen to me, and I'll give you many companions. I listen to you. Minato made a look at Shikaku, and the two of them retreated out of the cave little by little with the movements of Kamiya, and one of them walked behind the three. After leaving the cave, one of them subconsciously raised his hand to cover his face, and it seemed that he had not touched the outside world for a long time. Shen Ye couldn't help but wonder how one of them lived for so long, and what did he rely on to get through every day. When he saw the two spells fluttering behind his back, Shen Ye understood everything in an instant. Perhaps this was the only warmth his parents left him. One of you are here with me, I'm going to pick up Might Do, and we're going back to the village. Along the way out, after a while, he returned to Grandma Shijiao's house. Grandma Shijiao, the crisis in the village has been completely resolved. From today onwards, there will be no more strange things happening at night. We will go back first. Grandma Shijiao quickly stood up and found an old scroll in the corner cabinet and handed it to Shanai. I got this thing by chance, but no one in our small village can understand the above things, and I will give it to you as a commission reward. Shen Ye was not polite to Grandma Shijiao, put the scroll in his pocket, turned around and gave Might Do a look. After saying goodbye to Grandma Shijiao, the two went to find Minato and Shikaku. Did that guy get rid of it so soon? I haven't waited for me to do it. Strictly speaking, it's not solved, there's another problem that's bothering us. And you'll understand when you meet Minato and Shikaku. Might Do scratched his head. Shen Yi's remarks made him very confused, but these brain-twisting things were never his turn to think about. Minato and Shikaku are very active people, as long as you follow these three people, you will be fine. Looking at the addition of another member to the team of 4, Might Do was stunned, and it took a long time to see that this guy was inextricably linked to the puppet he saw that night. Back to the village. One of you have to keep up with us or you'll fall off the team. Got it. Minato leads the way, with Shikaku and Might Do on either side of one, preventing him from finding where he should go after falling behind. After all, in the eyes of these few people, one of them who left the cave was a child who had just entered the WDO, and Shen Ye was very worried about him. Another day of rushing, one of the people finally appeared in front of Konoha village led by a few people in the Night of the Gods. Looking at the huge entrance of the village, one of them was in a trance for a while. It was the first time he saw such a big village and so many people. And at this time, in his perception, everyone in the line of sight has a strong strength, and his own caution can't be used here at all. Yamashiro Aoba still appeared in front of Shen Ye in the same way, and his eyes kept falling on one of them, looking up and down. It's really rare to be able to go out on a mission at the Ninja Academy. Speaking of which, Brother Shancheng, why are you always staring at me if you don't look at the gate? Haha, I will come forward to express my condolences to everyone who enters and leaves the village. Shancheng King Yi scratched his head in embarrassment, turned around and returned to his position with a haha, not to stop Shen Ye from entering the village. But at the same time, he has sent the situation here back to the Hokage office. After all, a brand new face has appeared, and he looks very scared. It was the first time I saw so many people coming and going on the street. One of them leaned tightly on Minato's lap and looked around in a panic. Without staying on the road for a long time, Shen Ye took the group and pushed open the door of Hokage's office. At this time, the hands of the 3 generations were sitting on the table. Is there anything to gain from going out on a mission this time? 3 generations of grandfather, you know that we secretly carried out the mission outside? You thought it was hidden from everyone. The 3rd generation shook his head helplessly. Without his own consent, how could the quest manual end up in Shinai's hands? I really thought that Hatake Sakumo had picked up the treasure. Looking at how high-spirited you are, you have accomplished the task well. The crisis in that village has been resolved, and there are still some unexpected gains, but I just don't know how you will deal with the 3rd generation grandfather. What you're talking about is this kid next to you. Shen Ye nodded, and told everything that happened in the small mountain village one by one, without any concealment. In fact, the small mountain village is a small village in the country of fire, and the 3 generations of Hokage also know about it, and the 3 generations will not be concealed by a little lie. I want the village to take in one of them. He's a very poor boy and he's kind at heart. Chapter 57, System Upgrade 3 Generations, and touched my chin, and my expression suddenly became very serious. There are already you and Maishang in the village, that guy Danzo has already begun to be suspicious. If there is another guy like this, Danzo will probably explode. Shen Ye saw the dilemma of the 3 generations, and it was impossible for everyone in the village to accept one of them. If other people see his puppet, some strange thoughts will appear in their hearts, and they even look at one of them with strange eyes. I know what to do. Since the village can't accept one, I have to find another way. Shen Ye shrugged and turned around to leave, but just turned his back to the 3rd generation. Shen Ye revealed a conspiracy smile. The 3 generations shook their heads again and again, raised their hands and released chakra to close the door tightly. This matter is still up for discussion, don't leave in a hurry, there is nowhere to go. Then a satisfactory answer is required. Shen Ye turned around and shrugged, walked a few steps to a chair not far away and sat down, clasping his arms around his chest and quietly waiting for Sanday's reply. One of them will stay in the village from now on, but he has to be put in Anbu, otherwise, the village will be dissatisfied. Shen Ye nodded, although he really wanted to say that this matter was done perfectly, but after all, his ability at this time was still limited. 1. We have to listen to this old grandfather in the future, maybe we won't meet for a while in the future. One of them nodded obediently. In the bottom of his heart he already regarded Shen Ye as his closest person, and all his words were deeply put into his heart. After leaving the Hokage office, Shen Ye facilitated several people to return to their own homes. Hitaki Sakumo knew early on that this quest reward was a very good thing, but at that time he didn't know it would be a scroll. For a ninja, having a ninjutsu scroll is already a successful practice of ninjutsu, except for some extremely individual ninjutsu, which is difficult to practice. Shrinking in his room, Shen Ye slowly flattened the scroll on his bed, silently reading the words written on it word by word. The chakra in the body slowly turned with the movements of Shen Ye's mouth, and unconsciously formed a light blue chakra coat on the surface of his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the opportunity to upgrade the system. The voice that suddenly appeared in his mind broke Shen Ye's concentrated movements, and he was stunned for a while without thinking about what was going on. System, what just happened? Repeat it for me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the opportunity to upgrade the system. Is it just an opportunity? That's right. It takes a little trial to actually complete the system's promotion. Can't I make it clearer? Do I have to keep asking? What broken system? Shen Ye pouted, feeling deeply worried that he had encountered such an artificial mental retardation, for fear that one day he would cry stupidly. Host, have a youthful and bloody competition with Might Do. If you win, you will get the opportunity to upgrade the system. What a shit game this is! Shen Ye patted his forehead, not expecting that this guy would let him complete such a stupid game. The 4 words of youth and blood, no one except Might Do would say it. But it came out naturally in the mouth of the system. Although I really don't want to play this game, the system upgrade is still very tempting for Shenai. A few days passed in a blink of an eye, and Shen Ye was not in a hurry to find Might Do for a youthful competition. After all, there was still a new ninjutsu to study. In the Ninja Academy, they hadn't seen Shenai for several days in a row, and Yuexing and Maishang were worried about Shenai in their hearts. Minato, I haven't seen Shenai for a few days, how is he now? I haven't seen him either. Why don't we go see what he's up to after school? Yuexing and Maishang nodded again and again, their minds had already flown to Shenai's house, and they were absent-minded all afternoon. Time passed by a little bit, and finally got through the afternoon. Yuexing and Maishang went straight to Minato and went straight to Shenai's house to check the situation. Pushing open the door, several people found that Shen Ye was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly at this time, completely unaware that the room was full of people. Yuexing turned his head and looked at Minato at a loss, not knowing what to do next. Minato sighed deeply and pushed the sleeping Shinai. After 3 or 2 times, Shenya still didn't have any response. This time, Minato was also a little flustered. Did something really happen to this guy? When did you little guys come? Tsunade's voice appeared behind several people. Master Tsunade, I haven't seen Shinai for a few days, so I'm a little worried to come and see him. Not long after he fell asleep, even if there was a big explosion outside, he probably wouldn't be able to wake him up. Tsunade giggled. Minato nodded and took a few steps out of the room. If that's the case, we won't disturb his rest, as long as there are no accidents. Tsunade sent several children outside the room, turned around and looked at Shenya who was asleep and shook his head helplessly. Only Tsunade understands what Shinai has experienced in the past few days, and Hiri is not allowed to study the content on the scroll, just to be able to learn ninjutsu more diligently. In a blink of an eye, the night time passed, and the next morning, I woke up early in the morning and looked out the window. The sun just got up on the horizon, twisted his neck. Shinai stood up, left the room and walked towards the ninja academy. I haven't seen those little guys for a few days, and I don't know if they miss me. I just took the opportunity to see how powerful ninjutsu is that doesn't rely on system abilities. In the past few days, Shenya has fully understood the scroll that Shijiao Nani gave him, and the operation method of chakra has been tested countless times in his heart. However, without the real release of ninjutsu, Shenya is not sure that he can succeed 100%. If you fail accidentally, there is a system as the last guarantee. You can easily steal the ninjutsu on the scroll. At this time, there was only one busy figure in the ninja academy running back and forth. Relying on hard work to make up for the innate lack of ninjutsu, and laying the foundation for becoming the strongest ninja in the world with sweat, that is might do. Chapter 58 of the main text. Might do, you are still so hard-working, come here early in the morning to practice well. It's the so-called stupid bird that flies first, so make good use of every minute and second of your time to practice, otherwise, you will be left behind. Shenya shook his head. No one dared to say that he had a talent beyond might do in terms of physical skills. Before everyone shows up, let me try to see how strong you are now. Then you must let me. Might do said very cowardly words. His body movements had already put on a fighting stance, and he could fight at any time. Shenya shook his head gently. This is not a place to fight at all. Since you want to try your new ninjutsu well, you must go to the training ground. Being able to catch up to me is half the battle for you. Shenya turned around and wanted to run in the direction of the training ground. Might do stood there in a daze and suddenly reacted. As a result, a powerful chakra erupted in the body, prompting Might do to chase after Shinai. The distance between the two gradually narrowed, and Shenya frowned and found that Might do was really extraordinary, and it seemed that he needed to be serious. Fantastic power! Condensing the chakra circulating in the body on his feet, Shinai's speed instantly increased by a level. Like a gust of wind, all the weeds were dumped in the direction in which Shinai ran. In just a few minutes, Shenya landed exactly in the middle of the training ground. At this time, Might do was still some distance away from the training ground. With his arms around his chest, Shenya quietly waited for the appearance of Might do. Shenya, I can't see you practicing at all, but why is your strength so strong that you can easily beat me? How a person's strength is not in the length of practice, but in the precise control of chakra. Might do nodded again and again, humbly learning every word of Shenya. At this moment, he knew that Shenya was not only fighting with himself, but more importantly, he could learn the skills of cultivation from Shenya. Just when Might do was thinking about how to operate chakra, Shenya suddenly waved his fist and bombarded Might do's facade. Might do, who had no time to react, was directly knocked down by Shinai's attack, and his body fell backward and lay on the ground. This is the first lesson for you today. As a ninja you can never let your guard down. Might do took a deep breath. A carp straightened his body, stepped back a few steps in a row and distanced himself from Shinai. Were bursts of majesty around, blowing the hem of Shen Yi's clothes floating, Maito carefully felt the changes in the surrounding air and slowly closed his eyes. Be careful! Maito in the blink of an eye, and while the man was still in mid-air, he kicked his own foot and fell straight towards the shoulders of Maito. Maito moved his ears slightly and could hear the flow in the air. Gently opened his body sideways, Shen Yi's feet rubbed Maito's body and fell to the ground, leaving a deep mark on the ground directly with a huge force. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Maito turned over and clenched his fists and punched Kamaya's stomach. Just above him, if there is no obstruction, the fist will hit the stomach accurately in the next second. A ninja who specializes in taijutsu, his strength cannot be ignored. If he is hit, he will lose most of his combat power in an instant, and the same is true for Shinai. Fiton, wind style, the art of frivolity. Hand seal of Shinai's hands, the circulation speed of chakra in the body has risen to the peak that Shinai can persist. The distance between the fist and Shen Yi's stomach was only 0.1 centimeters, and all the things that Shen Ye could see suddenly became extremely slow. At an extremely bizarre angle, Kamaya dodged Maito's fist. After losing the target, the fist finally landed on the air, and bursts of sonic booms resounded throughout the training ground. Maito is really merciless, this punch is trying to kill me. Shen Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, the practice of these days was not in vain, and he finally used the ninjutsu on the scroll. I lost Shinai. Shen Ye, who wanted to continue fighting, was stunned and looked at Maito with some differences. The battle has only just begun, but because the attack of the fist was resolved by his own ninjutsu, he directly declared his defeat, which Shinai did not understand very much. Feeling overwhelmed by Shen Ye, Maito shook his head helplessly. This blow has released all my chakra, and I have nothing left for you, so there is no way to continue the fight. It turned out to be the case, then I won this youthful and bloody game. Youth? Blood? A series of questions reappeared in Maito's mind, as if possessed. The surrounding air trembled slightly, and Shen Ye realized that something was wrong and quickly released the chakra perception. Between Maito's body, the originally lost chakra boiled like magma, and the chakra just lost soared wildly. Shen Ye swallowed his saliva and finally knew the best way to motivate Maito. His youthful blood was enough to support him to complete his entire ninja career. A basin of cold water will pour down on you and make your whole body boil. Partial doubling technique. Shen Yi's hands suddenly became huge, grabbed Maito directly in his hands, and threw it towards the pond not far away. 2 thuds, Maito sank into the pond, and Maito, who was still full of arrogance just now, went silent. The whole person stood in the pond and looked at Shen Ye quietly like a chicken in soup. He also knew that he had already lost the game, and everything was just a struggle. Shen Ye is really Shen Ye, even if I exploded my own little universe, I would not be an opponent. We got dressed and we went back, they should be in the classroom by this time. Maito nodded, jumped out of the pond, took a few steps to the depths of the deserted woods and put on a brand new green combat uniform. At the same time, Shen Ye closed his eyes and talked to the system in the depths of his mind. System, I have already won this youthful and bloody game. Next, I should tell me what the system will look like after the upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the opportunity to upgrade the system, but the functions after the upgrade still need the host to explore by themselves. Chapter 59 of the main text, Graduation ahead of schedule. At this time, a lot of people have gathered in the classroom, and Shen Ye saw a few familiar figures leaning against the window at a glance. Not only Minato and Shikaku, but also a beautiful classmate, Mikoto. There are some differences in Shinai. How could Mikoto, who has always been alone, suddenly join his team? It seems that he gets along very well with Yuexing and Mice Hang. Shen Ye, come here soon, there will be major news today. Big news. That's right, it is said that one of the lucky ones among us will be chosen to graduate directly today and officially become a genin in Konoha village today. Shen Ye touched his chin, so it seems that this is indeed a major news, but it is not attractive to himself. During the period before graduation, Shen Ye still wanted to have a good time, taking advantage of his identity as a child. There is some expectation that it will end up with someone. Shinai originally wanted to sleep in the classroom after experimenting with the brand new ninjutsu, but he was a little curious as to which person in the room got such an opportunity at this time. As time passed little by little, the figure of the 3 generations of Hokage quietly appeared in everyone's sight. The chattering classroom suddenly quieted down, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Sandai, with a faint look of anticipation in their eyes. If only this lucky one was me, I would be one step closer to Hokage. Shinai glanced at Minato, raised his hand and knocked a shudder on his forehead. If you want to become a ninja in the end, you have to be down to earth. If you take a shortcut, I will be the first to disagree with you becoming a ninja. Minato nodded aggrieved, and quickly gave up the idea just now, and the look of anticipation began to change little by little to indifferent. If he accidentally becomes a lucky guy, Minato has already decided in his heart to reject the 3 generations without hesitation and let him choose again. Shikaku has the same idea in his heart. The influence of the family on him makes him not value the title, as long as he can contribute to the village. The eyes of the 3 generations slowly swept across everyone in the classroom, and finally fell on Shinai. No, this old guy is staring at me again. Student Shinai, who do you think is suitable for this position? Of course it's Might Do. Might Do looked at Shen Ye with a surprised look on his face. No matter what, he never thought that Shen Ye would elect himself to be the lucky one and get rid of the Ninja Academy as soon as possible to become a real genin. God knight you. It's just a recommendation, and the final decision still depends on the 3 generations. The 3 generations looked at Might Do meaningfully, then touched his chin and did not show his attitude and decision for the first time, but chose to have a match. Since classmate Shinai has recommended classmates, whoever wants to get this place, just challenge. Shen Ye snorted coldly, stood up from his seat, and walked a few steps to the front of the classroom. Small Body stood beside the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking straight ahead with a serious expression. Despite the challenge, as long as you can beat me, you can directly get the opportunity for promotion. What a arrogant tone, I'll challenge you. A well-built young man stood up, and it seemed that he had been unconvinced for a long time, and the current challenge was just a flashpoint. Shrugging indifferently, Shen Ye raised his head and looked at Sandai. 3 generations of adults, what do you think about this matter? Go to the training ground now. The entire classroom was instantly boiling, not only the little guy who was ready to fight Shen Ye was very excited. Those guys with the mentality of watching the fun are even more enthusiastic, as if it is themselves who are about to enter the battle. The mighty crowd attracted the attention of the surrounding people, and they whispered to the people around them whether something important happened in Konoha village. In just a few minutes, the classroom was empty. It's a waste of time to come one by one, it's better to play with those who want to challenge. Shen Ye, don't think that you can be so arrogant with some achievements. Today, I am going to let you know what a real ninja is. Shen Ye shrugged indifferently, and did not put the guy in front of him in his eyes at all. One hand is enough for you and me, Mrs. Kuma, right? Ling Takuma twitched the corners of his mouth, and was very angry at Shinai's provocation, and he couldn't control his chakra. Strong collapse. Suddenly, Ling Takuma took a step forward fiercely. There was a huge power under the stable body like a mountain, but it was still tense and did not burst out. The eyes of the 3 generations lit up, and he had never seen the battle of these little guys, and now he seems to be very pleasantly surprised. Ryutakuma's strength is enough for him to become a genin, he just needs to wait quietly for the moment to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Shen Ye yawned and looked loosely at Ling Takuma, who was tensed in front of him, and slowly raised a hand and stood in mid-air. Fantastic power! Another more powerful force appeared, and Ling Takuma felt that a mountain was pressing down on him. His body began to tremble slightly, and his forehead was soaked with sweat. Before they really collided together, Ling Tai had already fallen behind. This guy is still arrogant as always, and he won't hide his strength at all. He has already put such a lot of pressure on his opponent before the competition begins. Although he was very sure of Shinai, Sandai knew that he would not accept early graduation from Ninja Academy, so he did not choose to announce his departure directly. On weekdays, the three generations have no understanding of these children in the Ninja Academy at all, so Shinai will choose a suitable person as a recommendation. Ling Kuma took a deep breath and forcibly broke the repressed feeling in his heart and rushed towards Shinai. However, because he was too nervous, his movements were full of loopholes. Shinai just moved his fists slightly and overthrew Ling Tai Kuma to the ground. I have already said that it is better for you to go up together. There is no way to beat me if you go up one by one. The arrogant arrogance of Shen Ye instantly burned, and these guys who were ready to watch the fun were all eager to go up and teach this arrogant guy. However, after Ling Tai Kuma, she was not willing to step forward and be beaten badly. Everyone knew about Ling Tai Kuma's strength. Chapter 60 of the explosion text and successfully advanced. I felt the eagerness of these guys around me, but I never stepped forward to confront myself. Shen Ye couldn't help but turn around and look at Sandai. Does this result indicate that he has won, and Might Do can embark on the path of Genin from now on? He is only one person, and he himself proposed to let us go together. What are you waiting for? A familiar figure suddenly appeared in the crowd, and Shen Ye saw that it was the guy Minato. The guy who doesn't think it's too big to watch the fun actually takes the initiative to stir up the surrounding commotion, which is also a manifestation of blind confidence in Shen Ye. In Minato's mind, these guys wouldn't be Kamiya's opponents even if they did it together, even if he and Shikaku joined them. Good. That's it, let's see how powerful he is. More and more people began to respond to Minato's words, thinking of slowly surrounding the center of the venue. Minato and Shikaku looked at each other, and the two of them pulled Yuexing and Naomi back again and again, for fear of being affected by Shinai's attack. Mikoto stood not far away to see the situation here, and rolled his eyes and gradually distanced himself from the crowd. Is it finally here? Weird force. Shen Ye raised his fist and slammed it on the ground, and the rumbling sound spread out to the surroundings along the position where Shen Ye's fist fell. Suddenly, a huge collapse occurred on the ground, and all the children running towards Shinai fell on the collapsed ground, losing the chance to continue fighting. The third generation frowned. Such a subtle control of chakra is far beyond what he can master at this age. It is indeed a rare genius boy. However, talented young people have their own ideas, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has absolutely no way to control Shinya's ideas. I've won, Might Do can go straight to Genin. It's alright, but the training ground has been destroyed by you in this way. You should make some compensation. Of Shen Yi's eyes twitched, Hokage, the third generation of the dignified Konoha village, was so embarrassed to ask him to make compensation for the destroyed training ground. Isn't he himself the culprit of all this? Feeling the smirk on the face of the third generation Hokage, Shen Ye thought for a moment that he had been deceived by this old guy. Whoever is in the classroom now has the qualifications to become a genin, and in the end, he just wants to renovate the facilities of the training ground. The third generation of adults, I still have something to do, I will go first, and the repair work of the training ground will trouble you. Holding a fist towards Sandai, Shen Ye ran away without giving Sandai a chance to continue talking. The people around consciously made way for Shinai, and Shinai left the training ground without squinting and walked towards the direction of Ichiraku Ramen, feeling faintly hungry. From a distance, Kamiya saw a guy in a green battle suit sitting at the Ichiraku Ramen. Shen Ye touched his chin and suddenly remembered that he didn't see this guy in the classroom or the training ground, but he came here to steal food. Might Do, why didn't I see you in the classroom? I finally found that the classroom is not suitable for me. Only by persistently completing the training tasks every day can I improve my physical skills little by little. So I have been practicing outside all the time. There's good news for you, you've missed out on this time away from the classroom. Are you confused, Shen Yat? When the 3 generations of adults asked you to make a choice, I would sit by your side. This time, Shen Ye was even more puzzled. It was completely unclear when Might Do left everyone and practiced alone. Was it on his way to the training ground? Shaking his head helplessly, Shen Ye decided not to think about these things. After all, Might Do at this time has become a genuine genin. Go to the 3rd generation office to report tomorrow, you are already a genin. I knew it must be you who won. Blind confidence in me, so you don't even watch my games, right? You and Minato are in trouble. Shen Ye rubbed his fists and walked towards Might Do with a smirk. A whimpering sound came out of Might Do's mouth, and it went on and on. After a little vent, Shen Ye was in a good mood, but pitied Might Do's already bloated head. At this moment, Might Do seems to have a feeling of Jiraiya, and he looks very happy. Shen Ye, you are now more and more like Master Tsunade, and you can even control hitting people with such stability. Might Do raised his thumb tremblingly to express his affirmation of Shinai, and then picked up the chopsticks with the swollen bag on his head and sent the ramen to his mouth. At this moment, the surrounding suddenly became noisy. Kamaya frowned and looked at the source of the sound. This was the quiet area that the village acquiesced in, and no one would make a fuss around Ichiraku ramen. Several guys with Kumagakure village brow guards on their foreheads were leaning against each other and laughing. However, there were only himself and Might Do around. These guys must be laughing at the big bag on Might Do's head. Hey, you guys be quiet. What are you talking about, little brat? Even the ninjas in your village would not dare to speak to us with such an attitude, do you understand? Shen Ye pouted and didn't intend to pay attention to these ignorant guys. After all, this is Konoha village, so it's better to pretend to be a ninja from other villages visiting. However, seeing that Shen Ye did not continue to speak, these little guys in Kumagakure village thought that Shen Ye would not dare to contradict them, so they were even more aggressive. Hey, you 2 little brats, get out of the way, I've already heard that the Ichiraku ramen here is very delicious, and I can finally try it today. Amegakure village pushed Shinai, but he didn't expect that Shinai didn't move at all, sitting on the original position like a rock. The guy in the lead knew that this was an iron plate that was not good for pudding, turned his head and set his eyes on Might Do. This guy with the blue bag on his head must be very easy to mess with, otherwise he wouldn't be beaten like this. However, before he could put his hand on Might Do's shoulder, Might Do's body flashed several times and appeared behind these guys. Wood Industry Whirlwind. With a slight force from his feet, he jumped into the air and swept all the ninjas in Kumagakure village with one blow. You can touch the youthful and bloody me? How miserable do you want to die in Konoha village? Just when Might Do wanted to attack further, the figure of Yamashiro Aoba appeared in Shinai's sight and waved again and again. Hokage I put the skill to burst. Chapter 61 Accident. Hokage, I put the skill point to Chapter 61 of the main text. Have mercy, be merciful, these are the messengers from Kumagakure village, please don't hurt them. Yamashiro Aoba leaned against the big tree panting, running from the entrance of the village to here at full speed, making his body a little overwhelmed, and gasping for breath again and again. Shen Ye waved his hand to stop Might Do's next move, and looked at the mountain city King Yi with interest. It's really unexpected that these few short-eyed guys are guests of Konoha village. Yes, it was indeed invited by the 3rd generation of adults, because there are some exchanges between the 2 villages, so. Got it, get them out of here quickly, or I can't control Might Do's temper. Yamashiro Aoba wiped the landscape on his forehead. If something really happened to these guys, he would definitely be punished by Konoha village. These guys are really disappointing, I'll go first. Kamaya got up and left, walked along the street in the village to Minato's house. These guys from Kumagakure village were all too familiar in Kamiya's mind. Said to be a friendly exchange between the two villages, in fact, the ninjas of Kumagakure village had other ideas, and they were eyeing the descendant of the Uzumaki family, Uzumaki Kushina, early in the morning. If you can't publicize this matter with great fanfare, not only will it not get the approval of the 3 generations, but it will even startle the snake and fail to catch their real face. There was a knock on the door. Minato hurried to the door and opened the door. Shen Yat, it was you. Come on, I'll give you a chance to be a hero to save beauty. Minato scratched his head and didn't understand what the hero's chance to save Mei was, but he still followed Kamiya. The two walked to the foot of Hokage's office unknowingly, and Shinai pulled Minato to hide in a place where no one was around, quietly observing the surrounding situation. What the hell happened? There are several guys from Kumagakure village in the village, and those guys' purpose is not pure. We are optimistic about him. Minato nodded, already knowing that he was working for the village at this time, ensuring the safety of the village and removing hidden dangers. Shenya didn't tell the story of Uzumaki Kushina, but in the end he had to find it himself, with a Hokage-like meticulous heart to discover the problem. The sky gradually darkened, and those guys were still in the office and did not come out. They haven't come out yet. Are they really here to discuss some friendly exchanges between the two villages? Shenya had some doubts about himself, but in his own impression, these guys were obviously the ones who took Kushina away. Finally, in the dead of night, the guys from Kumagakure left the office and walked outside the village. Minato and Shinai followed far behind, to avoid revealing their position and to keep the whereabouts of these guys in their sight. But soon they left the village. Shenya stopped at the entrance of the village and frowned. You can see Yamashiro Aoba standing at the entrance of the village, watching the messenger of Kumagakure leave the village. If he follows out of the village at this time, he will definitely stop him. You are worrying too much, Shenya. These people are ready to leave. I hope so, but always be on your toes. Minato nodded. And the two agreed that if something happened, they would gather together as soon as possible, and then leave in different directions. Walking on the road, the more Shinai thought about it, the more wrong it became, so he changed his direction and walked towards the place where Kushina lived. Just after finding a suitable location, Shenya found a familiar figure leaning against a corner in the dark, and shook his head helplessly. This guy said nothing happened, but he came here worried. Walking up quietly, Shinai patted Minato on the shoulder. Feeling the sudden touch on his shoulders, Minato hurriedly turned around and assumed a fighting stance, letting out a long sigh of relief when he found out that it was Kamiya. You came here without going back. Always worried that those guys will show up against Kushina, it's safer to watch here for a night. I'm fine here alone, you'd better go back and have a good rest. Those guys you can't deal with alone, there just happens to be nothing to do tonight. Minato nodded and didn't refuse. He knew that he had no way to stop Shenyi's inner thoughts, so he had to let him go. Little by little, no one was seen on the streets of the village, only Kamiya and Minato were watching quietly in the dark. Suddenly, there was some turbulence around, and several figures in a row fell to the door of Kushina's house. Shenya frowned and looked over. It was the guys from Kumagakure village that he saw during the day, but they just put on black battle uniforms, and the forehead guards on their foreheads were also taken off. Now no one can tell that these people are ninjas from Kumagakure village, and they can do whatever they want with enough disguise. Brace yourself and appear, but don't do it here, it will provoke the appearance of ninjas in the village, so you can't kill them. A cruel smile gradually appeared on the corner of Shenyi's mouth, and Minato looked at him with some surprise. I don't know since when, Shenyi's attitude towards the enemy has undergone a huge change, and now he is focused on killing the enemy instead of defeating it. Under the watchful eyes of the late night, several guys quietly opened the door of Kushina's house. I don't know what method was used, but Kushina didn't have the ability to resist at all, and was resisted by one of the strong guys and walked out of the village. Seeing this, Minato was a little anxious, but was stopped by Shen Yat. "Don't worry, keep a distance and follow behind them, and make a good move after leaving the village." It wasn't until the guy from Kumagakure village was about to disappear from his sight that Kamiya and Minato set off to chase after him, keeping the furthest distance to follow. However, just after leaving the village, Shen Ye found that he could no longer catch those guys in his sight, not even a trace. This is bad. It seems they were well prepared before the action, so they disappeared so easily. "Shen Ye, what do you think this is?" Minato leaped to the ground, with a strand of Ui's hair hanging from a low bush. He picked up the hair and put it in his hand to see. It turned out to be Ui-colored hair unique to the Uzumaki family. "This is the mark that Kushina left for us, and you can find it by looking for these Ui hairs." Chapter 62, Rescue, and Minato nodded, looking straight ahead, as if foreshadowing the battle that had already occurred. The two did not jump on the tree trunk and hurried on their way, but searched for the escape of these people along the Ui-colored hair left on the bushes. The sky in the distance was white with fish belly, but still did not catch up with these guys. "If we continue to move forward, we have already left the range of Konoha village. If there is a battle there, it will be very unfavorable for us, so we need to speed up. But it's a waste of time to travel while searching for hair. If only there was a way to shorten the travel time." Shen Ye rolled his eyes and suddenly flashed across his mind, then took out a shuriken with a mark in his pocket, and slowly wrapped his hair around the shuriken. Minato touched his chin and knew that Shinai was about to use the Hiraishin technique to hurry, but could he really speed up with Ui-colored hair? "Feel if there is any difference in the shuriken." Minato took the shuriken and slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, there were several marks on Ui's hair nearby, but they were only within a range, so he couldn't find them all. Rao is so, has been able to greatly shorten the time to catch up. The art of Hiraishin. The furthest hair imprint was selected, and the bodies of the two were directly teleported to the edge of the bush, and there was indeed a strand of hair left by Kushina around the leg. At the same time, some images appeared in Minato's mind again, still some marks of Ui's hair, but much smaller than before. "Maybe we'll catch up with them." The art of Hiraishin. Minato took Shinai's arm, and the two disappeared directly in place. When they appeared again, they were already in front of a group of ninjas from Kumagakure village. Looking at the two people who suddenly appeared, the ninja from Kumagakure village stayed in place for a while, looking at Minato and Shinai with vigilance. At this time, Kushina had woken up and looked at Shinai and Minato excitedly. The mark he left behind was finally discovered to solve himself. "You guys are sneaky, and you already knew that you wouldn't simply come over to exchange friendship. It seems that I didn't teach you enough at that time. You dare to manage our affairs." Shen Ye squinted his eyes. The 5 Kumagakure village ninjas standing in front of him were bullied by Might Do alone and dared not fight back. The 5 of them looked at each other and already had some plans in mind. 4 people were left to face Shinai and Minato, and one of them carried Kushina and continued on their way to the village, as long as they could block it for a while. However, Shen Ye saw through such a plan at a glance, and moved his body 2 steps to the side, blocking the route that everyone could leave. "Looking for an opportunity to save Kushina, these 5 people can be handed over to me." Shen Ye twisted his neck. It had been a long time since he had been able to exercise his muscles and bones properly, and he was finally able to let go of his hands and feet and work hard. "What's more, it's a long distance away from the village here, so there is no need to worry that someone will interfere with the battle. Although I haven't really figured out what the strength of these 5 people is, maybe when they were in Konoha village, they were not necessarily pretending to be pigs and eating tigers." Minato nodded in response, and threw several lily swords at the surrounding tree trunks in succession, each with the mark of Hiraishin on them. "Kushina can be rescued in any direction. Just the 2 of you want to stop us? Are some of you too naive?" Shen Ye shrugged indifferently. He didn't want to stop these guys, but wanted to leave all their lives in this forest. Fantastic power! Shen Ye didn't stop there, and a huge force under his feet prompted his body to rush towards the crowd, ready to kill one of them at a lightning-fast speed. But these guys have been vigilant all the time, and they reacted at the moment of all the movements of Shenai. Formation. The 5 people spread out in order, forming a 5-pointed star shape, resisting Shenai's attack. The powerful fist landed on the head of the man's stomach, only to find that it was like hitting a sponge, completely useless. Shen Ye frowned. Although these 5 people don't seem to be very strong, they can combine chakra together. Be careful, Shen Ye, the strength of these guys has suddenly increased a lot. Shen Ye nodded. Maybe this is the legendary chakra fusion, although one person's strength is not enough to fear, but releasing ninjutsu together has very powerful energy. But even so, Shen Ye still did not put these in the eyes of people, and the defeat is only a matter of time. Once the 5 are united, Minato will have plenty of time to free Kushina, so the task of the 2 is complete. You only have one person, and the 5 of us together can play a role that completely surpasses you. Even if you use the consumption of chakra, you are not an opponent. Then the 5 of you have met opponents, so let's compete for the amount of chakra reserves. Shen Ye calmly shook his wrist, his face full of disdain. Is simply a great shame for the ninjas of the nameless Kumagakure village, and they even sneered at the corners of their mouths, as if they had seen the scene of Kamaya's fall. Raiden, thunder style, go! The 5 people have the same imprint on their hands and maintain a completely unified movement. Hand seal is so slow, if it were replaced by other opponents, the 5 of you would have gone to the west, but it just happened to accompany you to have a good time. Kamaya put his arms around his chest and quietly waited for the release of ninjutsu. I saw a faint light of thunder flashing on the bodies of the 5 guys for free, and then 5 palms slapped directly on the ground, and countless thunder and lightning ran towards Shen Ye along the ground. Completely different from the momentum just now, after the thunder and lightning hit the ground, the speed suddenly accelerated a lot, and in the blink of an eye, it came to the feet of Shen Ye. Humph, chakra perception. Shen Ye stared and released the chakra perception to the maximum range, and the speed of thunder and lightning suddenly dropped a lot in his sight. Taking 2 steps back, he easily avoided the lightning on the ground. The guy in the lead frowned. The ninjutsu he had always been proud of was easily dispelled in such a short period of time, completely losing his aggressiveness. Chapter 63 Go Home. Hokage, I put the skill point to Chapter 63 of the explosion text and headed home the magic of doubling the part of the strange force. Since these 5 people can play a huge role together, Shen Ye is ready to completely separate these guys and defeat them one by one. The huge palm landed directly on one of the guys without warning, and when he squeezed it, he easily grabbed him in the palm of his hand. Everyone was shocked at this time. A guy who didn't even wear a forehead guard had such a huge power. The one caught in the palm of his hand couldn't break free with all his strength, and he couldn't help but start to feel disheartened. The boss saved me, my body can't move at all now, and I can't even breathe. Don't be noisy, if you get killed by him, we won't be able to run away. The guy at the head deeply knows the flaws of himself and his partner. Although they can play some roles together, once one person is missing, they cannot be formed. A person's strength is no different from an ordinary genin, and it is not even as good as an ordinary ninja with better talent. The reason why they formed a 5-person team is that everyone found a common ground and worried that there would be no place for themselves in the ninja world in the future. Do you still want to save people? You should be concerned about your own safety in the future. Minato had sent Kushina to a safe place at this time, and returned here to help Shinai fight together, but saw such a scene. Sighing, Minato instantly locked his target on the guy in the lead. Shutting through the crowd several times in a row, Minato landed directly behind the guy, holding the shuriken tightly against his neck. If you say another word, I will kill you. This guy swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to make a sound, for fear that Minato would gently move his shuriken and send him away. Your leader has been controlled by me, I hope you can be a little self-aware. Shen Ye shook his head helplessly. It seemed that his fun was over, so he released his hand and put the guy in his palm on the ground. Say. What's your purpose with Kushina? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, then go to hell. I said that we had a fancy for the Uzumaki family bloodline early in the morning, so we took Kushina to do some research on her so we could have it too. Minato snorted coldly, slid the shuriken in his hand, and the sharp blade slashed the guy's throat, blood running down his body. Shen Ye sighed lightly, and sure enough, the person he loved was in danger, and no one would be calm. 5 people have already solved one, and the remaining 4 people together have no Minato powerful, no doubt they were slaughtered wildly. Looking at his blood-stained hands, Minato's spirit was a little dazed, and he couldn't believe that he did these things. Taking a few steps forward, Shinai patted Minato on the shoulder. At this time, he could understand Minato's mood. The first time he really felt the feeling of killing in this world was the confrontation with that guy from Anbu. At that time, he also had some who did not believe that he would kill himself. It's settled, take Kushina back home. Minato nodded dumbly. Liashin Wazu walked behind Shinai, but Shinai didn't bring him to Kushina's side for the first time. According to the route in his memory, Shen Ye took Minato to the edge of a small stream, ready to wash off the blood on his body and then go to find Kushina. Minato took a deep breath and jumped straight into the creek, holding it under the water for a few minutes before resurfacing. It's almost time, we should go back. Is this the ninja world? Can a world without killing be considered complete? Kamiya didn't answer Minato's message, but handed Minato a brand new dress, turned and rushed in the direction where Kushina was hiding. Before dark, the 3 returned to the village. Kushina stood at the door of the house and looked at Shinai and Minato gratefully. Thank you so much this time, or I might be dead by now. In fact, it's all Minato's credit. I can carefully find out that the hair you left is also Minato, so I want to thank Minato well. Kamiya blinked at Kushina and Minato, turned around and left. Minato scratched his head and was a little overwhelmed, wondering why Shinai suddenly took all the credit on his head. While walking Shen Yi's heart, he thought, Minato, this kid, you have to seize the opportunity, otherwise I wasted my time creating opportunities for you. The night gradually deepened, and Shen Ye did not choose to go back to his home directly, but walked in the direction of Hokage's office. He didn't believe that the 3 generations were unaware of this matter. If it wasn't for the acquiescence of the 3 generations, it would be even more difficult for the 5 of them to easily sneak into the village. Gently pushed open the door of the room, the 3 generations seemed to have foreshadowed the appearance of Shen Ye, sitting in front of the table and watching silently. Did the 3rd generation of adults expect me to appear early in the morning, so I haven't rested so late? Of course, I have seen the performances of both you and Minato, and I am very satisfied. Shen Ye frowned. Could it be that he was tricked by this old guy again this time? Everything happened right under his nose. So it's your acquiescence that they robbed Kushina? Is it even worthy of the name of the 3rd generation of Hokage? Isn't the end result good? What about making some small sacrifices for the village? I'm very optimistic about you, Shinai. I don't need you to be optimistic. Leaving a sentence, Shen Ye turned around and left. Although he had long imagined that this would be the case, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's frank admission as before made Kamiya very unhappy, and he seemed to be a tool man again. However, he is still a child, and he does not have the capital to argue with the 3 generations. In the future, we must give fairness to the entire ninja world, and no one will allow this to happen. Shen Ye, where are you going so late? Of course I went home to sleep, who would be hanging out in the middle of the night? Shen Ye didn't raise his head to observe the person who greeted him at all, just waved his hand casually and prepared to move on. However, the figure stopped directly in front of Shen Ye, not ready to let him pass. Chapter 64 Arrogance. Hokage, I put the skill on the 64th chapter of the explosion text, arrogant, and Shen Ye had to stop to see who was so annoying and dared to stop his path. Slowly raising his head, a familiar figure appeared in Shinai's line of sight. It turned out to be Uchiha Mikoto standing in front of him with his hands on his waist. Even so, the expression on Shen Yi's face still hasn't changed in any way, and his appearance is extremely scary. But Uchiha Mikoto didn't feel it at all, and still looked at Shinai. Shen Ye, why do you have such an expression? Did someone provoke you again? I'll go and teach that guy a lesson now. Said that, Uchiha Mikoto shook his fist as if he was really moving. Shen Ye sighed helplessly, and swayed in front of him when he was in a bad mood. If it was someone else, he would have greeted him with his fist. But Mikoto is a girl anyway, so Shinai still has to be a gentleman and be patient with him. Gas, why are you still wandering on the road if you don't go home so late? Are you going to the Hokage office in this direction? Mikoto shook his head. Sundara's face suddenly turned shy, and he lowered his head slowly. It's because I saw you coming this way before, so I'll try my luck to see if I can still meet you. What if you meet me? I want you to take me home. Shen Ye twitched the corners of his mouth twice, but he never thought it would happen anyway. Shaking his head helplessly, Kamiya took Mikoto's shoulders and walked in the direction of the Uchiha family, ready to send this guy back. There were no pedestrians on the road, only Shinai and Mikoto, but there were still two people watching. In the darkness, a guy sneaked behind Shen Ye, who had already discovered this guy's existence but kept silent. Through Chakra's perception, Shen Ye has determined that this guy is Uchiha Fugaku's son of a bitch, and he is also sneakily observing Shen Ye at the Ninja Academy. There were not too many words along the way, and after a while, they made a separation at the door of Mikoto's house. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Mito had been busy with his promotion to genin, and Shen Ye had not seen him for a few days. On this day, Shen Ye came to the Ninja Academy early as usual to occupy the position he wanted, and at the same time reserved several places around him. Mito appeared in front of Shinai wearing a green combat uniform, and pointed to the forehead guard above his forehead with his head held high. Shen Ye, I am now an official genin, and I can take on some tasks by myself from today. So today we can leave this boring classroom and help you to complete the task together. A word was broken by Shinai, and Mito scratched his head a little embarrassedly. There was indeed a commission just accepted that needed Shinai's help. It just so happened that she hadn't left this classroom for a while, and Shen Ye couldn't wait to leave the village to exercise. Call Minato this time, and let's go together. He was already waiting for us at the entrance of the village. I met him last night and told him the whole thing clearly. Nodded and left his position and walked towards the entrance of the village. Minato was yawning and leaning on the stone Jinchuriki/column at the entrance of the village, shaking his body as if he could fall asleep at any time. Go to work, cheer up a little. The two of you are still very fast, then let's go straight. We can't help but want to move. Shen Ye shook his head helplessly. It seems that after what happened last time, Minato also fell into the same problem and couldn't help but want to find someone to fight manually. Having had actual combat experience, and looking back at the theoretical knowledge of the Ninja Academy, I realized how naive they were, and it was not worth mentioning at all. Mito led the way in front, Minato and Shinai followed quietly behind. What is the specific content of this mission? Where will we go this time? It's a Megakure village. It is said that a huge water monster appeared there and no one can solve it, so I entrusted to Konoha village to help calm it down. Shen Ye touched his chin. A Megakure village is not a village without ninjas, and even the quality of ninjas is very high, almost every ninja assassinated by Grandmaster. If they can't get rid of the water monster, how can they think the ninja of Konoha village will succeed? Besides, Mito is just a child who has just been promoted to genin. Even if he is entrusted with help, he must be as strong as Jiraiya. A series of questions appeared in Shen Yi's mind, but now that he has left the village, he has seen how powerful a water monster is. After a long journey, several people finally came to the outside of Omegakure village. Looking at the clear sky outside, but walking into the village is a completely different situation. It's really magical here. It is said that it is caused by a kind of ninjutsu, so there is such a peculiar landscape. Okay, just go in and don't waste time here. Looking at each other, the three of them walked directly into the village. The humid environment made Shenya feel very uncomfortable. The cloudy and rainy weather really made people unable to like it, and Shenya couldn't help but didn't appear in this village when he crossed over. Seeing the three people from Konoha village appear, an old man staggered towards the three of them and stopped in front of Might-do. The three are ninjas from Konoha village. Yes, it's not too late to take us to see what the water monster looks like. Introduce myself, I am the one sent from this village to meet you, and I will be by your side until the end of the matter. Shenya nodded and looked up and down at the feeble old man in front of him, but found that he was not as weak as he seemed on the surface. In Chakra's perception again, this old guy contains very powerful energy in his body, and if he bursts out, he may not be an opponent. Grandpa, I have one thing that I am very curious about. Although Omegakure village is not as big as Konoha village, it is not a place lacking ninjas. If you can't solve it, how can you think Konoha village can do it? To be honest, it's not that our strength doesn't allow it, but the tradition handed down in the village keeps us from getting close to the waters. There is such a thing. The old man nodded and told the complete story. Chapter 65 Looking at each other. Hokage, I put the skill point to chapter 65 of the text. I watched and listened to the legends of Omegakure village in the air, and Shenya couldn't help but pouted, and only in the village led by Hands of the Salamander would he insist on believing in nonsense. The legend of the talk. Omegakure village are no different from those of other villages, but they cannot enter and exit the waters as freely as other people. You just need to tell us the approximate location of the waters, and it's not difficult for you to go there yourself. The old man looked at Shenya gratefully. In fact, he had already made up his mind to die this time, but he did not expect the little guy in Konoha village to be so enlightened. He took out a scroll from behind and handed it to Shenya. The old man nodded slightly and turned away. These guys just gave us the whole task? Aren't we afraid that we are lunatics? Shenya shook his head slightly and spread the scroll on the ground, looking at several places marked with UI-colored marks. It seems that it has been planned for a long time. These marks are not marked on the same day. The grade of the scroll may be older than you and me. Minato nodded, looked up at the surroundings to confirm his position, and then scratched the map a few times with his shuriken. That's it, let's go now. Shenya put away the scroll and walked towards the depths of the village. If he wanted to reach the waters, he had to pass the entire village. Minato had some resistance to this, not only because of the continuous rain from the sky, but also because the eyes from the villagers on the street made him very uncomfortable. Although the journey was very short, in Minato's heart it seemed like centuries had passed. Going through the inner pressure, Minato finally came to the place called the legendary waters under the leadership of Shinai. However, looking at the calm surface of the lake, there was no water monster at all. It doesn't look like there is a water monster here. It's not like that, Shinai, look over there. Might-do pointed towards the lake in the distance, and there was something floating above the water, staring at this side through the distant air. Shenya squinted his eyes and still couldn't see what it was, and a layer of white mist gradually appeared on the water. The magic of doubling the part of the strange power. Shenya snorted coldly and directly made his hand huge, waving a huge force to stir back and forth on the lake, and the fog was blown away in a short time. The scene in front of him gradually became real. Standing in the center of the lake turned out to be a statue, a lifelike dragon. But its eyes are very smart, as if it will break through the shackles and fly out at any time, turning the world upside down. It's really a behemoth. Could it be that the water monster that the villagers always thought was him? If this is the case, then the task is too easy to complete, and now you can go back to the village to receive the task reward. Shen Ye shrugged, turned to look at Might-Du, and was a little curious about what the mission reward this time was. It didn't look like ordinary gold coins. Feeling Shanai's gaze, Might-Du scratched his head embarrassedly, took out a scroll in his pocket and handed it to Shanai. There is a big fire word written on the scroll. And it can be seen that it is a scroll from Konoha village. With such a shape, Shen Ye knew that it was the specific content and reward of this mission, and everything about the mission was written on this scroll. Quest reward, a scroll of high-level body arts. Shen Ye nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Might-Du was so anxious, because he wanted to be more diligent in his practice. Take advantage of this mission. Let me teach you a brand new ninjutsu. It will definitely make you fall in love with it instantly, but do you understand it when you use it carefully? Might-Du nodded again and again. It had been a long time since he had seen Shen Ye with such a serious expression, and he knew the seriousness of Akatsuki's matter in his heart. Don't worry, Shen Ye, as long as it's what you say, I'll listen carefully. Feel the flow of chakra in your body carefully while watching my chakra. Might-Du acted little by little according to Shanai's words, his eyes fixed on Shanai's body, for fear of missing a point. The art of the 8 inner gates, open. Shen Ye used the flow of chakra to stimulate the acupuncture points on the whole body, scouring one point after another. With the stimulation of the acupoints, a faint chakra coat gradually appeared on the surface of Shen Ye's body. Even an ordinary person standing here could feel that Shen Ye was gradually getting stronger. Might-Du naturally felt the changes of Shanai more clearly, and his eyes could not help emitting a bright brilliance. Minato looked at the way chakra works and knew that this ninjutsu was not suitable for him. Without the support of a strong body, performing the 8 inner gates would only make him collapse at any time. Demonstrating the opening and end of the 8 escape techniques, Shen Ye recovered his state. After all, with the current physical condition, you can only do this reluctantly. If you continue to use it, it will cause huge damage to the body, and the gain will outweigh the loss. If I knew there was such a magical skill, I wouldn't have pulled the two of you over to perform this task. Performing a mission is also a kind of experience. It will definitely not be that simple here. At least the current calm is only superficial. Minato nodded, he felt the same way. Water monster may be synonymous with the village of Omegakure, and the real danger has yet to emerge. But having come here, it would be a little too dull to go back like this, and there would be no gain at all. Neither Shen Ye nor Minato vented at all, and the inner strength was still pounding. I'm looking around here, maybe I'll find something. Shen Ye nodded and walked along the shore in the opposite direction to Minato, while Might-Du reviewed the practice Shen Ye taught him with relish. As time passed, the surrounding environment had undergone some subtle changes, but no one noticed. The sky has gradually darkened, Shen Ye's stomach began to growl, and it has been a day since he had eaten. Grilled fish. Agree. Might-Du, it's time to test you, go under the water and catch some fish. Might-Du put all his things on the shore, and after a bit of exercise, he dived directly into the water. The fish, which were still swimming slowly, rioted instantly after Might-Du joined, and panicked to avoid Might-Du's approach. Water is not Might-Du's world. He was played with by several fish. And he didn't catch a single fish for a long time. What did I just teach you? Why don't you know how to use it? Chapter 66. Might-Du took a deep breath and sank to the bottom of the water, thinking about everything Shen Ye just said. Might-Du's movements in the water became extremely brisk, and his swimming speed was comparable to that of a small fish in the water, and he grabbed a big fish in his own hands. Throwing towards the shore, Shen Ye nodded in satisfaction. Minato had already found some firewood and put it in a pile on the shore to complete the grill. However, he cannot use katon, fire style, ninjutsu, and can only use the most primitive method of drilling wood to make fire, holding two wooden sticks and rubbing them together. Shenya shook his head helplessly and pushed Shenya away. Katon, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Precisely control your chakra, spit out a little flame from your mouth to ignite the pyre, and the flame slowly rises. A while, the aroma of grilled fish wafted out. Mito caught a few fish in a row and returned to the shore to prepare for a feast. However, at this time, an unfamiliar voice appeared. I haven't smelled such a sweet smell for a long time. I wonder if I can share some of these grilled fish with me? Shenya turned his head to look at the source of the voice. It was a middle-aged man, his face was full of displeasure. No one paid any attention to him, but he sat directly beside Shenya as if he was familiar with it, took out some seasonings in his pocket and sprinkled it on the grilled fish. Of course, grilled fish still needs some seasonings to taste good. No one has been able to catch fish here for a long time. Uncle, you are really welcome, aren't you afraid that my fish is poisonous? It's you who are worried that there is something wrong with my seasoning. I don't know why you little guys are in this place, aren't you guys from a Megakure village? Shenya nodded undeniably, with such an ancient abandoned legend, how dare the guys from a Megakure village come here? The uncle rolled his eyes and seemed to understand that the reason why these youngsters came here was simply to be entrusted to solve the strange things that happened recently. There are no water monsters here at all. I'm afraid you have to run for nothing. Uncle, you know so much about this place, and you are not a villager of a Megakure village. The uncle was stunned for a while. He hadn't heard such a question for many years, and he actually forgot what the answer to the question was. Seeing that this guy didn't answer his question, Shenya shook his head helplessly and handed the grilled fish to the uncle. In fact, Shenya released the chakra perception to the maximum range at the moment when the sound appeared, and it was certain that the uncle did not have any aggressiveness. Even a very strong person did not show a little bit of aggression, being easygoing and gentle. The uncle took the grilled fish unceremoniously and ate it up. Time passed little by little. Whether it was Shenya or the strange uncle, they finally patted their stomachs contentedly. After eating your fish, I will tell you some stories here by the way, maybe it will be of some help to you. Shenya raised his head to look at the uncle. Compared with the villagers in a Megakure village, this uncle's words were obviously more believable at this time. After all, he had been living here all the time. Minato and Mito also pricked up their ears and listened, for fear of falling a little. A long time ago it was just an ordinary pond, and the villagers of a Megakure village still showed up to fish here, but everything changed after that guy was born. That guy? That's right, it's Hands of the Salamander, whose appearance shattered the original appearance of a Megakure village. Shenya touched his chin. That guy has been guarding a Megakure village and has not invaded the surrounding area, but he has also experienced countless battles, and won all of them without exception. Minato didn't quite understand the connection between the appearance of Hands of the Salamander and the fact that it was listed as a forbidden area. The guy Hands of the Salamander has a very deadly poisonous gas on his body. There is no way to get close to this place, so he ordered the entire village not to appear here. It's really domineering. Of course, these are just premise. The time of the water monster that appeared recently is inextricably linked with Hands of the Salamander, and his psychic beast is responsible. Just as a few people were talking, the calm lake suddenly changed dramatically. The uncle sighed softly and slowly got up with one hand on the ground, turned around and walked in the direction he came from, as if he didn't want to be involved. Shinai didn't force him to stay, nodded towards Minato and Mito, turned around and jumped up. Even though the storm is surging, I still haven't seen the source of the trouble. How come Hanzo's psychic beast is above this water? I think that uncle is lying. What about him? Kill him no matter what. Minato was already in a fighting stance, staring intently at the lake, and Mito was equally vigilant. The waist and horse are one, we may fight on the water next, and we will fall into the water if we are not careful. These are all pediatrics at Ninja Academy, so there's no need to worry about us at all. The three of them jumped to the surface of the water together. It was difficult for the swaying water to keep quiet and stand on it, and their bodies swayed with the waves. After a while, the water surface calmed down again, and Shen Ye couldn't help frowning. "What's the matter? Over there?" Minato raised his hand and pointed to the lake in the distance, and a huge shadow flashed under the water. Shen Ye hurried over there, ready to see what was going on, but he didn't expect that guy would disappear after he passed. In just a few minutes, it was as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Shen Ye couldn't help but wonder if it might be the uncle's ghost, and what he said just now was completely deceiving everyone. The real cause of the water monster phenomenon was that guy. At that time, he came over to eat grilled fish just to test his attitude. "We've been fooled and I know where to go to fix the problem." Shen Ye hurriedly returned to the shore and chased after the uncle's disappearance. Minato and Might-Do looked at each other and followed. After passing through the layers of forest, Shen Ye finally saw a hut sitting in the forest, which is exactly the familiar feeling of Shen Ye. The release of chakra's perception can clearly perceive that the guy in the hut at the moment is the uncle who just appeared suddenly, but he still has no aggressiveness. Chapter 67 Battle Begins. Chapter 67 And the battle begins. Rush in. With an order from Shen Ye, the three of them jumped directly around the hut and surrounded all the windows and doors. Almost at the same time, the three of them moved and rushed into the room along the window and door. The uncle was leaning on the chair leisurely. With a smile on his face, he didn't seem to notice the presence of several people in Shen Ye, and the uncle was still enjoying himself. Seeing this, Shen Ye raised his hand, then took a chair not far away and sat opposite the uncle, looking at each other. Minato and Might-Do shrugged helplessly. They were still serious just now, but they suddenly relaxed and felt a little uncomfortable. "Uncle, why are you lying to me? I wanted you to retreat, but I didn't want to hurt you children. Is Hands of the Salamander trying to scare me off? There are some who despise the hearts of our Konoha village ninjas too much. If that's the case, let you feel what the real horror is, so that you can stay here even if you die." Shen Ye shrugged indifferently, turned around and walked out of the room. No matter what, he couldn't fight in the room. In just a few breaths, all four people in the room appeared on a clearing in the forest. Katon, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Without any hesitation, Shen Ye took the lead in launching the attack, condensing chakra, and spit out a huge flame towards the uncle in his mouth. Great Fireball Jutsu used by the so-called genius ninja Uchiha Fugaku is not as good as 1/10 of the one that Shinaya displayed at this time, which is enough to see how strong this attack is. However, the uncle was unmoved, until the flames surrounded him and still wrapped his arms around his chest. Time passed little by little, and the flames gradually dissipated. "I can't see what method the uncle used, but I found that this guy has no damage at all, not even a trace on him. Now you know the gap between you and me, it's a chasm that can't be crossed." Shen Ye pouted. The chakra perception was always on, and he could clearly see that the chakra in the uncle's body was running rapidly. Although his expression looked light, his body was under enormous pressure, and the sweat on his forehead had betrayed him. "It's not as simple as it seems." Shen Ye smiled and took 2 steps back. The uncle frowned and felt that he was vaguely tricked, but he didn't find anything wrong. After the blink of an eye, Minato and Might-Do appeared on the left and right sides of the uncle at the same time, and 2 huge fists smashed towards the uncle's face. At this time, the uncle could no longer continue to be calm, so he quickly withdrew his body to avoid being hit by a fist. After Kenkan evaded the attack, the uncle finally realized that the 3 little guys in front of Byakugan were not easy to mess with, and if he was a little careless, he would stay here forever. Suten, Water Style, the art of water jets. The uncle quickly hand seal with both hands, condensed chakra in his mouth, and spat in the direction of Shinai. He knew that the leader of these people was Shen Ye, and if he could kill Shen Ye in one fell swoop, the next battle would be much easier. However, Shen Ye's strength is not just talking about it. Even if he is alone, there is still the possibility to solve the uncle, not to mention that Minato and Might-do are by his side. The water Jinchuriki / column came to Shinai in an instant, and the corner of Shinai's mouth lifted slightly. He is not an uncle, and he will not choose to resist the attack abruptly and forcefully pretend in front of the enemy. Partial doubling technique. Shenya blocked his huge arm in front of his body, and the strong impact instantly fell on his arm, pushing Shenya back a long distance. After stabilizing his body, Shenya shook his arm, although no damage was left, but the pain really existed. Taking advantage of the gap between the uncle's attack on Shinai, Might-do ran to the uncle's side in 3 or 2 steps, waving his fists and feet in a physical confrontation with him. Uncle is not Might-do's opponent at all, and he will be defeated in 3 or 2 times. If he continues, he will be easily subdued by Might-do. Sudden, water style, water cage. He kicked Might-do fiercely, and at the same time, the fast hand seal with both hands formed a light blue light in the palm of his hand and pushed towards Might-do. Might-do, who didn't know ninjutsu, directly raised his palm and put it on it. The light blue light instantly expanded, forming a huge water ball that imprisoned Might-do inside and couldn't move. Using all the power in his body was still not enough. Minato frowned. Such advanced ninjutsu is definitely not something that a genin can use, at least it has reached the level of Jainin. Shenya, this time is a bit tricky, his strength far exceeds ours. Looking for a chance to save Might-do. Minato nodded, distanced himself from the uncle, ready to appear at the edge of the water polo where Might-do was imprisoned at any time, and Shenya attracted the uncle's attention from the front. Fantastic power! A huge force appeared at the feet of Shenya, and the whole person rushed out like a bullet, and came to the uncle in an instant. He raised his fist and bombarded the uncle's stomach. If this hit really hit, I believe that the uncle will completely lose his fighting ability in a short period of time. The uncle squinted his eyes, and could feel the power contained in his fist. Sudden, water style, water obstacle avoidance. After the uncle put his hands together, he quickly opened it, and a water curtain appeared in front of the uncle. Shen Yi's fist finally hit the water curtain, causing a huge splash of water. However, the uncle took this opportunity to avoid the impact of the strange force, and twisted his neck to prepare for a timely counterattack. "Hey, what's the matter with you bullying a few children here? Aren't you ashamed of such a big person?" A familiar voice appeared behind Shinai. You didn't need to turn around to know that it was the cheap guy from Jiraiya, but he didn't know how he appeared here. The uncle tilted his head and looked away from Shenya to look at the source of the sound, and found that a guy with a huge scroll on his back was standing on a tree trunk and looking down. It is impossible to tell which village ninja this guy is from the forehead guard on his forehead, there is only a big oily character. I said, "Bro Jiraiya, why are you here at this time?" The village made some mistakes in the judgment of this task. Fortunately, you are not in any danger. Otherwise, the 3 generations of adults will definitely feel guilty for a lifetime. Chapter 68 Give it to you. Hokage, I gave you the skill point to Chapter 68 of the explosion text. Fortunately, you showed up in time, otherwise I would have solved this guy. Shenya turned away from Jiraiya. Fortunately, he had himself by his side to perform the mission this time, otherwise, with the strength of the ordinary genin in the village, it would not be enough for the uncle to Sokaiba. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly, and rushed over here as soon as she got the news, for fear that something would go wrong later. But it seemed that everything was too late at this time, except for Might-do, who seemed to have some embarrassed accidents, and no one was injured. "Brother Jiraiya, I'll leave it to you. I'll take the 2 of them back to the village to receive the reward. Work hard." Jiraiya nodded, and when he left the village, the 3 generations had already told him to let them go directly back to the village after seeing Might-do and his party. No matter how the mission is completed, the mission reward this time will eventually fall into the hands of Might-do. After leaving the pond in a Megakure village, a few people returned to the village in just half a day. The 3 generations of Hokage stood at the entrance of the village and waited anxiously. After seeing a few people in Shenya clearly, the expression on Sanday's face instantly relaxed. Shenya is here. Let's go, 3 generations have been waiting for us. The 3 responded and quickened their pace, and stayed by the side of the 3 generations for a while. 3 generations of adults are waiting for us here. I'm worried about your safety. Fortunately, I found the problem in time. Otherwise, Konoha village will suffer huge losses. The fall of the 3 genius ninjas. Shenya couldn't help but rolled his eyes at the 3rd generation. Why did he think he would fall into the hands of that uncle and didn't believe in his own strength? And listening to the tone of the 3 generations, he didn't really care about the death of himself and his friends. He only focused on the interests of the village, and death was a loss to the village. The goodwill that had just been established was instantly gone, and Shenya waved his hand lightly and left. Sanday shook his head helplessly and handed the scroll to Might-do, then walked towards the office, leaving Minato and Might-do in a daze. I have already acquired a higher level of ninjutsu. You must practice well. Next time I meet you, I will try to see if your strength will improve. Then give it a try. After all, the 2 also made a difference. After returning home, Shenya simply ate something and lay on his bed, thinking about the uncle in Omegakure village. A person with that kind of strength would be a very powerful existence even in a village, but he has always lived in a hut in the woods, and it seems that he has not left for a long time. After thinking about it, Shenya fell asleep, and when he woke up, he looked out the window and it was already late at night. But in the dead of night, there was a rustling conversation outside the door, and Shenya got up curiously and approached the door to listen carefully. This matter must not be done by Shinai. Why do so many ninjas in the village focus on Shinai? Only his identity is suitable for this task. Although it will take a long time, he will also grow in experience. Why are you so resistant? He's my brother. Don't you know I've lost a brother? As he spoke, Tsunade burst into tears, and the door suddenly fell silent, only the sound of Tsunade's crying could be heard. Shenya frowned, pushed the door open and walked out. Tsunade and the guy who talked with him looked at Shenya in surprise, thinking that he had not returned from the mission outside. The guy who was arguing with Tsunade was a member of Anbu with a face mask on his face. Tell me what's going on, otherwise you don't want to leave so easily. Shinai sat domineeringly to the side, his eyes full of death aura tightly falling on the Anbu members. I don't know why, after this guy came into contact with Shen Yi's eyes, he had a shuddering feeling, and vaguely wanted to retreat. It's like this, Lord Danzo has given an order for you to go to a hostile village and act as a spy, and no one will know that you are a ninja from Konoha village. Why don't I recommend a candidate to you guys? It's more suitable than me, and you might as well go back and do business. The handsome man nodded again and again, completely unaware that Shenya was not only not angry, but instead found a more suitable candidate for him to deal with, so that he would not go back and be criticized by Danzo. Tsunade wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Now that this matter has been known by Shinai, there is no need to worry about the following things. If Shinai really wanted to leave Konoha village, Tsunade couldn't stop him, and if he didn't want to leave the village, he didn't need to be involved. At the same time, Tsunade was also very curious about who this guy Shinai would recommend to Anbu's plan. Choose any one of you Anbu who can be the spy, and he has been brainwashed by your Lord Danzo, and he will not betray the village at all. For a while, the man with the face was speechless, and he couldn't find any words to refute. Letting Shinai take the role of this spy now seems to be a great risk. He is very likely to choose to betray Konoha village after seeing the beauty of other villages. After all, Shinai itself is not really from Konoha village, but was popularized by the head of Konoha village. I'm going back to my life. The flower-faced man nodded, turned, and left, without much communication with Shinai. Sister Tsunade, if these guys bother you again in the future, I will definitely drive them away. Today is a lesson for them. Tsunade smiled and hugged Kamiya into his arms, without saying anything, just holding it quietly. Patted Tsunade's back without resisting, and slowly felt the softness of Tsunade's body. Time passed little by little, and the two of them held each other like this all night, not knowing when Shenya found out that Tsunade had fallen asleep. But worried about waking Tsunade, Shenya didn't make any movement. Next morning, Tsunade slowly opened his eyes, and found that he had fallen asleep under such conditions, and he couldn't help but grin. You finally woke up, Tsunade sister, you've been exhausted this night. Letting go of Tsunade's shoulders, Kamiya hastily twisted his body a few times. Like a rusted machine, there was a rattling sound inside the body, and at the same time, Shinai felt a comfortable feeling. Shenya, is there nothing to do today? Why don't the two of us go out to play? It's been a long time since I relaxed. Chapter 69 Meet Shizuan. Hokage, I put the skill point to chapter 69 of the main text, and I met Shizuan Shinai with a grin. I didn't want to expose Tsunade because I wanted to gamble, so I made such an opinion. Going out with this guy who is sure to lose every gamble, Shinai was very worried that he would be used as a mortgage and left in an unknown place, but he agreed to make Tsunade happy. In order to prepare to go out, Tsunade rummaged inside and out of the room, and put all the things he could bring into his luggage, but all this would become a burden for Shinai. After leaving the village, Tsunade took Shenya in and out of the major folk casinos. Just half a day, Tsunade had lost all the gold coins he had brought, leaving only some gold coins in Shinai's pocket that were enough to eat. However, looking at Tsunade's unfinished look, Shenya was vaguely worried. Sister Tsunade, we have lost all the gold coins we brought, so we can't continue to gamble. Tsunade shrugged helplessly, expressing that his interest had just come up. Since he didn't have any gold coins in his hand, he could borrow some from outside. Shenya couldn't help but rolled his eyes at Tsunade, where is he taking himself out to play? After passing a small village, Tsunade stopped. I am very familiar with the casino owners here, and I can definitely borrow some money here. Tsunade strode towards the only casino in the village. Before seeing Tsunade, he could feel the sky-high momentum and walked towards the casino. This big fat sheep is finally here. It's been a long time since I saw her come to bring warmth to our casino. The casino owner immediately put down all his work and appeared at the door, welcoming Tsunade with great fanfare. Boss, you are so polite that you actually came out to greet me in person. Where, Tsunade, you can be our big client here, how can you not welcome it? Shenya could see in the eyes of these people that Tsunade was already regarded as a fat sheep. No matter how much money he had on him, he would stay. Fortunately, all the gold coins have been lost before coming here, as long as the boss here does not lend the gold coins to Tsunade. I'm not lucky today, I've lost all my gold coins on the way here, so please lend me some, boss, and let me turn over here. The boss swallowed his saliva, rubbing his fists all the time, as if he had seen a lot of gold coins fall into his pockets. Shenya couldn't help but stepped forward and reminded the boss a few words. She wants to borrow money, if she loses. Master Tsunade's name is very famous in the entire ninja world, and the casino will definitely lose a penny. I am still very confident about this. Shenya twitched the corners of his mouth a few times, and there is really no way to deal with such a natural gambler. There is no way to stop him. He can only pray for her to function. For the gambling here, Shenya has no interest at all. Sister Tsunade, I'm walking around the village, you have a good time here. Tsunade, who was engrossed in gambling, ignored Shinai's words at all, and waved his hand in a perfunctory way to agree. Then he followed the boss into the casino and started a happy and fulfilling life. Shenya put the package on his body in the casino, and wandered around the village alone. Did he stop to observe the beautiful scenery? Although the village does not look very big, it will take a long time to fully appreciate it. If it's not that I can't return to my own world in the future, it would be a good choice to retire in such a beautiful place. My own world? Do handsome children have their own world? A guy wearing a black cloth robe and holding a little pig in his hand walked to Shinai's side, who looked about the same age as Tsunade. However, compared to Tsunade, the girl standing beside Shinai lacked a lot of softness. Looking at the face of the girl beside him, Shenya felt a familiar feeling, so he hurriedly took a few steps forward and turned around to observe carefully. Shizuan. Do you know me? Shizuan pointed at his nose differently. He had never seen this child before, he just watched his fair face come here to tease him. Shenya rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. It's not surprising that Shizuan didn't know him, but he didn't know if he knew Tsunade. I'll take you to meet someone and you'll know. Shenya couldn't help but take Shizuan's hand and walk towards the casino. Looking at the direction the two were heading, Shizuan had already guessed something in his heart. It wasn't until she stopped at the entrance of the casino and listened to the loud noises inside that Shizuan could finally confirm that it was her. Shinai frowned and rushed straight into the casino, worried that Tsunade would be bullied by the guys here. However, it was clear that Shenya was overthinking it, and the noisy sound was just the sound of intense gambling. Tsunade rolled up his sleeves and fought against others with great fanfare. Tsunade had never won a single time during her absence. Ms. Tsunade-sama, didn't you already promise me not to appear in this casino again? Shizuan looked at Tsunade with a look of surprise, a look of disappointment in his eyes. Shenya instantly had a look of excitement. It seemed that Shizuan and Tsunade not only knew each other before, but even had this agreement before. However, Tsunade did not abide by the gambling contract and would pay due punishment for his gambling addiction. However, Tsunade was too self-absorbed, completely ignoring Shizuan and Shinai, and still gambled on his own. You all give me some peace. Shen Yi's small body instantly jumped on the table and shouted twice. The room fell silent in an instant, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Shen Yi's body. Tsunade's expression was very unhappy, and he raised his head and was about to get angry, but found that this kid was standing on it. Don't make trouble, you stinky brat, my sister will be over soon. Let's see who is standing at the door, I'm afraid you don't want to see her now. Shinai pointed in the direction of the door, Tsunade looked in the direction of Shinai's finger, and was immediately stunned. Shizuan here anyway, Tsunade wanted to find a hole to crawl into for a moment, and didn't want to face Shizuan at all. Long time no see, Tsunade-sama. Shizuan greeted him with a smile on his face, but anyone could see that there was a conspiracy behind the smile. Chapter 70 Stay by your side. Hokage, I put the skill point to Chapter 70 and kept it by my side. Long time no see Shizuan, I didn't expect you to be here. I was worried that you would come back here to gamble after the last parting, so I stayed. I didn't expect to have a chance to meet. Tsunade waved to the people in the casino again and again, pulled Shinai and Shizuan out, and didn't even want the gold coins that had been thrown on the table. Following behind Shizuan, Kamaya and Tsunade came to her residence here. The small house surrounded by flowers and plants is very elegant no matter how you look at it, which fully matches the temperament of Shizuan. By the way, Sister Shizuan, since Sister Tsunade has promised you not to gamble here, did something happen before? Tsunade hurriedly shook his head and blinked hard at Shizuan, not wanting Shizuan to tell the story of the past. However, Tsunade has broken the promise of the two people, and Shizuan will naturally not continue to hide this matter. After all, this is the real agreement between the two people. Shizuan kept the secret for Tsunade, and Tsunade was never allowed to step into the village to gamble. When I traveled with Tsunade-sama in the ninja world a few years ago, she was already a well-known gambler, but she didn't expect to be beaten here. That's why Tsunade's sister got angry and attacked ordinary people. No one knew about it except you, and the guys who were beaten didn't dare to speak up. Shizuan looked at Shenya in a different way, but he didn't expect that he had already guessed everything, and he didn't need to tell the whole story by himself. Tsunade lowered his head and didn't dare to say a word. It was not allowed in any village to do something to ordinary people. In the future, Tsunade felt very guilty for those people, prepared a lot of gold coins and ordered Shizuan to send them over, and let Shizuan travel outside for a while. Sister Shizuan, from today onwards, you should continue to follow Tsunade's sister's side, otherwise she will just gamble endlessly. Shizuan raised her head to look at Tsunade. In fact, she wanted to follow Tsunade. After all, her medical ninjutsu was immature at this time and she needed to learn. On the other hand, the only family left in this world is Tsunade, and it is only by Tsunade's side that I can feel a little bit of warmth. More than half of the day has passed, and the appointment to play together turned into a solo gambling trip for Tsunade. At this time, Shinai regretted being deceived by Tsunade's appearance in the morning, otherwise he might have been sitting in front of Ichiraku and happily waiting for ramen. Come back, your heart has been practiced almost, and you will learn medical ninjutsu with me in the future. Shizuan nodded again and again, finally looking forward to the day when he came back, but he didn't expect to meet in this way. It's getting late, we should go back to Tsunade's sister. Shenya looked at Tsunade with a helpless smile, and was treated as a coolie for a day, and even nearly lost all the gold coins in his pocket. Tsunade touched his chin and looked at Shizuan with an embarrassed expression. Shizuan shook his head helplessly. He had seen such an expression a few years ago, and instantly understood what was going on. After rummaging in the room for a while, Shizuan took out a bag of gold coins. Shinai stared at the gold coins in the bag with wide eyes. Even if Tsunade had searched all the gold coins in the room that could be carried, there were not as many gold coins in this bag. Shizuan, who looks soft and weak, can't imagine that she is still a rich woman. She knew that Shenya had deceived some gold coins into her hands first, and left the rest to Tsunade to pay off her debts. Looking at Shenyi's eyes, Shizuan shook his head helplessly. He was leaving here anyway, and the gold coins were useless, so he took out another bag. I'll give you this bag, you don't need an envious look. Shenya quickly took it in his own hands, who would have trouble with money. After packing all the bags, the three of them set foot on the journey back to the village, and they didn't really understand one thing until they finally walked into the Konoha village Shinai. Tsunade lose the gold he carried out of the house, he even went into debt at every casino. Time he went to a casino, Tsunade would take out some gold coins to repay his debts. In the end, he didn't even let Shenyi's pockets go, and returned to the village empty. Our ninjas must understand one thing. Only their own strength is the most important thing. Gold coins are just things outside the body. Don't pay too much attention to them. Shenya grinned. This was the first time he saw a face like Tsunade, who was so outspoken that he could even say so many things without any reason. A face that was unfamiliar to Konoha village suddenly appeared beside him, and Tsunade had to go to Hokage's office to confirm Shizuan's identity. However, Kamiya had already had enough of being with Tsunade, waved his hand and left alone to go to Ichiraku Ramen. Shenya, I haven't seen you for 2 days. Are you going to perform some other tasks? Yamashiro Aoba leaned on the stone jinchuriki/column next to the gate and looked at Shinai with a straw in his mouth. There's no such thing as a task, if only I could be as leisurely as big brother Shan Cheng. Yamashiro Aoba shook his head. Almost everyone would express envy for such a comfortable task arrangement in front of them, but no one knew what he was thinking. Although he is also realizing his own value here, the guards at the gate do not know when they will be able to experience the war, and will only make a difference when the village is attacked. Go and eat your ramen, look at you haggard. Shenya scratched his head. There is no reason not to be haggard after being steamed by Tsunade for a day. However, Shenya suddenly changed his mind and went straight to go home to sleep. In fact, he was not hungry. Following the familiar route, Shenya walked to the door of the house after a while, but found that the door was surrounded by many people, all of whom were villagers in the village. Everyone. What happened? Why are you all around my door? Shen Yet, you finally showed up. I don't know what you and Tsunade are busy with. Something big happened in your home. Everyone made way for Shen Yet, but from the outside, there was still nothing unusual, and it was not clear what these guys were talking about. What the hell is going on? I can't see what's going on inside the house. Just push the door open and you'll know. Shen Ye frowned and gently pushed open the door, only to find that the inside of the room was as messy as a thief, and the ground was full of messes. How dare anyone come to Sister Tsunade's house to steal something? Thank you for listening. If you'd like to continue supporting the channel and get access to hundreds of complete audiobooks and early releases, visit my Patreon using the link in the description. See you in the next story.